Hey, what's up? It's ʘᴍ this side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku was adopted by Aizawa. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Central Hospital Healthcare Report. Dr. Isagawa, Primary Care Physician Dr. Suzuki, Attending Care Physician Dr. Kato, Attending Care Physician. Patient information, name, YN gender, female DOB, no relevant information. Age, 5 years, est, parent guardian information, maternal parent, no relevant information. Paternal parent, no relevant information. Legal guardianess, no relevant information. Report, general, the child appeared small for her age and showed signs of malnutrition. She was unkempt, with dirty clothing and hair, and seemed distant, unresponsive to verbal stimuli. External injuries. The child had multiple bruises of varying sizes and stages of healing on her arms, particularly on the left forearm and upper arm. A large contusion on her right thigh was approximately 8 centimeters in diameter and purplish in color. Bruises on her lower back and left ribcage suggested blunt force trauma. Small lacerations on her knees were consistent with falls or abrasions and were partially scabbed over. A healing laceration on her left cheek measured approximately 3 centimeters in length. There were multiple superficial cuts on both forearms, some fresh and others healing. Internal injuries. Mental status. The child was withdrawn and did not follow commands or respond to questions. Cranial nerves. Grossly intact as far as could be assessed given the child's lack of cooperation. Motor. Full range of motion in all extremities, though movements were guarded and hesitant. Diagnosis. Multiple contusions and lacerations, consistent with physical abuse. Signs of severe neglect, with malnutrition and poor hygiene. The patient would remain admitted under close observation while the social and legal aspects were addressed. A multidisciplinary team was assembled to ensure comprehensive care, including medical, psychological, and social support. Physician signature. Dr. Hiro Isagawa, Primary Physician Chapter and Hiro Public Safety Commission. Police report date, August 24, XXXX. Incident number, 2048-092. Location, Mpusutapha Highway, Exit 12. Reporting officer, Officer Tetsuya Hori, badge number 8765. Supervising detective, Detective Haruto Sato, badge number 2234. Incident summary. At approximately 1820 hours, a 5-year-old girl was discovered alone on the side of Mpusutapha Highway near Exit 12 by 2 off-duty pro heroes, Eraserhead, Shota Aizawa, and Present Mike, Hisashi Yamada. The girl appeared to be in distress and exhibited signs of physical injury. The heroes promptly transported her to Mpusutafu General Hospital and notified local law enforcement. Details of the incident. Eraserhead and Present Mike were returning from a personal engagement when they noticed a young girl, later identified only as YN, walking alone near the highway. The child was barefoot, wearing a torn and dirty dress, and appeared to be disoriented. The heroes immediately stopped to assist her. YN was initially unresponsive to questions and seemed reluctant to communicate. The heroes noted visible bruises on her arms, legs, and face, as well as minor lacerations on her hands and feet. Suspecting possible neglect or abuse, they transported her to Central Hospital for medical evaluation and contacted the Mpusutafu Police Department. Injuries and medical evaluation. Visible injuries. Multiple bruises on both arms and legs, varying in size and in different stages of healing. Bruising and swelling around the right eye. Lacerations on the palms of both hands and the soles of her feet were consistent with walking barefoot on rough surfaces. A small cut on her lower lip was partially healed. Medical report. A full examination by hospital staff was pending. The initial evaluation suggested signs of neglect and potential physical abuse. Investigation and findings. Identity. The child provided the name YN, but was unable to recall her last name. She could not provide any information regarding her guardians or how she came to be on the highway. Search efforts. Officers canvassed the surrounding area and contacted nearby towns and cities. No reports of a missing child matching YN's description had been filed. Database checks. No matching records were found in national missing persons databases. Witness statements. No witnesses came forward with information regarding the child's appearance on the highway. No vehicles or suspicious activity were reported in the vicinity at the time of discovery. Further investigation, detectives pursued leads regarding possible abandonment or trafficking. Efforts to locate the child's family or guardians were ongoing. Evidence collected, photographic evidence. Photos of the child's injuries were taken by hospital staff and logged into evidence. Personal items. The child had no personal belongings at the time of discovery. Actions taken. Immediate care. The child was placed under protective custody at Muzutafu General Hospital pending further investigation. Hero involvement. Eraserhead and Present Mike provided full statements regarding the discovery and their actions. Both heroes remained available for further questioning if needed. Coordination with Child Services. Child Protective Services had been notified and was involved in the case. Additional notes. The child remained in a state of emotional distress, avoiding communication beyond basic responses. She showed signs of trauma, possibly due to prolonged neglect or abuse. Further psychological evaluation was requested to assess her mental state and any additional trauma not immediately apparent. Next steps. Officers would continue canvassing the area and expanding the search radius for possible witnesses or evidence. They would reassess all known information to explore any potential leads related to missing children in other regions. Ongoing collaboration with the Hero Public Safety Commission and Child Protective Services would be maintained for the safety and well-being of 𝑬𝑿𝑷𝑐. Reporting Officer's Signature. Officer Tetsuya Hori Badge Number 8765 Supervising Detective Signature. Detective Haruto Mori Badge Number 2234 Chapter and Quirk Information. Name. Domain expansion. This quirk allows the user to create a space around them referred to as a domain within a certain radius. Once activated, the user gains complete control over everything within its boundaries, including the ability to manipulate, transform, or create objects, buildings, and the environment itself according to their will. Once someone steps into the user's domain, the user receives information that can assist during combat, such as a specific weakness or vulnerable moment in a person's life that can be distorted and forced to relive. Domain expansion allows the user to slowly tear down the mental strength inside a person's mind and even use their own mind against them. Drawbacks. If the user exceeds their physical capacity and overuses their quirk, expected drawbacks include migraines, coughing or crying blood, fainting, and potentially comas. The domain is susceptible to disruption by quirk-canceling abilities such as erasure or by overwhelming the user's concentration, causing a loss of focus. The user's manipulations are confined to the domain. Anything outside of its boundaries remains unaffected. Stats. Power 4-5, Speed 5-5, Technique 4-5, Intelligence 3-5, Cooperation 3-5, Chapter. And the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the nearby apartment parking lot. Shoyuta Aizawa sighed. The day had been grueling, filled with intense training sessions and what felt like an endless amount of paperwork that came with being a teacher at the most prestigious school in Tokyo. He leaned his head back against the armrest of his couch, the soft fabric brushing against his unshaven stubble. As he sank deeper into the cushions, his eyes grew heavy, making it difficult to stay awake. However, rest was not an option, not when there was still work to be done. He had a duty as an underground pro-hero, and despite his regrets about choosing this path, he had to persevere. With a weary sigh, Aizawa straightened up, slinging his capture weapon over his shoulder, and headed out into the night. As he descended the stairs of his apartment complex and reached the street, a woman accidentally bumped into him, causing them both to stumble. She held the top of her head and looked up at Aizawa, whose gaze met hers. Her eyes widened, and a look of concern and guilt flashed across her face. Before he could apologize, she reached into her bag and held out a small wad of crumpled bills to him. She pressed the money into his hand, saying softly that it wasn't much but she hoped it would help. Aizawa stared at her in shock, his eyes flickering between the cash and her concerned gaze, clearly perplexed. He tried to explain that there had been a mistake, but she interrupted him, smiling and insisting that he take the money. Aizawa frowned, trying to piece together what she meant. Then it hit him. He glanced down at his attire, baggy clothes, scruffy hair, an untamed beard, and a perpetually tired expression. She thought he was homeless. He firmly tried to hand the money back to her, stating that he was not homeless and that he worked at UA. He appreciated the sentiment but insisted he was okay. She crossed her arms, looking unconvinced as she examined his appearance. She coughed slightly, uncomfortable, and gently pushed his hand away, telling him there was no need to make up stories. She urged him to take the money and buy something warm to eat. Aizawa's frustration grew as she continued to insist, not allowing him to reject her goodwill. The conversation went back and forth until a loud, familiar voice cut through the air, interrupting them. Present Mike jogged over with a huge grin, announcing that he had found udon coupons in the library and that they wouldn't go hungry tonight. Aizawa felt his blood run cold as he turned to see his longtime friend Yamada approaching. He hesitantly met the woman's gaze, which had shifted from surprise to something worse, pity. He stammered that it wasn't what it looked like, clearing his throat, clearly uncomfortable as her gaze flickered between him and Mike, whose enthusiasm was poorly timed. Before he could finish, she shoved the money into his hand with a firm nod, wishing him good luck and urging him to fight. With a sorrowful glance, she hurried away down the empty street. As her footsteps faded, Aizawa stood in shock, the bills still clutched in his hand as he tried to piece together his shattered ego. Present Mike finally reached him, casually slinging an arm around his shoulder and asking what had just happened. Aizawa snapped back into reality, glaring at Mike before sighing and pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. He muttered a quiet response and shoved the crumpled bills into his pocket before turning away and walking as far as he could. Aizawa and Present Mike walked side by side down the dimly lit street, their conversation a mix of Aizawa's grumbled responses and Yamada's excited chatter. Yamada suggested mixing things up in class tomorrow with a surprise quiz, but Aizawa cut in dryly, reminding him of how much the kids disliked surprises. Yamada gasped, ready with a retort, but the words got stuck in his throat as they turned onto a quieter street. Aizawa's hand shot out, halting Yamada mid-step. He spoke quietly, his voice tinged with concern as he pointed ahead. Under the flickering light of a nearby street lamp stood a small figure, a little girl who looked no older than 5 or 6. She was shivering, her hands clasped together as she desperately breathed on them to stay warm. Huddled against the base of the street lamppost, her tiny arms were wrapped around herself for support. Her clothes were tattered, even more so than Aizawa's, and her wide, fearful eyes darted side to side. Both Aizawa and Yamada's expressions instantly became stern. They shared a serious glance, all traces of their previous conversation vanishing as they approached her cautiously, their instincts as heroes kicking in. Aizawa called out gently, asking if she was lost. The girl looked up at them, her lip trembling. She remained silent, hugging herself and rocking back and forth. Present Mike crouched down slowly, careful not to scare her. His usual exuberance was replaced with a calm tenderness as he spoke softly, assuring her that they were there to help and asking where her parents were. The girl's eyes widened as he moved closer, but she shook her head hesitantly, tears welling up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. She was clearly terrified, alone in the dark, and in need of comfort. Aizawa sighed, his heart heavy as he crouched down next to Yamada. He assured her that they were going to take her somewhere safe and urged her not to be scared, promising to do everything they could to protect her. The little girl met their gazes hesitantly, her quiet, raspy voice asking if they promised. Aizawa and Yamada felt their hearts melt at the sight. Aizawa quickly regained his focus, nodding at the young girl as he extended his hand for her to take. The girl hesitated but slowly reached out her small fingers to grasp Aizawa's much larger hand. Her tiny fingers trembled against his, and this simple action filled him with a surge of protectiveness. Whatever had happened to this child, he vowed to keep her safe. Present Mike stood up, stretching his back as he glanced around the street, waiting for someone to emerge from the shadows. The night remained silent, leaving them alone with the little girl. Yamada suggested they get her checked into the agency, his usual light-hearted demeanor replaced with seriousness. Aizawa nodded in agreement, gently lifting the small girl into his arms. She clung to him desperately, burying her face in his shoulder as they began to walk down the street, both heroes acutely aware that their night had taken a more serious turn. If only they knew how much this action would change their lives forever. Lying on a stiff hospital bed, the sheets scratched against the bandages carefully wrapped around her arms and legs. Everything hurt, as if every inch of her body was being pricked by needles, leaving her unable to move. Though most of her wounds were bandaged, the ache still overwhelmed her. The bright overhead fluorescent lights pierced her eyes, intensifying the pounding in her head. She tried to shift into a more comfortable position, but every movement seemed to amplify the pain. Each slight kick of her leg or flex of her elbow tugged at the bandages, reminding her of her helplessness. Slowly, she turned her head against the firm pillow, and her gaze fell on the two men who had brought her here. Even through the glass, she could tell they were serious, one of them in particular. What were their names? She couldn't remember. Trying to recall what had happened before hurt her head immensely. All she remembered before blacking out was the overwhelming pain throughout her body. Everything else felt like a blur, overshadowed by the agony. It was clear her 5-year-old mind was not equipped to process everything that had occurred, leaving significant gaps in her memory. She strained to listen to their conversation, but the glass muffled and distorted their voices, leaving her in the dark. Confusion clouded her thoughts, but her body felt heavy, weighed down by exhaustion and pain. It was a relief to simply lay down. With a small sigh, her eyes began to droop despite the bright lights. The fear and confusion from earlier lingered but were overshadowed by her fatigue. She felt safe, at least for now, and that was enough. As she began to drift off, their muffled voices became a soft hum in the background, reminding her she was not alone. A few hours passed, and during that time, she drifted in and out of sleep. The steady beeping of the heart monitor and the quiet hum of the hospital filled the silence. Eventually, exhaustion took over completely, and she fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When she woke up, the room was dimmer than before. The harsh fluorescent lights had been turned down, but the throbbing in her head remained, though it was more manageable now. She blinked a few times, allowing her eyes to adjust as she became aware of other voices in the room. 3 men stood near the foot of her bed, deep in conversation. She recognized the first 2 men from earlier. One had long, wild black hair and a tired expression, dressed in almost entirely black, save for a tattered scarf around his neck. He wore a serious look, arms crossed over his chest as he spoke in a low, measured tone. The other man was taller, with bright blonde hair pulled back into a spiky ponytail and yellow-tinted sunglasses perched on his nose. His outfit was loud, covered in bright colors and bold patterns that matched his energetic presence, though he too seemed serious at that moment. The third man was unfamiliar, dressed in what appeared to be a police uniform. He had short, neatly combed brown hair and sharp eyes that darted between the 2 heroes as they spoke. His stern expression conveyed that he meant business. After a few moments of lying still, she decided to sit up. The effort required more strength than she realized, and as she attempted to lift her heavy body, a small, involuntary noise escaped her lips as her muscles protested the movement. This sound caught their attention, and all 3 men turned to look at her. The man with tired eyes stepped forward first, his expression softening as he approached. There was a protective quality in his movements, as if he was ready to prevent anyone from getting too close too quickly. The blonde followed suit, tilting his head slightly as if trying to gauge her thoughts. The police officer was last to move, but his stern face relaxed a bit upon seeing she was awake. He introduced himself, glad to see she was awake, and introduced the other 2 as Eraserhead and Present Mike. The names didn't sound familiar, but there was something comforting about being in their presence, even if the source of that comfort was unclear. Officer Sato stepped closer, his expression kind and patient, ensuring you felt safe. He crouched down slightly, bringing himself to your eye level, and allowed you a moment to adjust, his presence calm and steady. He began softly, his voice gentle and reassuring, acknowledging the confusion of the moment. He assured you that you were safe, that no one would harm you. He paused, observing you carefully, ensuring your comfort before continuing. He expressed a desire to help you understand what had happened, emphasizing that there was no rush. He glanced at the other 2 men, who seemed to relax a bit, stepping back to give you space. Officer Sato asked if you remembered anything about what happened before you arrived. his tone slow and soothing, guiding you through your thoughts gently. He reassured you that it was okay if you didn't remember, but any detail, no matter how small, could help them understand. He waited patiently, allowing you to take your time without pressure, encouraging you quietly to speak when you felt ready. You hesitated, trying to piece together his question. Memories flickered in your mind, chaotic flashes of something that had gone wrong, but everything felt jumbled. You shook your head slightly, wincing as a headache flared up. That was when Eraserhead spoke, his voice quiet and surprisingly gentle. He encouraged you to take your time and not to push yourself too hard, reiterating their intent to understand what had happened. When you hesitated again, he offered a small, understanding smile, assuring you that it was all right to struggle with your memories. Officer Sato then shifted slightly, his voice softening further as he asked if you remembered anything about your family, perhaps your parents or any special names. He waited, his gaze kind and patient, understanding that these memories could take time to surface. You searched your mind, trying to grasp anything solid, but it felt like trying to catch smoke. The harder you focused, the more everything slipped away, and a knot of anxiety tightened in your chest. You didn't want to disappoint them, but everything felt so blurry. You mumbled that you didn't know, feeling small and uncertain. Present Mike stepped forward, offering a reassuring smile and affirming that they were there to help you. Officer Sato nodded as he began to stand slowly, reiterating that they were there for you and that they would figure things out together when you were ready. Their warm voices made you feel a little less alone, instilling a sense that perhaps everything would be okay, even without all the answers right now. The quiet hum of the hospital faded into the background as the three men moved away from your bed, their conversation lowering to a murmur. You remained awake, feeling no need to alert them to your awareness. Their hushed voices stirred your curiosity, prompting you to listen in on their discussion. Aizawa expressed his concerns in a low grumble, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, his tired eyes narrowing as he spoke. He pointed out that you were just a child and that the Hero Commission wasn't known for its gentle touch. Officer Sato nodded thoughtfully, his expression serious as he acknowledged Aizawa's concerns. He explained that the Commission had resources to protect you, figure out what had happened, and keep you safe. Aizawa countered, questioning the cost of such protection, emphasizing that they would treat you like an asset rather than a child. He expressed that throwing you into the Commission's world might only worsen your fear. Present Mike, who had been quiet until then, adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement, stating that you had already been through enough and needed something familiar, something normal. Sato considered this, furrowing his brow as he weighed the options. He noted that you couldn't stay in the hospital forever, and they didn't even know who your parents were or if they were still in the picture. There was a pause as they contemplated what to do next, the tension palpable in the air. Finally, Sato suggested that Aizawa seemed to have taken a liking to you. Aizawa straightened slightly, caught off guard by the statement, insisting that he was merely concerned about your well-being. However, there was an underlying tone that suggested his feelings ran deeper than just concern. Sato raised an eyebrow, a small, knowing smile forming on his face as he pointed out that Aizawa cared about what happened to you. Aizawa didn't argue, letting out a long breath as the tension in his shoulders eased a bit. Present Mike glanced between the two, curiosity evident on his face. Sato continued, suggesting that perhaps you should stay with Aizawa for a while until they figured out something more permanent. Both Aizawa and Present Mike were taken aback by the suggestion. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Sato to confirm he had heard correctly. He questioned whether Sato truly wanted him to take you in, surprise evident in his usually steady voice. Sato nodded, his expression serious yet gentle, affirming that you needed normality and stability. He noted that you seemed to trust Aizawa, even if you didn't fully realize it yet, and that he could provide that, at least temporarily, until they knew more. Present Mike blinked, still processing the idea, and remarked on the unexpected nature of Aizawa becoming a guardian. Aizawa rubbed the back of his neck, clearly uncomfortable with the sudden responsibility being suggested. He was accustomed to dealing with troubled kids after all, it was part of his job at UA, but this felt different, more personal. He mulled over the decision, the room falling into a heavy silence as he considered the weight of the responsibility. Finally, he let out a slow breath and nodded, the resolve in his eyes clear. He agreed to take you in until they figured out something more permanent. President Mike grinned, clapping Aizawa on the shoulder, affirming that he was a good man. Aizawa acknowledged the situation with a small nod, his mind racing with the implications of this new responsibility. Deep down, he felt he was making the right choice. This child needed someone to keep her grounded, and he could be that person, at least for now. Officer Sato smiled, relief evident on his face, and expressed gratitude to Aizawa, believing it was the best decision for her at that moment. With that settled, the three men turned their attention back to the girl, who quickly closed her eyes, pretending to still be asleep. Inside, she felt a mix of emotions: fear, confusion, but also a small sense of safety. Perhaps things would be okay after all. Hours passed, and while she had initially tried to fake sleep, she must have drifted off for real. When she finally awoke, the room was filled with the soft light of morning, sunlight streaming through the window and casting warm patterns on the walls. The hospital room seemed less intimidating now. It felt cozy and safe, likely due to the warmth she had experienced the previous day. She blinked a few times, adjusting to the brightness, and sat up slowly. The bandages on her body tugged slightly with the movement, but the pain was more manageable than before. A few minutes later, the door creaked open, and a nurse entered with a warm smile that immediately soothed her. The nurse greeted her gently, asking if she had slept well. The girl nodded slowly, still a bit sleepy as she rubbed her eyes, but feeling more at ease with the nurse's comforting presence. The nurse continued, noting how brave the girl had been, and while she didn't know how to respond, she remained quiet, watching as the nurse moved around the room. After a moment, the nurse turned back to her with a bright smile, mentioning that some people from the previous night were there to see her again, expressing their concern. The girl's eyes widened slightly at the thought of the men who had saved her from the cold. She tilted her head, feeling a mix of nervousness and curiosity. The nurse reassured her, saying she would let them know she was awake, and gave her hand a gentle squeeze before heading toward the door. Just before leaving, she turned back and assured the girl that she was in good hands. Moments later, the door opened again, and Officer Sato entered, his usual stern expression softened into a warm smile. He greeted her gently, and Aizawa and President Mike followed behind, both offering reassuring looks. Officer Sato crouched down to her eye level, explaining that they needed to discuss the next steps since she couldn't stay in the hospital forever. He shared that they had talked about finding a safe place for her to stay until things were sorted out, and that Aizawa would be taking care of her for a little while. Although much of what he said was overwhelming, Aizawa seemed kind, and she felt comfortable with the idea of staying with him. She nodded in agreement, and the three men, especially Aizawa, visibly brightened. Sato smiled softly, clearly relieved, and assured her that they would take good care of her. They began the discharge paperwork, speaking quietly among themselves as they prepared for her departure. She watched them, feeling a mix of overwhelm and comfort from their presence. Just as she was about to get off the bed, President Mike stepped forward, holding out a pair of sparkly pink shoes. He grinned as he presented them, saying they were a little gift for being such a good kid. Her eyes widened at the sight of the shoes. They were a bit too big but beautiful, the kind she had always wanted. President Mike knelt down and carefully put them on her feet, adjusting the straps to ensure they fit as well as possible. He stepped back to admire his handiwork, and she looked down at the shoes, feeling a warmth in her chest that was unfamiliar yet pleasant. She almost felt like crying but held it back, not wanting to show too much emotion. She whispered her thanks, her voice barely audible, but President Mike heard her and responded with a big, beaming smile. He was glad she liked them. She jumped off the bed, the shoes sparkling in the light, and hesitantly walked over to where the three men were waiting. Just before she left the room, the nurse returned, holding out a small chocolate bar and saying it was for the road, winking as she ruffled the girl's hair gently. The girl looked up at the nurse, feeling that same warmth again, and thanked her while clutching the chocolate bar in her hand. The nurse encouraged her to take care and reminded her that she was a special little girl. The girl stood for a moment, confused about why they were being so kind to her when she felt she had nothing to offer in return. A raspy voice broke her thoughts, asking if she was coming. Aizawa stood there with his hands in his pockets. She turned slowly to look up at the men in front of her. Their soft expressions and Officer Sato's gentle smile reassured her. They were nice people, and that was why they wanted to help her. With that thought, she walked out with Aizawa, Present Mike, and Officer Sato. As they reached the parking lot, Sato turned to her, giving one last smile before bending down to pat her head. He assured her that she was in good hands and said he would see her around. She nodded, feeling a bit sad to see him go but understanding that he needed to help others as well. Sato waved quickly before heading to his patrol car. You watched as he entered the car, turned on the engine, and with a mischievous grin, activated the sirens, laughing as the traffic cleared for him. You couldn't help but stare, feeling a mix of surprise and amusement at his sudden burst of energy. Aizawa, standing behind you, muttered his concerns about the situation. Present Mike laughed, shaking his head, acknowledging the craziness of the moment. Aizawa sighed and picked you up, placing you gently in the back seat of the car. He secured you with the seatbelt, ensuring your safety. He expressed his frustration about the officers in Muzutafu, commenting on their eccentricities. After closing the door, he walked around to the driver's seat. As Aizawa started the car, Present Mike opened the passenger door and climbed in. Aizawa paused, giving him a flat look, questioning his presence. Present Mike, appearing genuinely confused, stated he intended to join them. Aizawa reminded him that he had his own car, but Present Mike huffed and crossed his arms, insisting on his friendship. Aizawa sighed, clearly exasperated, yet he didn't argue further. He started the car, shaking his head as Present Mike adjusted himself in the seat. With everyone settled, the car began to move, leaving the hospital behind as you embarked on a new journey. You glanced out the window, feeling a swirl of emotions within you. Your eyes fell on the half-melted chocolate bar in your hand, and you took a small bite, savoring the sweetness. Everything was going to be okay. The door to the apartment creaked open, echoing in the quiet hallway. You stood just outside, clutching the edge of the synthetic hospital gown, hesitating at the threshold. Aizawa glanced back at you, his tired eyes softening slightly as he pushed the door wider. He encouraged you to come in, his calm tone carrying a hint of patience, as if he was accustomed to easing situations like this. Yamada, standing behind you, gave you a gentle nudge forward, reassuring you that the place was cozy. With their encouragement, you took a cautious step inside, your new sparkly shoes clicking softly on the hardwood floor. The apartment was quiet, almost too quiet, and the stillness made your chest tighten with nervousness. You paused, taking in your surroundings. Aizawa's apartment was simple yet inviting, with warm tones and cool neutrals that created a sense of safety. The living room caught your attention first, a small, comfortable space with a worn but cozy-looking gray couch. A couple of throw blankets were draped over the back, and a low coffee table sat in front, cluttered with books and papers. A television mounted on the wall looked like it hadn't been turned on in a while. The walls were lined with shelves filled with books and scattered trinkets, giving the room a lived-in feel. Feeling a bit braver, you walked deeper into the apartment. To your left, you noticed the kitchen, a tidy space with dark countertops and light-colored cabinets. A round dining table in the corner was just big enough for 2 or 3 people, surrounded by mismatched chairs. Aizawa followed your gaze and walked over to the kitchen, gesturing for you to come closer. He explained that you could grab snacks from the cupboards or ask him to make something for you. You nodded slowly, still absorbing the information. The idea of being able to take food whenever you wanted felt surprising. Your gaze drifted to the cupboard filled with various snacks and ingredients, all within reach. Aizawa's words echoed in your mind, feeling almost unreal, leaving you a bit uncertain. Suddenly, a sharp voice broke through your thoughts, questioning your intentions in the kitchen. You blinked, trying to shake off the heaviness in your head. Aizawa noticed the change in your expression and paused, his gaze softening as he checked on you. He asked if everything was okay, his tone gentle yet concerned. You nodded again, forcing a small smile, assuring him you were fine. Aizawa didn't press further, and you appreciated his understanding. Instead, he closed the cupboard and gestured towards the rest of the apartment, suggesting he show you more. Yamada, who had been giving you space, grinned and added that you would love it there. Despite the lingering ache in your head, You followed them as Aizawa led you through the rest of the apartment. It was small but felt safe, and that realization eased the knot of anxiety in your chest. Aizawa guided you down a short hallway, stopping in front of a slightly ajar door. He pushed it open, revealing a small but cozy room. The walls were a soft gray, and a single bed was pushed against the wall, adorned with crisp white sheets and a neatly folded dark blue blanket. A small dresser sat against the opposite wall, next to a window that let in warm afternoon light, casting rays across the floor. The room was plain, devoid of decorations, but it was clean and quiet, a peaceful little space. Aizawa explained that this was your room now, his voice steady but softer than usual. He glanced around, almost apologetically, acknowledging its simplicity. He encouraged you to decorate it however you liked, to make it your own. Stepping inside, your eyes widened as you took in every detail. The bed looked inviting, the window bright and airy, and the dresser seemed capable of holding many things you didn't have yet but could imagine filling it with. The room felt too nice, too clean, too perfect. You whispered your admiration, standing in the middle of the room, but guilt began to creep in. Turning to Aizawa, your expression reflected your uncertainty. Are you sure you want to give it to me? I might ruin it. Aizawa and Yamada exchanged a look, their expressions softening with a mix of sadness and concern. It was clear that your words had struck a nerve. You fidgeted with your hands, suddenly feeling like you were asking for too much. You mumbled that you didn't mind sleeping in the closet, your voice barely above a whisper. Aizawa sighed softly and bent down to your level, his expression serious yet gentle. He assured you that you could never ruin anything, his kindness making your heart ache a little. He wanted you to have this room. It was yours, he insisted. Yamada crouched down beside Aizawa, his usual smile even softer as he nodded in agreement, affirming that you deserved this room and that they wanted you to feel safe there. You felt your eyes start to sting, a lump forming in your throat as you tried to process what they were saying. No one had ever talked to you like this before, like you were worth something, like you mattered. Aizawa, with a glare directed at Yamada, pointed out that you were the one who lived there, not them, and that they should stop acting like they owned the place. Yamada urged Aizawa to focus on the moment rather than logistics, but Aizawa insisted that it was only about you. Blinking back tears, you managed a small smile and whispered your thanks, your voice shaky. This seemed to break them out of their mini-argument as they looked down at you. Aizawa gave a small nod, his expression still serious but softened by warmth in his eyes. He told you there was no need to thank him. This was what you deserved, at the very least. Yamada stood up, brushing off his pants before looking back at you with a bright smile, ignoring Aizawa's glare. He declared that first things first, you needed some new clothes, gesturing to the hospital gown you were still wearing. Aizawa admitted he didn't have anything that would fit you, rubbing the back of his neck. Yamada insisted you couldn't just wear that, and Aizawa replied that he was aware of that. Yamada suggested that Aizawa must have something around. A few minutes later, you were wearing a shirt that was obviously too big for you, nearly reaching your knees. The sleeves hung far past your hands, and you had to push them up just to see your fingers. Yamada cooed, his eyes sparkling as he gently tugged on your cheeks, calling you cute with a voice full of affection. Aizawa rolled his eyes and swatted Yamada's hand away, muttering for him to knock it off, though there was no real bite to his words. You couldn't help it, a small giggle slipped out before you could stop it, surprising you as much as it did them. Both Aizawa and Yamada looked at you with wide eyes before breaking into matching grins. Yamada nudged Aizawa, excitedly pointing out that you had laughed. Aizawa's expression softened even more, and he gave you a small, almost proud smile. He told you to take your time getting used to the place and mentioned he would be in the kitchen cooking something up, encouraging you to call out if you needed anything. With that, they left you alone in your new room. You stood there for a moment, taking in the quiet of the apartment, the soft bed, and the big window that let in the golden light of the setting sun. It all felt so different from what you were used to. You walked over to the bed, climbing onto it with some effort since it was a little higher than you expected. The mattress was soft, the blankets warm, and you found yourself drawn to the window. You crawled over and pressed your face close to the glass, staring out at the cityscape beyond. The buildings stretched up into the sky, and you could see the faint glimmer of lights starting to flicker on as daylight began to fade. This could really be home. Maybe. The quiet of the room was suddenly broken by the sound of the doorbell ringing. You sat up in your bed, your small body still wrapped in the oversized shirt Aizawa had given you. Curious, you slid off the bed, your feet landing softly on the floor. You tiptoed over to the door, carefully peeking out into the hallway to see what was happening. From your spot, you could see Aizawa walking toward the front door. He opened it, revealing a person holding a large bag. Aizawa took the bag with a simple nod, muttering a quick thanks before shutting the door behind him. In the kitchen, Yamada was perched on the counter, humming a tune to himself. When he saw the bag in Aizawa's hand, his hum turned into a full-blown song, joyfully declaring his love for takeout. Aizawa shot him a look, raising an eyebrow and telling him to get off his counter, clearly used to Yamada's antics. With a playful grin, Yamada hopped down, still singing his silly song. He was about to make his way over to the kotatsu when he caught sight of you peeking out from your room. His eyes lit up, and without missing a beat, he scooped you up into his arms, spinning around before setting you down by the kotatsu, still humming. As he placed you down, he winked and leaned in, whispering like he was sharing a big secret that takeout was way better than anything Aizawa could cook. Aizawa, now setting the bag of food on the table, shot him a half-hearted glare, telling him to stop putting ideas in your head. Yamada teased him, unfazed, reminding him that all he could make was ramen. Aizawa huffed, ignoring the jab as he continued setting up the food. The two of them bickered back and forth, their playful banter already a familiar sight to you as they placed boxes and cartons of food on the table. You watched them with wide eyes, still trying to figure out this new place you found yourself in. Finally, Aizawa placed a small box in front of you, along with a carton of apple juice. He encouraged you to enjoy it, his voice a bit softer when he spoke to you. You stared at the box for a moment, hesitant. But your stomach growled, reminding you just how hungry you were. Slowly, you reached out and unwrapped the packaging. Inside was a burger and fries, something you had never really had the luxury to eat before. You picked up the burger with both hands, taking a tentative bite. As soon as the flavors hit your tongue, your eyes widened. It was delicious, juicy, and warm, with just the right amount of everything. Before you knew it, you were devouring the burger, your hunger taking over. Each bite was better than the last, and it didn't take long for you to finish it. Yamada chuckled from across the table, his eyes crinkling with amusement as he pointed at the bit of burger sauce that had found its way onto your upper lip. He remarked that you both had matching mustaches now. You huffed, folding your arms over your chest as your cheeks flushed with slight embarrassment. Aizawa, who had been watching you with a faint smile, reached over and handed you a napkin. He suggested you wipe it off before Yamada could tease you about looking related. The rest of the night passed in a blur of warmth and laughter as the three of you enjoyed your meal around the kotatsu. Aizawa and Yamada continued their playful banter, and you found yourself feeling a little more at ease with every passing minute. The food was comforting, and the atmosphere, though new and unfamiliar, felt safe. For the first time in what felt like forever, you were able to just enjoy the moment. No fear, no uncertainty, just a simple, peaceful dinner with two people who, despite being strangers not too long ago, were quickly becoming something close to family. Sunlight gently filtered into your room, waking you from a peaceful sleep. You blinked a few times, the warmth of the morning sun making the unfamiliar surroundings feel a little less strange. Sitting up slowly, you took a moment to absorb everything. The soft bed, the faint hum of the city outside, and the simple but cozy room, it all felt like a dream, like it couldn't possibly be real. But as you looked around, the events of the past day started to settle in. This was real. You were here. After a while, you swung your legs over the side of the bed and hopped down, your feet touching the cool floor. The apartment was quiet until the doorbell rang. It was loud and continuous, echoing through the space like an alarm. The sudden noise made you jump slightly. Curious, you walked over to your bedroom door and peeked out. You saw Aizawa grumbling, his hair still a bit disheveled from sleep as he trudged toward the door. You heard a groan to your left, causing you to turn your head and see Yamada sprawled out on the couch, waking up groggily and rubbing his eyes. His usually energetic demeanor was dulled by the early hour. When Aizawa finally reached the door and opened it, a woman burst in like a whirlwind, practically shoving Aizawa to the side as she entered. She was dressed in trendy clothes, a stylish blouse paired with jeans and heels, but there was something about her that radiated confidence and energy. She had long, wavy black hair, and her striking blue eyes scanned the apartment quickly before landing back on Aizawa with a raised eyebrow and a playful, excited expression. She asked where you were, her voice full of anticipation. Aizawa sighed, looking both annoyed and resigned, questioning her rush to come over at such an early hour. The woman ignored his question as she spotted you peeking out from your room. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately walked over, crouching down to your level. She exclaimed how adorable you were, glancing back at Aizawa with a grin, noting that he hadn't mentioned how cute you were. Feeling a little nervous at the sudden attention from this new stranger, Aizawa walked over and gave you a reassuring nod, explaining that this was Nemuri, another hero. You nodded slowly, taking a tentative step closer. Nemuri smiled warmly at you, and before you could react, she pulled you into a tight hug, pressing your face against her chest. It was soft but overwhelming, and you found it hard to breathe. Your hands instinctively pushed against her, but she was too strong. She twirled around with you in her arms, leaving little space to breathe. Yamada, who had been watching from the background, gasped dramatically, exclaiming that Nemuri was suffocating you. He rushed over, trying to pry you free from her embrace. After a bit of a struggle, he finally managed to pull you away, holding you up in the air like a prize. Nemuri pouted playfully, crossing her arms and feigning hurt as she insisted she just wanted a hug. Yamada shot back that it shouldn't come at the cost of your ability to breathe. He then flipped you around in his arms, checking you over with exaggerated concern, asking if you were okay while glaring at Nemuri. You nodded, still a little shaken but otherwise fine. Aizawa, who had been watching the chaos with a mix of amusement and mild irritation, stepped in, asking Nemuri why she was there. She stood up, smoothing down her hair as she turned to face him, explaining that she had heard about the adoption and thought she would come over to help. She wanted to give your wardrobe and room a woman's touch since Aizawa and Yamada were hopeless when it came to decorating and fashion. Aizawa glared at Yamada, who looked away sheepishly, clearly the source of Nemuri's information. Nemuri, however, was already turning back to you, her eyes softening as she crouched down again. She suggested going shopping, offering to help you pick out some cute clothes. Aizawa scoffed, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow at her claim of being a big sister, teasing that she would be lucky to qualify as an aunt. This earned her a glare. You hesitated, the idea of going out into the world with this new person making you a bit nervous. But the gentle, excited way she looked at you made you feel safe, so you found yourself nodding. Nemuri's face lit up with joy as she turned to Aizawa, clasping her hands together and asking if they could go. Aizawa sighed, rubbing the back of his neck, and agreed, but insisted they be back by 5, noting that you needed new clothes anyway. Nemuri cheered, but before she could whisk you away, she pulled out an outfit she had brought with her, a trendy, cute ensemble that was much more your size than Aizawa's oversized shirt. She explained that she figured you'd need something better to wear, winking at you. You took the clothes from her, marveling at how nice they were. They were soft and stylish, something you'd only seen on other kids before. With a small smile, you thanked her and retreated to your room to change, closing the door behind you. As you changed into your new outfit, a spark of excitement ignited within you. Things were changing so fast, but you welcomed the thrill. You quickly pulled up your socks and rushed out of your bedroom, eager to go shopping with your new big sister. The sunlight filtered through the towering buildings of Tokyo, casting long shadows as it illuminated the massive shopping center. You stood there, holding onto Nemuri's leg, your eyes wide in awe as you took in the grandeur. Everything felt so bigger than anything you could have imagined. The entire building was several stories high and almost entirely made of glass, allowing you to see the crowds of people inside. Neon lights and digital screens adorned the surroundings, displaying a flurry of advertisements and videos. Nemuri glanced down at you, chuckling softly at your reaction. She bent down and playfully tapped your nose, smiling. She asked if it was your first time there while fixing your hair, which was tousled by the wind. You nodded, still too entranced by the bustling city around you to say much. With a gleam of excitement in her eyes, she declared that they would make the day worthwhile and effortlessly picked you up, securing you on her hip. As you stepped through the doors, a wave of colors, lights, and the lively chatter of people enveloped you. Dozens of shops and stalls lined the space, each selling various trinkets and oddities. The atmosphere was fast-paced and overwhelming, with people bustling in and out of pop-up stores. Nemuri wasted no time, hopping from one store to the next and pulling you along for the ride. She made you try on outfit after outfit, each one more frilly and pink than the last, gushing about how cute you looked. Her enthusiasm seemed boundless, even as yours began to wane. The constant changing and posing was starting to wear you out. Your legs began to tire as you chased her around the store. You tugged on her sleeve, rubbing your eyes. She turned around, noticing your worn-out expression, and offered you a sympathetic smile. She promised it would be just one more shop. You sighed but nodded, trusting her. Reluctantly, you followed her into the last store, which was even more overwhelming than the others combined. It was packed with kids of all ages running around, their laughter ringing through the air as their parents browsed through countless racks of clothes. You clung tightly to Nemuri's leg, not wanting to get lost in the chaos. Nemuri, however, was in her element. She dove into the clothing racks, pulling out dress after dress and skirt after skirt. In the midst of her search, a group of moms approached her, all smiles and friendly chatter. One of them noticed you peeking out from behind Nemuri's leg and knelt down to your level, asking if you were her daughter. Nemuri beamed with pride, affirming that you were indeed the cutest. The other moms immediately began showering you with compliments, making you blush a little. You shifted uncomfortably, not used to so much attention. But Nemuri kept the conversation going, proudly introducing you as her daughter. Your attention began to wander due to the continuous chatter, and your eyes soon landed on a corner of the store filled with toys and stuffed animals. Your eyes lit up at the sight, and you tugged on Nemuri's leg, pointing towards the colorful display. You asked if you could go look over there. The moms around you cooed at your politeness, making you blush even more. Nemuri smiled down at you and nodded, reminding you to be careful and come right back if anything happened. You eagerly promised her before darting off towards the toys. The shelves were packed with plushies, dolls, and all sorts of fun little trinkets. You wandered around, fascinated by everything you saw, when suddenly, distracted by the plushies, you accidentally bumped into someone. Rubbing your forehead, you looked up to meet the gaze of a boy around your age, who glared at you with an annoyed expression. His spiky blonde hair and fierce red eyes caught your attention first. He snapped at you to watch where you were going. Before you could respond, a woman hurried into the aisle, grabbing the boy by the shoulder and scolding him to be nice to you. She turned her attention to you, asking if you were okay. You nodded, but before you could say anything, the boy grumbled that you weren't pretty. Irritation bubbled up inside you, and you shot back that he was ugly too, suggesting that you could be ugly together. The boy's mother burst out laughing, ruffling your hair and commenting on your spunk. The boy squirmed in her grasp, trying to escape. He declared that you would regret your words when he became the #1 hero. You crossed your arms and raised an eyebrow, retorting that #1 heroes weren't mean. The boy's scowl deepened, and he challenged you, questioning what you knew about heroes. You confidently replied that you knew a lot, mentioning that your dads and aunt were. He called you a liar and puffed out his chest, insisting that you remember his name because he was going to be famous. You tilted your head, pretending to be confused, and playfully mispronounced his name. You could see the vein in his forehead twitch as he stomped his foot, insisting that it was Bakugo Katsuki. You looked at Katsuki, barely holding back laughter as you pointed out how red and puffy he appeared. He seemed ready to explode, his fists clenched tightly, and he retaliated by pointing at a stuffed frog, trying to insult you. Instead of feeling offended, you picked up the plushie and smiled, embracing it close to your chest. Katsuki looked like he was about to shout, but before he could say anything else, you turned and walked away to join Nemuri. You tugged on her leg, holding up the frog. You asked if you could get it, and Nemuri smiled down at you, nodding in agreement. She and the other moms were holding a large stack of clothes, and you tilted your head in confusion, wondering what it was all for. They exchanged mischievous smiles, and before you knew it, you were being pulled into the changing room, modeling outfit after outfit. After what felt like an eternity, Nomiuri approached the cash register, arms filled with clothes. The teenage cashier looked at the pile and then at her, letting out a sigh as he began to ring everything up. The total was astonishing, but Nomiuri paid it without a hint of hesitation, leaving you in awe. You couldn't help but wonder how heroes earned so much money as you walked alongside her. Just before leaving the store, a group of moms rushed over to Nomiuri, inviting her to join their Facebook moms group. With an excited nod, she agreed, and they chatted happily while you gazed out the store window, clutching your new frog plushie and reflecting on the day's events. You thought about Katsuki Bakugo and how you could be a better hero than him. Aizawa stood at the entrance of his apartment, arms crossed, watching as Nomiuri struggled to drag a mountain of shopping bags through the door. She huffed, her face flushed from the effort. Aizawa remarked that he had only asked her to get clothes, not to buy out the entire department store, though a hint of amusement played at the corners of his lips. Nomiuri shot him a glare, still tugging on the handles. She insisted that it wasn't her fault, you were too cute and looked good in everything. A moment later, Yamada appeared in the hallway, eyes wide at the sight of the bags. He walked over, exclaiming about the apparent sale. Nomiuri groaned, wishing there had been a sale, and with one last tug, she fell back onto the floor as the bags finally cleared the doorway. Yamada chuckled, but Nomiuri narrowed her eyes at him, dusting herself off as she stood. She warned him to stop laughing, or she would get her whip. Yamada quickly straightened up, nervously chuckling as he darted behind Aizawa, pleading for a truce. Aizawa shot him a sidelong glance, unfazed by the antics. Nomiuri rolled her eyes and turned her attention to you, who was quietly observing the scene, your wide eyes darting between the adults. Yamada smiled at you, commenting that Nomiuri had missed a few things in her shopping spree and that he would have gotten more. Nomiuri playfully nudged Yamada, while Aizawa, not amused, gave him a light whack on the back of the head, earning a small yelp. He told them to stop encouraging her, and Yamada rubbed his head, grinning sheepishly. Nomiuri laughed softly. Aizawa then instructed everyone to grab a bag, and they began lugging the bags toward your room. You, eager to help, tried pushing the last bag from behind, though it barely budged. The adults chuckled softly at your determination, and together they managed to get everything inside your room. The bags were dumped onto the floor, revealing a burst of colorful clothes, sparkly shoes, and cute accessories that made your small room look like a mini fashion store. You sat on your bed, legs crossed, watching them with wide eyes as they chatted and began unpacking the massive haul. It felt surreal, the way they joked with each other and made you feel included. It was warm and different from anything you had ever experienced. Nomiuri held up a frilly dress, cooing about how adorable you would look in it. Yamada playfully countered that it was too frilly and suggested a tiny leather jacket with numerous zippers instead. Aizawa sighed at their banter, folding up a pair of pajamas and reminding them that you needed practical clothes, not a runway wardrobe. Nomiuri teased that you could be both. You watched the playful exchange with a small smile. It was strange, but more than strange, it was nice. You weren't used to this kind of happiness, and for the first time in a long while, you felt like you belonged. In the kitchen, Nomiuri stood with an apron wrapped around her waist, glancing down at you with a wide smile. She announced that it was time to cook, grabbing some noodles from the pantry. You stood on a stool beside her, eyes wide and focused, eager to help. As she explained how to cook the noodles, you listened carefully, doing your best to follow her instructions. When you dropped the noodles into the pot of boiling water, Nomiuri praised you for your effort, noting that you were already better than the boys who didn't know how to cook. You giggled as you stirred the noodles, stealing a glance at Aizawa and Yamada, who were lounging in the living room. Nomiuri snickered beside you, clearly enjoying your inside joke. With her guidance, you carefully drained the noodles, making sure not to burn yourself. She clapped her hands and smiled, praising your skills. You beamed with pride as Nomiuri began plating everything. The delicious aroma of the ʞsomen noodles filled the room, making your stomach growl a little. Just as she finished, Nomiuri's playful grin returned. Without warning, she playfully nudged Yamada on the back of his head, announcing that dinner was ready. Yamada yelped, rubbing the back of his head, but he remained silent, knowing better than to talk back to Nemuri's teasing. Instead, he groaned and stood up, pulling Aizawa off the couch with him. They both shuffled over to the kotatsu, sitting down as you followed with Nemuri behind you. She placed the plates in front of everyone, and soon you were all gathered around the kotatsu, enjoying the meal together. Nemuri stretched her arms above her head, letting out a satisfied sigh. After a long day of shopping, ⴬ᴉ was just what she needed. She cracked her neck and twisted her arm, trying to relax her muscles. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, commenting on her lack of effort in her work compared to her shopping. Nemuri smirked, her voice dropping into a playful tone, assuring him that she put effort into other areas of her life. Yamada's eyes widened in surprise and he yelped, dropping his chopsticks as he quickly covered your ears. He looked at Nemuri with a mixture of panic and disbelief. Nemuri burst out laughing, while Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. You blinked, unsure why Yamada was so dramatic about it. Dinner continued, the atmosphere light and filled with laughter. Nemuri casually brought up something new, mentioning that she had been invited to a Facebook moms group while shopping with you. Aizawa and Yamada froze, their expressions shifting to shock. Aizawa cleared his throat, looking slightly concerned, while Yamada stared at her wide-eyed, glancing down at her stomach before looking back at her face. Confused by their reaction, Nemuri blinked. Suddenly, Yamada's face went pale as he blurted out that he thought she was ⴬ᴗ. Your eyes widened in shock, and the noodles you were about to eat slipped off your chopsticks and back into the bowl. You turned to look at Nemuri, who was now looking down at her stomach as well. Nemuri shrieked, grabbing the nearest slipper and tossing it at Yamada's head, exclaiming that he was mistaken and needed to let her explain. Aizawa sighed in relief, while Yamada flinched, laughing nervously as he dodged the flying slipper. He admitted that she had scared him for a moment. Nemuri rolled her eyes, exasperated, explaining that the Facebook moms had added her to a group chat because they thought you were her daughter. Yamada finally understood, nodding along. You slurped your noodles, still processing what had just happened, but the conversation had already moved on. Just as you were finishing the last bit of ⴬ᴉ, a small bang echoed from the front door. The sound wasn't loud, but it was enough to make everyone pause. You glanced around the table, spoon still halfway to your mouth. Yamada was the first to break the silence, asking if anyone else had heard that noise. Aizawa shrugged, continuing to eat, suggesting it was probably just the wind. Everyone seemed to agree, and after a moment of silence, the conversation resumed. But just as the noise faded into the background, another bang came, louder this time. Again, everyone stopped, tension building as you stared at the door. When nothing happened, you all resumed eating, creating a rhythm of bang, pause, eat, until Aizawa finally had enough. He grumbled, standing up and heading to the door, with Yamada following closely behind, peeking over Aizawa's shoulder. Yamada asked who it was, his voice a bit shaky. Aizawa squinted through the peephole and replied that there was no one there, his tone laced with annoyance. Before either of them could move, a voice came from behind the door, startling everyone. The voice demanded that they open the door, followed by a maniacal laugh. Yamada shivered, stepping back dramatically, declaring that it had to be a pervert wanting to take pictures of him. Aizawa sighed, rolling his eyes, as he unlocked the door and opened it. Both of them looked down to see Nizu, the small creature looking up at Aizawa with a calm expression before turning his sharp eyes on Yamada. Nizu commented on Yamada's earlier remark with a slightly crazed smile. Yamada gasped, quickly bowing in apology, explaining that he had some past encounters that had left him traumatized. Aizawa cut him off with a deadpan expression, rolling his eyes as he stepped aside to let Nizu in. Nizu padded his way into the apartment, his tiny feet barely making a sound as Aizawa and Yamada followed behind. Aizawa asked what brought Nizu there, and he casually mentioned hearing the news about the adoption. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he turned to glare at Yamada, who immediately raised his hands in defense, insisting it wasn't him this time. As they entered the living room, you sat on the couch with Nemuri, your legs dangling and swinging back and forth. You blinked in confusion as the three of them approached. Nizu looked over at you and smiled, greeting you. Your eyes went wide as you glanced around the room, searching for the source of the voice, whispering in surprise. Nomiuri snorted, holding back her laughter, and told you to look down. Slowly, you tilted your head, your eyes landing on the tiny creature standing at the edge of the living room. Your jaw dropped in disbelief, and you asked what that was, looking up at Nomiuri, completely baffled. Nomiuri waved her hand dismissively, telling you not to ask her. Still confused, you turned to Yamada, who seized the opportunity to regain some brownie points after his earlier slip-up. He stood up straight and proudly proclaimed that the creature was his boss. You stared at him, your expression morphing into one of pity. Your head tilted slightly, and your voice came out soft and concerned as you asked if things were really that rough for him that he had to work for animals. Nomiuri burst out laughing, slapping her knee as she struggled to catch her breath. Even Aizawa, usually so stoic, had to turn his head away as he laughed into his hand, his shoulders shaking with amusement. Yamada's face turned bright red as he tried to explain himself, waving his arms around in a flustered attempt to save face. The more he fumbled, the more everyone laughed. He insisted that it wasn't just him. Aizawa was also involved in the conversation. Eventually, after Nomiuri wiped the tears from her eyes and Aizawa managed to compose himself, everyone settled down around the couch, with Nizu climbing up into a chair across from you. The laughter faded, replaced by a more serious atmosphere. You shifted uncomfortably, feeling the sharp contrast as everyone looked towards you. You sat confused until Nizu cleared his throat and began speaking in a professional tone. Now then, let's get started. Nizu's beady eyes glinted with curiosity as he leaned forward in his chair, turning to Aizawa. He asked about your quirk, cutting straight to the point. The question hung in the air for a moment, making the room fall into a tense silence. You glanced up at Aizawa, wondering what he would say. Aizawa crossed his arms, his brows furrowing as he admitted he wasn't sure if you had developed a quirk yet. The atmosphere felt heavy, and you could sense the weight of the conversation resting on you. Everyone sat quietly, pondering the unknown. But Nomiuri wasn't one to let the mood stay serious for too long. She waved her hand dismissively and grinned, suggesting you were probably just a late bloomer and that there was no need to stress. She added that you were already perfect as you were. Yamada nodded enthusiastically, agreeing that kids these days took their time and that you were building up to something amazing. Nizu tapped his chin thoughtfully before looking back at Aizawa, suggesting it wouldn't hurt to have you checked out by a doctor to see if you had any unusual traits. Aizawa sighed but nodded, admitting he had planned to do that sooner or later. You remained quiet, unsure of what to make of the conversation. It felt strange hearing them talk about you about quirks, doctors, and things you didn't quite understand yet. Nizu then shifted the conversation, asking Aizawa about schooling and whether he had decided on a kindergarten for you. Aizawa hesitated, glancing in your direction. He admitted he was waiting, wanting you to adjust first before enrolling you somewhere. Nizu nodded in understanding and then turned his gaze to you, asking if you would like to go to school. For a moment, the room seemed to blur, and your head started to pound as a cold and dark memory brushed the edges of your mind. You blinked a few times, returning to the present. You nodded eagerly, pushing aside the strange memory and expressing your desire to go to school. Nizu smiled at your enthusiasm and glanced back at Aizawa, who seemed satisfied with your response. Yamada perked up, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as they discussed different options for your schooling. They eventually landed on a decision, mentioning a prestigious kindergarten called Shujin Academy. Aizawa nodded, satisfied, and said he would start preparing everything tomorrow. Nizu looked pleased with the decision, but then his expression shifted as he stood up and asked Aizawa if they could speak alone for a moment. Aizawa raised an eyebrow but ultimately followed Nizu out of the room, leaving a thick tension in the air. You glanced after them, feeling a little unsettled. Nomiuri's eyes narrowed suspiciously as she watched them leave. She nudged Yamada with her foot, poking his side and asking what he thought that was all about. Yamada shrugged, clueless. But before you could dwell on it, Yamada grinned and suddenly picked you up from under your arms, twirling you around in the air. You squealed in surprise, bursting into giggles as he asked if you were excited to go to school. You nodded, laughing, and after a few more twirls, Aizawa and Nizu returned to the living room. Nizu, ever polite, bid his goodbyes to everyone and gave you one last look, his eyes twinkling with something you couldn't quite place before he left. Aizawa stretched, letting out a deep sigh as he turned back to you. He said it was time to go to bed since you had a lot to do tomorrow. Nomiuri and Yamada groaned in unison, clearly not ready for the night to end. Aizawa shot them both a glare, suggesting they could leave if they wanted to stay awake outside. Immediately, Nomiuri and Yamada quieted down, mumbling under their breath as they got comfy on the extra futon and couch. Aizawa shook his head at them, clearly used to their antics, before walking over and scooping you up into his arms. You yawned, leaning into him as he carried you to your room. He set you down gently on the bed, tucking the blankets around you snugly. With a soft pat on your head, he stood up to leave, but not before flipping on the nightlight he had bought just for you. The soft, comforting glow filled the room as your eyes started to grow heavy. You watched Aizawa close the door quietly, your eyelids fluttering shut as the gentle hum of the nightlight lulled you to sleep. You blinked your eyes open to the soft sound of someone calling your name. Rubbing your eyes groggily, you saw Aizawa sitting on the edge of your bed, gently shaking you awake. He looked calm, his usual stern face softened by the early morning light filtering through the curtains. He greeted you with a comforting voice, saying it was time to get up. You yawned, stretching your arms above your head as Aizawa rubbed your back softly, a warmth you weren't used to, like this was your own little family. You blinked a few times, trying to wake yourself fully, and looked at him curiously, asking what you would be doing that day. He informed you that you would be picking out your school uniform, which made you sit up straighter, your excitement bubbling over as you fired off questions one after the other. Aizawa smirked as he ruffled your bedhead, encouraging you to take it easy. He effortlessly picked you up and carried you to the bathroom, where he set you down on a little stool he had gotten just for you, allowing you to reach the sink. You noticed a new pink toothbrush with a cat face next to his blue one, along with strawberry-flavored toothpaste just for you. With a thankful smile, you watched as Aizawa applied toothpaste to his brush. He nodded at you in acknowledgement, and you grabbed your own toothbrush, brushing your teeth alongside him. After finishing, Aizawa lifted you off the stool, and the two of you made your way into the living room. Upon entering, you both froze at the sight before you. Nomiuri was hanging upside down off the couch, drool dripping from her mouth, while Yamada lay sprawled out like a starfish on the futon. You looked up at Aizawa, noticing the disgusted expression on his face as he observed the chaotic scene. Tugging at his pant leg, you made him look down at you, and his expression softened instantly. He crouched down to your level, asking what was wrong. You pointed toward the messy duo, asking if they were homeless. Aizawa stifled a laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching. He seized the moment to leave a lasting impression on you, nodding solemnly and saying they were indeed less fortunate, as a dedicated hero always helps those in need. You looked at them and then back at Aizawa, your little face filled with understanding. You suggested selling some of the clothes Nomiuri had bought you to help them. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly, and he quickly shook his head, insisting they liked being poor and to not look at them. You nodded, satisfied with his explanation, and he ushered you into the kitchen before the others could wake up, a small smirk tugging at his lips as he glanced back at their snoring forms. He was determined to be the only role model in your life. You sat on the counter, your feet swinging back and forth as you watched Aizawa mix the pancake batter. The sound of the whisk hitting the bowl and the quiet hum of the kitchen made the morning feel peaceful, a sense of warmth settling in the small space. Every now and then, Aizawa glanced at you, amusement in his eyes as you watched him work. He walked over to the fridge, grabbed something, and handed it to you without a word. You took the item, curious about the bright pink packaging with an animated cow printed on the front. You asked what it was, tilting your head. Aizawa looked up from the pancake batter and told you it was strawberry milk. Your eyes widened in excitement, revealing you had never had strawberry milk before. Aizawa paused, spoon midair, and for a moment his usual unreadable expression faltered, replaced by a hint of something sadder. Without a word, he walked back to you, took the carton, and pushed the straw into the box. He quietly handed it back, saying you could have as many as you wanted if you liked it. Surprised, you blinked up at him and asked if he meant it. He nodded, patting your head softly before returning to the stove. You stared at his back, feeling warmth in your chest. There was something about his words that made you feel cared for, more than you had ever expected. Taking a small sip from the straw, the flavor hit your tongue, tasting like the sweetest thing on earth, not just because of the milk, but because of the memory you were creating right now. As you continued sipping your milk, Aizawa juggled cooking eggs, sausages, and pancakes in his usual calm manner. He glanced over at you, giving you the simple task of toasting the bread, which you did happily while sitting on the counter. Time passed quietly as you both worked together to make breakfast. Soon, everything was ready, and Aizawa began setting the table, placing all the plates around the kotatsu. After putting down the last plate, he scooped you up from the counter and set you down at the table. You looked across the room at Nemuri and Yamada, who were still fast asleep in their awkward positions. Aizawa grumbled as he walked over to them, kicking both of them lightly and pulling away the blankets and pillows. He commanded them to wake up in a low, firm voice. Yamada yelped, rubbing his side as he sat up groggily, while Nemuri rolled off the couch with a soft thud. They both mumbled about rude awakenings as they eventually got up, stretching before shuffling toward the table to join you and Aizawa. As everyone sat down, Aizawa crossed his arms and looked at them with a serious expression. He stated he hoped they would finally return to their homes today, as he was done babysitting them. Yamada feigned hurt, claiming Aizawa had been babysitting him his whole life and that a few more weeks wouldn't hurt. Aizawa glared at him, expressing regret every time Yamada made such comments. Nemuri and Yamada burst out laughing, unfazed by Aizawa's bluntness. But before they could continue their playful banter, you spoke up, your voice filled with urgency, pleading for them not to be sent back. Both Yamada and Nemuri turned toward you, their eyes softening with affection, clearly touched by your words. They exchanged proud looks, thinking you wanted them to stay. Yamada dramatically clutched his chest, expressing how much it meant to him that you cared. But you continued, explaining that the streets were cold and there weren't many places for homeless people to go. Nemuri and Yamada froze, their chopsticks suspended mid-air. Yamada turned sharply to Aizawa, his mouth hanging open in shock, while Nemuri glared at him, demanding an explanation. Nemuri asked Aizawa what he had been telling you. Aizawa remained unfazed, casually eating his breakfast without looking up, dismissing their concerns. They'll be fine. You nodded, trusting Aizawa's words, and returned to your breakfast while Yamada and Nemuri exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment of stunned silence, they both sighed, deciding to let it go, not wanting to provoke him. However, Yamada shot a glare at the man beside him, vowing to get his revenge one day. You crouched down, carefully fastening your jelly platform shoes. The pink straps gleamed in the morning light, and you gave them a quick once-over before standing up. Aizawa waited by the door, arms folded with a hint of impatience. Once you finished adjusting your outfit, you ran over to him, grabbing his hand tightly. His fingers closed around yours in a comforting grip. He asked if you were ready to go, his voice steady but warm. You chirped an enthusiastic, "Yep," as he opened the door for you. The fresh air greeted you both as you stepped outside, the city's bustling energy welcoming you. After a bit of walking, you arrived at a massive marketplace filled with colorful stalls and bustling crowds. Aizawa led you to a blue shop packed with various uniforms. As you entered, an elderly lady at the counter looked up with a welcoming smile. She greeted you both warmly, asking if you were there to get clothes for the new school year. Aizawa nodded and approached the counter to speak with her while you stayed back, looking around in wonder. The shop was a sea of colors, with uniforms of all shapes and sizes neatly arranged. As you wandered into an aisle crammed with uniforms, you felt a gentle tap on your shoulder. Turning around, you saw a boy with striking white and red hair. You greeted him with a smile, and he responded in a friendly yet reserved tone. An awkward silence settled between you until he mentioned that you were in his way. You quickly moved aside, and he asked what school you were going to. When you excitedly replied, "Shujin Academy," his eyes widened in surprise. He revealed he was going there too, and you beamed at him, hoping you would be in the same class. The boy nodded enthusiastically, grabbing your hand and leading you around the aisles. He helped you find the right uniform and size, as well as telling you what type of shoes to buy. While looking over the options, you glanced at his unique hair and complimented him, saying you thought it was cool. He stiffened momentarily but then relaxed, giving you a shy smile in response. Just then, a tall figure loomed behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Startled, you looked up to see a stern-looking man with a powerful presence. He addressed the boy as Shoto and asked who you were. Shoto sighed and explained that you were going to the same school as him. The man scrutinized you with a sharp, assessing gaze and remarked that Shujin Academy was for young prodigies, implying you didn't fit that description. You felt a lump in your throat as his harsh stare made your eyes sting. Before you could react further, you were lifted off the ground by Aizawa, who held you tightly while glaring at the man, now known as Endeavor. Aizawa confronted him, questioning his behavior towards the youth. Endeavor's gaze sharpened, and he acknowledged Aizawa, revealing he didn't know he had a daughter. Aizawa's expression remained cold as he clarified that you were not that close. Endeavor grumbled and called for Shoto, who threw one last glance at you before following his father out of the shop. Aizawa looked down at you, concern evident in his eyes. You nodded, though your eyes sparkled with admiration, telling him he was so cool. Aizawa's stern demeanor softened slightly as he turned away, and you noticed a subtle movement of his hand, as if he was wiping something away. He quietly acknowledged your compliment, then suggested getting your uniform before showing Endeavor's kid who was boss. After a successful trip to the marketplace, you and Aizawa arrived home, both laden with shopping bags. Inside were your new school uniform, shiny school shoes, and a fresh backpack, all neatly packed and ready for the big day. Aizawa carried the bags to your room and set them down gently. As you tore open the bags with excitement, you could barely contain your enthusiasm. You pulled out the uniform, shoes, and bag, each item sparking a new wave of excitement. You exclaimed how excited you were to go to school, bouncing up and down in place. Aizawa chuckled softly and affectionately ruffled your hair, imagining your excitement. The rest of the day seemed to drag on interminably. You and Aizawa settled in to watch TV together, but your thoughts kept drifting back to school. You wished the hours would fly by so you could start your new adventure. When the time finally came to get ready for bed, Aizawa scooped you up and carried you to your room. He gently tucked you in, ensuring you were snug and comfortable. He reminded you to get a good night's rest, knowing you were excited but needed sleep to have enough energy for tomorrow. You nodded sleepily, closing your eyes as Aizawa gave you a final reassuring pat on the head. He left the room, closing the door behind him, but not before turning on the nightlight he had bought for you. As soon as you heard the door click shut, you peeked one eye open, making sure the coast was clear. With a soft sigh, you looked out the window, your mind buzzing with thoughts of the upcoming school day. The night seemed to stretch on endlessly, but despite your best efforts to stay awake, your excitement slowly gave way to sleep. Soon enough, your eyelids grew heavy, and the anticipation of tomorrow's adventures carried you into a peaceful slumber. You were still deep in sleep when the soft sound of voices stirred you from your dreams. Eyes closed and half awake, you could make out who was speaking. Aizawa's voice grumbled with mild irritation, questioning how they had gotten into his house. Both Namuri and Yamada expertly dodged his question while they continued trying to wake you up gently. You felt their presence around your bed, a soft rustling of the sheets as they crowded around you. Yamada's energetic voice filled the room, urging you to wake up for the special day ahead. You cracked your eyes open, squinting at the blurry figures of Namuri and Yamada, both beaming down at you. Namuri clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she leaned in closer, expressing her enthusiasm for the day. Aizawa sighed, clearly resigned to his two loud friends invading the morning. He stepped forward and helped you sit up, his gentle touch grounding you in the moment. He encouraged you to get ready, reminding you that it was your first day and they couldn't afford to be late. You nodded, still a little groggy, and slowly got out of bed, stretching. Namuri wasted no time, squealing with excitement as she grabbed your hand and pulled you toward the bathroom, eager to help you pick out your outfit. Aizawa called after her, reminding her that you would be wearing a uniform anyway. 30 minutes passed, feeling like an eternity for Aizawa and Yamada. They sat bored on the floor, Yamada tossing a ball at the wall and catching it repeatedly. Aizawa checked his watch, his patience wearing thin. Finally, the bathroom door swung open, and Namuri stepped out with a big smile, guiding you into the room. She made a grand gesture as you stood beside her, dressed neatly in your school uniform. Your hair was perfectly styled into a cute bun, with a few delicate strands framing your face. Your shoes were shiny and clean, and your uniform looked impeccable. You twirled shyly in front of Aizawa, holding onto the hem of your skirt, your eyes sparkling with excitement. Aizawa stood up, brushing off his pants as he gave you a once-over, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He approved of your appearance, nodding with satisfaction. Yamada jumped in with his usual loud voice, exclaiming that you looked like a princess, while Namuri corrected him, stating that you looked like a queen. Aizawa, always the calm one amidst the chaos, gently took your hand and asked if you were ready. You nodded, feeling a flutter of excitement in your chest. With Namuri and Yamada cheering you on, and Aizawa by your side, you felt prepared to face your first day of school. You stood just outside the school gates, gripping the straps of your backpack as you looked up at the towering building in front of you. The sound of children chatting and parents talking softly filled the air, except for Yamada, who was crouched in front of you, hugging you tightly as though you were about to disappear. His exaggerated wails made you wince with embarrassment as he expressed how much he would miss you. Aizawa stood off to the side, one hand massaging his temple while the other was shoved in his pocket. He looked both tired and embarrassed by Yamada's antics, but he said nothing, letting it happen for now. Namuri, equally emotional but more in control, finally pushed Yamada aside and pulled you into her own hug, expressing how much she would miss you as well. Her words came out in a rush, and you felt overwhelmed by the affection. You glanced around, your cheeks burning as you noticed other students and their parents walking into the school, throwing curious glances at the chaotic scene. Aizawa had seen enough and stepped forward, cutting through the emotional outbursts. He gently reminded them that you were going to. Namuri reluctantly let go, stepping back with teary eyes as Yamada wiped his own dramatically. They both stood there, looking like proud but overly emotional parents, while you tried your best to stay composed. You smiled up at them, your eyes bright and full of excitement. Aizawa crouched down slightly to meet your gaze, asking if you had everything you needed. You nodded eagerly, feeling ready for the day ahead. With one last wave, you turned and walked toward the entrance, feeling a mixture of nerves and excitement bubbling inside you. You clutched your bag straps, still hearing Namuri and Yamada cheering you on from behind, though their voices became softer as you entered the building. Your first day of school had officially begun. YN stood outside the classroom door, her small hand hovering over the handle as she took a deep breath. This was at her first day of school. After a moment of hesitation, she finally slid the door open and stepped inside. The classroom was almost completely empty, save for a few students scattered here and there, their heads down as they worked on something. She blinked in confusion, wondering if she was early. Glancing at the clock, she realized she had no idea how to read it. Trying to act normal, she kept her eyes on the floor, carefully walking to the back of the classroom to avoid tripping. She slid into the nearest seat and gazed out the window, trying to calm the nervous energy bubbling inside her. That's when something caught her attention, a familiar sight of red and white hair. Was that Shoto? She thought, eyes widening. He had mentioned going to the same school, but she didn't expect to see him so soon. Excited, YN hopped off her chair and walked over to him. Shoto was sitting by the window, his body turned slightly away from her as he stared outside, his back straight but relaxed. His two-toned hair fell just past his ears, the red side catching the light while the white contrasted against his uniform. He sat with his arms crossed, his face calm and composed, though there was an unmistakable air of solitude around him. It seemed like he was lost in thought, his gaze distant as he watched the world outside. She hesitated for a moment, then softly tapped him on the shoulder. Shoto turned his head, his eyes widening in recognition. His sharp, heterochromatic eyes, one a soft blue, the other a striking gray, lit up slightly when he saw her. YN smiled brightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. YN felt a rush of excitement as she realized they were in the same class. Shoto blinked, surprised but pleased, and quietly expressed his happiness with a small smile. A heavy silence settled between them, both unsure of what to say next, as they were new to making friends. YN cleared her throat, her cheeks warming slightly as she attempted to break the quiet. She mentioned watching a show called Pokemon that morning. Shoto tilted his head, looking genuinely confused, and asked if it was a news channel he hadn't heard of before. YN froze, scrambling for a response. She forced a smile and nodded enthusiastically, her heart sinking as she realized her mistake. Shoto gave a slow nod, clearly unsure of what to say, but he didn't dwell on it. YN, however, felt mortified and quickly returned to her seat, her face burning with embarrassment. She opened her notebook, pretending to be busy while sneaking glances at Shoto, who was still staring at her with an unreadable expression. Panic set in as she thought about how childish she sounded, wishing to act more grown-up. She focused on her book, gripping her Pokemon pencil tightly. Thankfully, more kids began to fill the classroom, their chatter providing a welcome distraction from her earlier awkwardness. As she waited for the homeroom teacher, YN kept her gaze on her desk, hoping the moment would pass. Still, the warmth of Shoto's gaze lingered, making her heart race with embarrassment. The classroom door opened, and their homeroom teacher entered. She was a young woman in her late 20s, with shoulder-length black hair tied into a ponytail. Dressed in a bright yellow cardigan over a white blouse, she exuded warmth and approachability. Her round glasses and soft smile made her seem even friendlier. She greeted the class cheerfully, introducing herself as Sensei Tanaka and expressing her excitement to see everyone bright and early that morning. YN felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Tanaka-sensei seemed nice, easing some of her nervousness. Sensei Tanaka continued with the usual start-of-the-year speech, sharing her enthusiasm for getting to know the students and emphasizing the importance of school. YN nodded along, smiling as she envisioned the exciting new adventure awaiting her at Shujin Academy. Tanaka-sensei then suggested they break the ice by gathering around the carpet at the back of the room to sit in a circle and get to know each other. YN hopped out of her chair and walked toward the carpet, noticing that Shoto was following closely behind her. Every time she turned slightly, he mirrored her movements. Though it felt a bit odd, she decided not to dwell on it, focusing instead on preparing a good answer for her turn. Once seated on the carpet, YN was surprised when Shoto plopped down right next to her, staring intently at her face. She tried to ignore the warmth of his gaze, but it was difficult. Thankfully, Shoto soon shifted his attention back to Sensei Tanaka, who sat at the front of the circle explaining the task. Tanaka-sensei announced that they would go around the circle, introducing themselves by saying their name and favorite thing. One by one, the kids shared their interests. Some loved playing soccer, others talked about their favorite animals, and a few mentioned video games. YN was only half listening, still acutely aware of Shoto sitting so close. Finally, it was Shoto's turn. He stood slightly before sitting back down, and with his usual quiet confidence, he introduced himself. When asked about his favorite thing, he hesitated for a moment before saying it was his mom. The teacher and students responded with a chorus of "ah" at his sweet answer, and Sensei Tanaka giggled, calling it cute. Suddenly, Shoto turned to YN, his eyes wide and expectant, clearly proud of his response. YN stared back, forcing a smile while feeling confused about his intense gaze. Next, it was YN's turn. She stood up, her heart racing, and introduced herself, sharing her favorite thing was Pokemon. Instantly, several kids perked up, excitedly discussing their favorite Pokemon and games. Shoto, however, watched the interaction with confusion. Once the noise settled and the teacher tried to regain attention, Shoto leaned over and whispered to YN that he didn't know how popular that news channel was and that he needed to ask his father about it. YN froze, the image of Endeavor's stern face flashing in her mind. Panic surged through her as she remembered how intimidating he had been at the store. She feared that Shoto would tell his dad about her lie, and dread filled her thoughts. What if Endeavor came to school and confronted her? What if he told Aizawa, leaving them both disappointed? Her heart raced as she glanced nervously at Shoto, who was still staring at her, waiting for her to clarify the mystery of the Pokemon news channel. She opened her mouth to confess but was interrupted when Sensei Tanaka called on the next student, forcing YN to remain silent. Now she sat in the circle, sweating nervously while Shoto continued to stare, completely unaware of the panic he had caused. As class finally ended, YN was putting away her crayons when she felt a sudden presence looming over her desk. She looked up to see a girl standing there, arms tightly crossed over her chest, her eyes narrowed and her mouth set in a thin line. The girl had sharp brown eyes, framed by straight, shoulder-length black hair with a crimson streak running through the front, giving her a slightly intimidating yet cool appearance. Her posture exuded confidence, but her cheeks were tinged with the faintest bit of pink, hinting at a touch of shyness. Fujiwara Haruko introduced herself with a firm tone that demanded attention. YN blinked, feeling a bit confused but nodded along anyway, unsure of where this conversation was going. Haruko continued, mentioning that she had heard YN liked Pokemon. YN opened her mouth to reply but was cut off as Haruko stated that since YN liked Pokemon, they had to be friends. Haruko explained that her mom said friends should have similar favorite things, so that meant they were friends. YN sat there, frozen for a moment, a blank smile on her face, unsure how to respond to Haruko's unusual way of making friends. The silence stretched on until Haruko, clearly growing impatient, leaned in closer and asked if YN was her friend or not. YN stammered that they could be friends, and at that, Haruko's expression softened slightly, though she quickly turned her head to the side, trying to act nonchalant, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Haruko slowly reached into her pocket and placed something on YN's desk, a keychain of an Eevee. The little Pokemon's fluffy tail and bright eyes gleamed under the classroom lights, and YN immediately recognized it, her eyes lighting up in excitement. She expressed her gratitude, admiring the keychain. Haruko, trying to act indifferent, held up her own keychain. It was an evolved form of Eevee, a Flareon with fiery red fur. She muttered defensively that she was giving it to YN because her mom said she had to give it to her friend, insisting it was no big deal. YN smiled warmly at her, feeling touched despite Haruko's tough exterior. Just as YN was admiring her new keychain, she sensed someone approaching. She turned her head slowly and saw Shoto walking over, his face a mix of betrayal and confusion. He stopped right in front of her desk, staring down at her with wide eyes that looked utterly shattered. He quietly expressed his hurt, mentioning that he thought YN had said Pokemon was a news channel. YN's heart sank as she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She hadn't meant to lie, but now he seemed genuinely upset. She tried to explain herself, but before she could finish, Haruko jumped in, arms crossed and tone sharp, telling Shoto to stop looking at YN like that, insisting she was her friend, not his. Shoto's face fell further at Haruko's words, and he looked between YN and Haruko, trying to figure out where he belonged. His eyes glistened with emotion, and without another word, he turned and ran out of the classroom, his footsteps echoing down the hall. YN watched him go, guilt eating away at her as she slumped in her seat. She wanted to chase after him, to explain everything, but Haruko stood beside her, completely unbothered. Haruko muttered dismissively that it didn't matter about him, as they were the ones with the same favorite thing, and that was what mattered. But YN couldn't shake the feeling of guilt, her mind stuck on Shoto's devastated expression. As the final bell rang, YN slowly packed her things, still preoccupied with what had happened earlier with Shoto. Guilt gnawed at her chest as she thought about the betrayed look on his face when Haruko confronted him. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had messed up somehow. When she stepped outside, she immediately spotted Yamada and Aizawa standing by the school gates, waiting for her. Yamada waved at her with his usual energy, while Aizawa stood beside him with his arms crossed, looking calm as ever. As YN trudged toward them, Yamada's smile faltered, and Aizawa's sharp eyes zeroed in on her. They noticed her drooping shoulders and the frown tugging at the corners of her lips. Aizawa crouched down to ruffle her hair, his voice calm but laced with concern, asking what was bothering her. YN glanced up at him and quickly looked away, trying to force a smile as she mumbled that nothing was wrong, but even she could hear how unconvincing it sounded. Yamada exchanged a glance with Aizawa, both clearly not buying it. This morning, YN had been so excited, practically bouncing on her way to school, but now her mood had shifted completely. Still, they decided not to press her any further for now, at least. Instead, Yamada grinned and lifted her onto his shoulders, suggesting they go to the park. Aizawa nodded, agreeing that the park sounded like a good idea. YN felt a little lighter as she sat on Yamada's shoulders, gripping his untamed hair for balance. They were trying hard to make her feel better, and she appreciated it, even if her heart still felt heavy. She admitted softly that the park sounded nice, a small smile tugging at her lips. Yamada exclaimed with enthusiasm as he marched ahead, bouncing slightly with each step, while Aizawa followed behind, his calm presence reassuring. YN leaned forward a bit, resting her chin on Yamada's head, trying to push thoughts of Shoto and Haruko to the back of her mind as she focused on the moment. Maybe the park would help her forget at least for a little while. The sun beamed down warmly as they arrived at the park, its light illuminating the sprawling green space. The park was a mix of bright, colorful playground equipment and open fields. A small pond glimmered in the distance, and the air was filled with the sounds of laughter and children running around. YN spotted a large climbing frame ahead, one of the main attractions, with ropes, a rock wall, and a twisty slide at the top. She turned toward Aizawa and Yamada, eyes wide with excitement, asking if she could go play on it. Aizawa nodded, his usual calm expression softening. He advised her to be careful, his voice gentle but firm. Before she could respond, Yamada interrupted with his trademark enthusiasm, encouraging her to have fun and giving a thumbs up. She smiled and nodded at both of them before taking off running toward the climbing frame, her feet kicking up dust behind her. As she approached the climbing wall, Aizawa and Yamada settled onto a nearby park bench. A woman sitting next to them cast a disapproving glance before scoffing and moving to another bench. Neither Aizawa nor Yamada seemed to notice, too focused on watching her play. Determined to conquer the mini rock climbing wall, she began her ascent. Halfway up, she heard a soft, trembling voice nearby. A harsher, more familiar voice cut through the air, commanding silence. She froze on the wall, her heart racing. Was that bullying? Remembering what had happened with Shoto earlier, a surge of determination filled her. She had to do something good to make up for it. With that thought in mind, she jumped off the climbing frame and followed the voices. Rounding the corner, she spotted 5 boys. One stood alone, looking miserable, while the others towered over him, ignoring his attempts to speak as they mocked him. She crossed her arms, her eyes locking onto the boy with green hair. Tears welled in his eyes, his face red with frustration and embarrassment. His head was bowed as the boys yelled at him. She walked over and gently tapped him on the back. The boy flinched before turning around, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing her. She smiled warmly, trying to ease his nerves, and introduced herself. He stammered out his name, his face growing even redder as he struggled to speak. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out to shake her hand, letting out a small yelp as he did. The sound caught the attention of the group of boys, who stomped over, looking annoyed. Her heart sank as she recognized one of the boys leading the group. Katsukuri, with his familiar spiky blonde hair and scowl, wore a simple t-shirt with a red explosion design and black shorts, looking as aggressive as ever. His eyes widened in recognition, and he jabbed a finger in her direction, shouting that she was the loser from the mall. She sighed, already tired of his antics, and greeted him with a deadpan response. The entire group froze, and she noticed the boy beside her stutter in surprise. Katsu's face turned an even deeper shade of red as he snarled, demanding to know what she had just called him. She rolled her eyes as he began ranting, tuning him out until he blurted something that caught her attention. He laughed, mocking the boy beside her, and she felt a pang of sympathy for him. One of Katsu's friends chimed in, teasing about introducing them to his loser girlfriend. The boy beside her squeaked out a flustered denial, but his voice was drowned out by laughter. Something inside her snapped. She couldn't stand seeing him like this. Without thinking, she grabbed his hand and declared that he was her boyfriend, challenging the boys and pointing out their inability to get a girlfriend. Everyone froze, laughter stopping abruptly, and she felt the boy's hand tremble in hers as his face turned an even brighter shade of red. Katsu's eye twitched, and he yelled at her for calling him by his first name, insisting he could get a girlfriend if he wanted to. She crossed her arms and stuck her tongue out at him, asserting that mean people didn't attract girls, and that was coming from a girl. Katsu's face twisted with fury, but before he could respond, she turned on her heel, still holding the boy's hand, and led him away. They settled under the climbing frame, sitting on the shaded grass beneath the sturdy wooden beams. She glanced at him, noticing he was still blushing furiously and fiddling with his fingers nervously. Concerned, she asked if he was okay. He gulped and looked up at her, then quickly averted his gaze back to his hands, stammering about whether she meant it when she called him her boyfriend. She blinked in surprise, misunderstanding his question, and smiled, affirming that she considered them friends. His eyes widened, and he looked at her with newfound determination, declaring he would be the best boyfriend, inspired by his mom's soap operas. She stared at him, a little baffled, but decided to go along with it, offering to help with her dad's crime dramas if he needed assistance. He looked slightly disturbed but quickly shook it off, nodding seriously. They sat under the climbing frame, both misunderstanding each other's definitions of boyfriend and friend, yet feeling lighter as they continued to talk. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, they walked hand in hand through the park, searching for their parents. Izuku had been strangely adamant about holding her hand, and though it felt a little odd, she didn't mind. After all, friends helped each other, right? Suddenly, a woman with green hair appeared in front of them, her hands clasped together as she let out a soft, adoring sound, bending down to their height. She blinked up at her, momentarily confused before recognizing the familiar shade of her hair. She had to be Izuku's mom. Turning to look at Izuku, she noticed him flushed with embarrassment, trying to hide behind his bangs as his mother continued to express her excitement. With a bright smile and a warm voice, she asked who you were. Izuku stammered, managing to say that you were his girlfriend, his voice barely above a whisper. You tilted your head in confusion, not quite understanding why he looked so embarrassed. Before you could say anything, another woman suddenly appeared, slinging her arm around Izuku's mom. With wild blonde hair and an even wilder grin, she teased about how quickly kids were growing up, her eyes landing on you with recognition. You blinked and nodded, recalling her from the mall. She waved a hand dismissively, ruffling your hair as she laughed, insisting you call her Auntie since you were practically family now. You smiled at her, enjoying her warm personality, and agreed to call her Auntie. Mitsuki grinned and continued, asking about Izuku being your boyfriend. You nodded confidently, stating that you and Izuku were close friends. Both women cooed, looking down at the two of you while Izuku appeared ready to faint from embarrassment. His mom softly muttered about young love, prompting Izuku to whine about being embarrassed. Mitsuki raised an eyebrow and glanced around, inquiring about your parents. Just then, two tall figures approached from behind, causing both women to freeze, their grips on you and Izuku tightening as they eyed the approaching men. The first man was Aizawa, his dark eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. Izuku's mom, being the gentler of the two, was the first to speak, asking how they could help. Aizawa crossed his arms, looking at them and then at Mitsuki, whose arm was still around your shoulder. His voice was gruff and no-nonsense as he stated he was there to take that child back. Both women's eyes widened in shock. Mitsuki instinctively pulled you closer, as if to protect you from an unknown threat. Izuku, his face flushed and determined, jumped in front of you, arms outstretched in a protective stance, declaring that they couldn't take his girlfriend away. Aizawa's jaw dropped, along with Yamada's, who had just caught up to him. Aizawa quickly recovered, questioning what Izuku meant by girlfriend and ordering him to step away from his child. Mitsuki and Izuku's mom stood firmly in front of you, ready to defend. Mitsuki challenged Aizawa, stating that if he left now, there wouldn't be any trouble. Aizawa looked even more irritated, pointing directly at you and insisting he wouldn't leave without his kid. Mitsuki rolled up her sleeves, preparing for a confrontation, snapping that he could come and get you if he wanted. Just as tensions were about to escalate, you broke free from Mitsuki's grip and ran toward Aizawa, jumping into his arms with a wide smile and greeting him as dad. Everything came to a halt. Both women froze, mouths agape in shock. Izuku looked up at Aizawa and Yamada, confusion and fear etched on his face. He stammered, questioning if Aizawa was really your dad. You nodded enthusiastically, confirming it. Izuku's mom blinked rapidly, her gaze shifting between you and Aizawa, asking if you were sure and assuring you that you didn't have to feel intimidated. You tilted your head, confused, and stated that you weren't scared, especially not with your dad around. The two women exchanged glances, slowly piecing things together. Mitsuki rubbed the back of her neck, embarrassed, and bowed slightly toward Aizawa, apologizing for the misunderstanding. Aizawa gave her a gruff nod, brushing it off, and turned his attention to Izuku, who was peeking out from behind his mom's legs, questioning what he meant by girlfriend. Before Izuku could respond, you proudly announced that he was your boyfriend. The women melted at your words, cooing about how adorable it was. Aizawa sighed deeply, clearly out of his element, rubbing his temples but choosing not to push the subject further. He stated it was time to go, turning to leave with Yamada falling into step beside him, though he gave a friendly wave to the two moms. As you were carried off, Yamada leaned down toward you with a grin, teasing about Izuku being your boyfriend and suggesting that maybe you shouldn't come to the park anymore, to which Aizawa firmly nodded in agreement. You felt your eyelids beginning to droop as you leaned your head on Aizawa's shoulder, blissfully unaware of the chaos you had left behind. Izuku was your first boyfriend. You stood outside the classroom door, nervously clutching the hem of your skirt. The weight of your bag hung heavily on your shoulder, but even heavier was the container of cookies inside. You had stayed up the night before, carefully baking them, hoping they would show how sorry you were to Shoto. Though the day at the park with Aizawa and Yamada had eased some of your worry, the thought of Shoto's hurt expression kept gnawing at you. You needed to apologize properly. The hallway was quiet, almost eerily so, with the early morning light filtering in through the windows. The soft glow of the rising sun cast long shadows, making everything seem calmer yet somehow more intimidating. The usually bustling school was silent, with only the distant sound of birds outside breaking the stillness. The air felt cool, crisp, and filled with anticipation. You knew Shoto would be there. He was always early. Taking a deep breath, you silently prayed that everything would go well. With one final exhale, you slid open the classroom door. As it creaked open, you peeled your eyes off your shoes to glance toward the desks. There, near the window, Shoto sat alone. The golden morning light shone through the glass, reflecting softly on his face and casting warm highlights in his dual-colored hair. He seemed lost in thought, his gaze distant as he stared out into the world beyond. The serenity of the moment made him look almost ethereal, and for a split second, you hesitated. But then he turned. His mismatched eyes met yours as the door clicked shut behind you, and for a moment, neither of you moved. His expression was unreadable, though his gaze held a quiet curiosity. You quickly looked down, feeling sheepish under his stare, but you swallowed your nerves and took a step forward. Slowly, you approached his desk, each step feeling heavier than the last. As you stood in front of him, you reached into your bag, pulling out the container of cookies with shaky hands. With as much care as you could muster, you placed them on his desk. Shoto glanced down at the container, his brow furrowing slightly before he looked back at you, his gaze questioning. You began to speak, your voice barely above a whisper, forcing yourself to meet his eyes as your heart raced. You wanted to express your remorse for the previous day's events, explaining that you never intended to upset him. You saw him as a close friend and regretted lying, hoping he could forgive you. For a moment, Shoto simply stared at you, his expression unreadable. Then, almost imperceptibly, his eyes widened slightly, and a faint blush dusted his cheeks. It was so subtle that if you hadn't been looking closely, you might have missed it. He nodded once, deliberately, and carefully picked up the container of cookies. He expressed his gratitude quietly but sincerely, mentioning that he had spoken to his sister the night before, who reassured him that you likely meant no harm. He then apologized for how he had reacted. You immediately shook your head, insisting it was your fault for lying in the first place. Shoto, however, shook his head in response, claiming the fault was his for the way he had reacted. This back and forth continued for what felt like an eternity, each of you insisting the blame lay with the other. As the conversation progressed, it began to feel increasingly ridiculous, until a laugh escaped your lips, breaking the tension. Shoto tilted his head slightly at your sudden laughter, his expression puzzled, but after a moment, a small smile tugged at the corners of his lips. You asked if that meant you were friends again, and Shoto's smile widened just a little as he replied that you had never stopped being friends. Relief flooded through you, and you beamed at him. Despite the strange start, things between you and Shoto felt as they should maybe even a little stronger now. The peaceful moment was abruptly interrupted by a loud screech followed by the unmistakable sound of stomping feet. Both you and Shoto turned your heads toward the commotion, just in time to see Haruko storming over. Before you could process what was happening, she planted herself between you and Shoto, glaring at him with her arms crossed and eyes narrowed. Haruko scrutinized Shoto with a scowl, and without missing a beat, she declared that he should go find his own friend. Shoto blinked, confused, repeating her words as if trying to understand. Haruko snapped back, insisting he was a red and white idiot, and demanded he leave you alone. She huffed, hands on her hips, as if she had just won a major battle. You stood there, wide-eyed, watching the whole thing unfold like a showdown. Haruko, fiercely protective, was not about to back down, while Shoto looked puzzled, unsure how to respond to this sudden confrontation. You gently tugged on Haruko's arm, trying to calm the situation, explaining that both of them were your friends. Haruko spun around, her face scrunched up in dismay as she asked if she was your favorite. Shoto seemed to brighten at your words, pleased to be considered a friend. You assured Haruko that she was indeed your favorite, trying to keep the peace. Seemingly satisfied, Haruko's expression softened a little as she reached into her bag and dramatically pulled out 2 pudding cups. She shoved one into your hands, grumbling that she got 2 because they were on sale and she couldn't eat both, not because she thought you might like it or anything. You couldn't help but laugh at her antics, shaking your head fondly as you thanked her. Haruko's face reddened slightly, and she turned away, flustered. You shot Shoto one last apologetic smile before settling into your seat, clutching the pudding cup. Shoto seemed unbothered, giving you a small, content nod as he returned to his seat by the window, clearly happy that things between you were okay again. As the classroom filled with students and the morning buzz of chatter grew louder, you sat there, the pudding cup still in your hand, feeling a warm sense of belonging. Despite the chaos, it was comforting to know you had friends, quirky, unpredictable friends, but friends nonetheless. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, time flew by, and soon December arrived. The cold air nipped at your skin as you walked home, rubbing your hands together for warmth. You trailed behind Aizawa, who was carrying 3 massive bags of KFC, his usual expression unbothered, though the bags were definitely a handful. When you both finally arrived home, the excited chatter from the living room greeted you. Nizu, Nemuri, and Yamada were lounging around, eagerly awaiting your return. As soon as they saw Aizawa with the food, they cheered, exclaiming that it was the Christmas spirit blessing them. Aizawa huffed in response, setting the bags on the table and joking about his new nickname. Nizu chuckled, and Nemuri began unpacking the food with a gleeful grin. You hurriedly kicked off your shoes and joined them, plopping down next to Nemuri as the warm, delicious smell of fried chicken filled the room. It was a cozy evening, full of laughter and good conversation, with the KFC spread turning into a proper Christmas feast. As the meal started to wind down, Yamada mischievously asked if your Christmas holiday was ending soon. You groaned in response, mid-bite into a chicken wing, not wanting to be reminded. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, questioning if you liked school. You replied that while you did enjoy school, you preferred playing over learning, finding it boring. Nizu chuckled softly from his seat, shaking his head in amusement, reminding you that it only gets harder from there. You grumbled under your breath, pushing a drumstick around your plate as Nemuri laughed and ruffled your hair, assuring you it wasn't that bad. She added that attending Shujin Academy earned her points with the other moms in the group chat. They were all trying to persuade her to set up playdates with their kids. Aizawa shot Nemuri a look of disbelief, questioning whether she was still part of that Facebook group. Nemuri responded matter-of-factly, raising an eyebrow at him, explaining that it was the only place where she could express her admiration for YN and be understood. Yamada chimed in with a grin, asking when Nemuri would add him to the group. She gave him an incredulous look, pointing out that the group's name ending in moms should have been a clue. Yamada waved her off dramatically, insisting that he liked to think of himself as YN's mother. At this, Aizawa audibly gagged, which earned a round of laughter from everyone in the room. The night continued with jokes, storytelling, and teasing, filling the space with warmth despite the cold winter air outside. Eventually, after everyone had eaten their fill and your eyes were growing heavy, you said goodnight and made your way to your room. As you climbed into bed, thoughts of the holidays coming to an end filled your mind, counting down the days until you had to return to school. Even though you dreaded going back, the thought of seeing your friends again made it feel sweeter. The morning sun bathed everything in a warm, golden glow as you walked to school. The sky was painted in soft pastels, with a few scattered clouds drifting lazily by. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees lining the sidewalk, their leaves swaying and casting dappled shadows along the pavement. Birds chirped from the branches above, and the distant hum of the city buzzed peacefully in the background. Your EV keychains swung playfully from your backpack, bouncing in rhythm with your steps as you clutched the straps with excitement, feeling lighter than usual. Suddenly, your name echoed through the peaceful air. Startled, you glanced around, scanning the busy street for the source. Your heart leapt when you spotted Haruko standing across the road, her usual calm expression softened by a hint of a smile. The sight of her made you grin widely. You greeted her cheerfully, waving enthusiastically. Haruko returned the gesture, her wave smaller but her smile growing as she waited for the cars to stop before crossing over to you. As she approached, you asked how she had slept. Haruko folded her arms confidently, declaring that she had slept amazingly because she was the best at everything. You giggled, nodding in playful agreement. Without thinking, you looped your arm through hers, feeling your heart warm at the friendly gesture. Haruko's cheeks flushed slightly at the sudden closeness, but she didn't pull away, huffing softly in her usual tough girl way. As the two of you walked toward the school building, arms linked, the matching EV Evolution keychains on your backpacks bounced in unison, a small but precious reminder of your bond. The sun continued to shine brightly, casting long shadows as you and Haruko made your way through the bustling courtyard, surrounded by students preparing for another day. The world felt just a little more colorful with your best friend by your side. Just as you were about to step into the classroom, a familiar voice called out from behind. It was soft yet clear, tinged with a calmness that immediately caught your attention. You and Haruko turned around at the same time, curious to see who it was. Shoto was jogging toward you, his bag bouncing lightly against his back as he moved. He greeted you with a smile, his heterochromatic eyes lighting up. Then, his gaze shifted to Haruko, who was still latched onto your arm, her expression darkening the moment she saw him. Her glare could have burned holes through him. Shoto politely greeted Haruko, but she responded with nothing more than a scoff, tightening her grip on your arm and pulling you into the classroom. Despite the cold reception, Shoto smiled softly to himself, clearly unaffected by Haruko's disdain. He followed behind, keeping pace with you too, blissfully unaware of the tension radiating from her. The three of you headed to the back of the class, unlocking your lockers to stow your bags. Your locker was filled with small reminders of home pictures of friends and little notes you'd kept, colorful stickers covering the inside door. Haruko's locker, in contrast, was almost empty except for a lone, rugged keychain and a few band posters pinned against the back wall. Shoto's locker was neatly organized, holding no decoration aside from a single framed photo of his siblings and a small bonsai plant sitting on the shelf. You did a double take, wondering how he even got that in and if they were expensive. As you closed your locker, Shoto appeared beside you, holding out 3 small, individually wrapped caramels. He explained that his sister said caramel was the best kind of sweet for winter and that he got one for each of you. You accepted one gratefully, unwrapping the candy slowly before popping it into your mouth. The rich, sweet flavor melted instantly, and you hummed in delight, thanking Shoto with a smile. Haruko snatched her caramel from him without so much as a thank you, but Shoto didn't seem to mind. In fact, he looked almost pleased. It seemed his research the previous night on how to be a good friend was paying off. Haruko grumbled that it tasted bad, but she kept eating it, declaring that she would eat it because you were Shoto's friend and she was a nice person. With that, She walked off toward her desk, her gruff declaration trailing behind her. You patted Shoto on the back, smiling softly, assuring him not to take it personally because Haruko actually liked the caramel. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Sensei Tanaka entered the classroom, his booming voice urging everyone to take their seats. As you and the others shuffled to your desks, Shoto stole one last glance at you and Haruko. A small, content smile tugged at his lips as he turned back toward the chalkboard, feeling grateful for his first friends. You reached into your bag, pulling out your large Pikachu pencil case, which was stuffed with felt-tip markers and gel pens. Just as you were about to grab your favorite pen, you noticed Shoto standing in front of your desk, holding his canvas. His expression was calm, but there was an expectant glint in his mismatched eyes. He asked if he could draw you. Before you could respond, Haruko suddenly jumped in, stepping between you and Shoto. She smugly informed him that she and you were already partners, playfully declaring that it was too bad for him. She waved him off, already acting like the decision was final. Just as Shoto opened his mouth to protest, Sensei Tanaka appeared behind the three of them, her face beaming with excitement. She clapped her hands and exclaimed that the class was uneven, worried someone might end up alone. However, it seemed that they had taken the initiative to form a group of 3, earning them a gold star. Before anyone could respond, Sensei Tanaka placed shiny gold star stickers onto their foreheads. Haruko's eye twitched as she snapped her pencil in half, barely containing her frustration. Meanwhile, Shoto looked absolutely pleased, as if things were going just the way he wanted. Still oblivious to the silent tension brewing between them, you casually peeled the sticker off your forehead with a small smile and suggested sitting by the window. Although Haruko was clearly fuming, she couldn't argue with your cheerful demeanor. Shoto eagerly followed you with his canvas, seemingly unaffected by Haruko's growing irritation. The 3 of you made your way to the spot by the window. As you happily spread out your pens, Haruko stewed in silent fury, her mind already working out ways to get rid of Shoto, while he remained blissfully unaware, content with how things had turned out. A loud timer rang through the classroom, signaling the end of the drawing session. Sensei Tanaka clapped her hands together, smiling brightly as she announced that it was time to show the drawings to the friends next to them. You were still adding the final touches to your drawing as Haruko nudged you impatiently, trying to rush you along. You gave her a quick grin and finally put your felt tip down, admiring your work with excitement building as you anticipated everyone's reactions. Sensei Tanaka asked who wanted to go first. Haruko immediately smirked, standing up confidently with her hands on her hips, looking triumphant. She declared that she would go first, claiming to be a modern-day Piccadilly. You couldn't help but giggle, while Shoto, who had been sitting quietly, frowned slightly as he looked up at Haruko. He earnestly pointed out that she probably meant Picasso, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Haruko rolled her eyes dramatically, glaring at Shoto and insisting that it was Piccadilly. She seemed unfazed by the misunderstanding, ready to present her masterpiece. You exchanged an amused glance with Shoto as Haruko turned her drawing around, revealing her work. Almost everyone in the class gasped when Haruko proudly displayed her painting. Confusion spread across their faces, and even Sensei Tanaka struggled to maintain her usual enthusiasm. She nervously laughed, trying to find something positive to say about the abstract piece. Haruko stood tall, clearly oblivious to everyone else's reactions. She looked at you, her eyes gleaming as if waiting for your praise. You forced a shaky smile, managing a small thumbs up while trying to avoid direct eye contact with the chaotic artwork. You grimaced at the thought of how she perceived you. Her painting was a wild explosion of mismatched colors and jagged shapes. Your face was vaguely recognizable, with an oversized head and eyes of different sizes. Your hair resembled a storm cloud that had collided with the sun, vibrant yellow streaks clashing with random streaks of purple. Your body was oddly squished, with one arm long enough to reach the ground while the other was strangely stubby. The background featured a bizarre mix of swirling patterns that made no sense, resembling a chaotic blend of wind and fire. Some shapes vaguely resembled flowers or trees, but it was hard to tell. Haruko had clearly poured her heart into it, yet you felt like you were trapped in a surreal dreamscape. You gave her a weak smile, desperately trying not to react too much, hoping she wouldn't ask for your opinion. After Haruko's presentation, which left everyone struggling to hide their discomfort, Sensei Tanaka quickly took the painting from her hands, hiding it under the desk for safekeeping. One by one, other students were called up to present their drawings, each more normal than the last. Finally, Sensei Tanaka beamed and called out for Shoto to present his drawing of you. He nodded, grabbing his canvas and making his way slowly to the front. You watched him curiously, trying not to get your hopes up too high, wondering what his painting looked like and hoping it would be something bearable after Haruko's abstract disaster. Next to you, Haruko watched Shoto with malicious excitement, imagining how he would reveal an ugly painting that would make you scream and run out of the class in horror. She envisioned herself chasing after you to comfort you, hoping it would end your friendship with him. A wicked grin spread across her face as she gripped her pencil tightly, but her confidence shattered the moment Shoto turned his canvas around. This time, the class gasped not out of fear or discomfort, but pure admiration. Murmurs of awe filled the room as everyone stared at the stunning painting. His attention to detail was astonishing, capturing every nuance and expression in your face. Your hair appeared to sway gently in the wind, and your eyes had a soft, almost glowing quality. Your jaw dropped as you took it all in. It was so beautiful that you felt your bruised ego begin to heal and maybe even inflate a little. Haruko, however, was crushed, her smug grin disappearing as she glared daggers at Shoto. Her plan had been completely foiled. She slouched further in her seat, grumbling to herself as the class erupted with compliments for Shoto's artwork. The praise was endless, and she fought the urge to roll her eyes. Her gaze flickered to the clock, and her mood instantly lifted. It was lunchtime, and she was grateful for the break. She no longer wanted to hear the compliments directed at Shoto. With her hand raised high, she eagerly called out, urging everyone to shift their focus. "Sensei, it's lunchtime." Sensei Tanaka looked up from admiring Shoto's painting and quickly checked the clock, her eyes widening in surprise. "Oh yes, Haruko, you're right. All right, class dismissed. Everyone enjoy your lunch. And YN," she added with a smile, "I'm sorry we didn't have enough time to present your drawing today. You can show it next lesson if you'd like." You nodded, not too concerned about the wait. Hopping out of your seat, you made your way over to Haruko's desk. Excitedly, you urged her, "Come on, Haruko. Let's go get some food, I'm starving." Haruko's irritation began to fade as she hastily packed her things. Leaving her bag behind, she followed you to the door. As you both started to head out, you turned back to Shoto, calling out, "Shoto, come on, Haruko and I are going to get some lunch." Shoto, who had been carefully tucking his painting under his desk, nodded. "All right, I'm coming." He quickly finished up and joined you both as you made your way to the cafeteria, ready to enjoy lunch with your new best friends. As the school day came to a close, the sky transformed into a breathtaking canvas of warm oranges and soft pinks. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the school gates where parents gathered, chatting amiably while waiting to pick up their children. Some held steaming cups of coffee, while others laughed, their voices mingling with the sounds of excited kids running out of the building. You, Haruko, and Shoto leaned casually against the brick wall, backpacks slung over your shoulders, enjoying the last moments of the day. A gentle breeze tousled your hair as you waited for your parents to arrive. Breaking the comfortable silence, Shoto shared his newfound interest. "So, I started watching Pokemon the other day." Your eyes lit up at his words. "Oh, you did? Do you like it so far?" He nodded, a small smile forming on his face. "I can see why you like it." Haruko crossed her arms with a playful smirk. "Yeah, well, you're behind me and YN. We're experts in Pokemon, you should catch up." Shoto chuckled, nodding. "Thanks for the advice, Haruko." She grumbled a half-hearted response, still a bit annoyed but unable to hide a small smile. "Since you're into Pokemon now," you suggested, excitement sparkling in your eyes, "you can join me and Haruko when we go Pokemon hunting." Shoto's eyes widened in surprise. "You can do that in real life?" Both girls nodded enthusiastically, and Shoto's excitement grew. I'll ask my dad if I can. That sounds like fun. Haruko smirked, adding, it is fun, but you better not hold us back or we'll leave you. You playfully nudged Haruko with your shoulder, and she smirked back. Shoto responded with determination shining in his eyes. I won't let you down. Just then, you spotted a familiar figure approaching through the crowd of parents. Ah, my dad's here, you exclaimed, waving enthusiastically. See you guys later, bye. Haruko and Shoto waved you off, with Haruko making sure to wave longer than Shoto, her competitive spirit evident even in farewells. You sprinted toward Aizawa, who was leaning against a car, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he caught sight of you. Can you get off my car? Aizawa froze as he turned around, meeting the gaze of a woman who looked quite displeased. She folded her arms, glaring at him as she shielded her child behind her. Suddenly he felt very conscious of his worn sweatpants and shirt. He slowly stepped away from the car and made his way to you, slightly embarrassed by the encounter. You, however, seemed oblivious to any awkwardness, immediately chattering about your day as you began your walk home together, the sunset casting a warm glow around you. Today had been a really fun day, and you couldn't wait to hang out with Haruko and Shoto tomorrow. It was a warm, sunny day at the playground, with bright rays of sunshine casting long shadows on the ground as you sat on the swing. The soft creak of the chains filled the brief silence. The warmth of the day contrasted sharply with the worry bubbling in your chest, though the sweet taste of the small cakes Haruko had brought eased it just a little. Haruko had made sure to remind you before handing you one that she only brought them because she had extras, not because she had thought of you. Typical Haruko. She stood behind you now, giving the swing a gentle push. You looked around the playground absent-mindedly, scanning for any sign of Shoto, but all you saw were the familiar faces of your classmates, laughing and playing, none of them seeming to share the confusion and worry you felt. Your thoughts swirled in your mind, wondering where he could be. Suddenly, the swing stopped. Haruko stomped in front of you, hands on her hips, glaring down at you with a huff. Why aren't you screaming like before when I pushed you? She demanded, her tone frustrated. You blinked up at her, pulled from your thoughts. Sorry, Haru. I was just thinking too hard. It had been a few days since Shoto was last in school, and you couldn't help but feel worried, though you tried to suppress the feeling. Haruko flicked your forehead lightly, her expression unamused. Really? That's hard to believe since you don't think that hard in class. If you did, you'd be getting higher than a 2 out of 12 on those quizzes. She smirked, poking at your frown, clearly amused with herself. You glared at her, slapping her hand away. Stop it, Haru. But then your gaze shifted, and your voice softened. Have you seen Shoto? It's been a while since he's come to school. Haruko rolled her eyes dramatically. Yeah, I know. Hasn't it been great? She teased, but her usual playful tone didn't land the way it normally did. You whined, Haru, be serious. I am being serious, she said, rocking on her heels. However, noticing your worried expression, she decided to tone it down a notch. With a sigh, Haruko's expression softened, and she sat down on the swing next to you, her fingers idly gripping the chains. Okay, fine. Yeah, I guess it has been a while since he last came to school. But he'll probably come back soon. Maybe he just got sick or something. It's fever season after all. You nodded slowly, as if trying to convince yourself she was right. Yeah. But even as YN sat there, gently swaying in her seat, a nagging feeling tugged at the back of her mind, as if something was off. She couldn't shake the eerie sense that there was more to Shoto's absence than just a simple cold. He would be back soon, and when he was, they could all play together again. 2 months had passed since Shoto's departure. YN sat at her desk, her chin resting on her palm as she observed the lively classroom around her. Haruko sat in front of her, her chair turned backward, her tongue sticking out in concentration as she meticulously colored the margin of her workbook with various shades of hot pink markers. The class was bustling with energy, kids laughing and chatting, a group doodling on the chalkboard up front, while others played together on the puzzle piece rug by the windows. YN sighed quietly, watching the scene, her mind half-focused on the light-hearted chaos in the room. Haruko glanced up from her book for a moment, noticing YN's distraction before returning to her coloring. Haruko mentioned that her mom had said yn could come over that weekend, and yn's attention snapped back to her friend, excitement filling her as she replied that she would bring her Switch. Haruko, trying to act indifferent, shared that her mom would let them borrow her phone to play Pokemon Go, revealing a nearby Pokestop. Yn's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect. Haruko straightened up, clearly proud of herself, though she tried to hide it behind a smirk, quickly adding a teasing remark about growing up. Before yn could respond further, the classroom door slid open with a soft sound, and in walked Sensei Tanaka. Immediately, yn sensed something was off. Tanaka's usual energy was missing. Her smile seemed forced, and her walk was slow and hesitant as she approached the podium. Sensei Tanaka greeted the class with a strained laugh, announcing that she had an exciting announcement. The students began making their way back to their desks, their earlier chatter subsiding. Haruko flipped her chair back around, sitting properly as her eyes flicked toward the front. Yn, now more alert, couldn't shake the strange tension hanging in the air. The teacher's nervousness was palpable, and yn's mind raced with questions. Why was Sensei acting so strangely? Did something happen to Shoto? The uneasy feeling in her chest intensified when the door slid open again, and Sensei Tanaka walked back in, this time accompanied by Shoto. The room fell into complete silence. Shoto stood at the entrance, and yn's breath caught in her throat. His once calm and warm presence had been replaced by an icy aura that seemed to chill the air around him. His face was expressionless, a mask of cold indifference. The new scar on the left side of his face was deep and jagged, a cruel reminder of something terrible. His mismatched eyes, once full of curiosity, were now distant and unreadable. Yn's hands trembled slightly as she clutched her skirt under the desk, her heart aching at the sight of him. Their eyes met briefly, and for a moment, she thought she saw a flicker of recognition, something soft, something familiar. She managed a small, hopeful smile, but Shoto's expression remained unyielding as he looked away. Sensei Tanaka, clearly uncomfortable with the tension, spoke up again, suggesting that Yn could be Shoto's study buddy since he had been away for a while. Yn felt the weight of everyone's gaze on her, making her shift in her seat. She nodded slowly, unsure of what else to do. Sensei Tanaka smiled at her, relieved by her compliance, and expressed hope that everyone would treat Shoto with kindness. As the teacher turned toward the door, leaving the room briefly, whispers erupted among the students. Yn caught snippets of confusion, curiosity, and gossip, but her mind was racing, trying to make sense of it all. Why was Sensei so nervous? Did something happen to Shoto? The uneasy feeling in her chest returned, stronger this time. Her thoughts were cut short when the door slid open again. Shoto walked to his seat, his movements robotic and detached, his eyes fixed on the desk as if trying to shut out the world around him. Yn waved at him weakly, but he ignored it, sitting down and staring straight ahead, his face unchanging. Yn's grip on her pen tightened as she tried to focus on the lesson, convincing herself that everything would go back to normal soon. During lunchtime, Yn eagerly approached Shoto, pulling a reluctant Haruko along with her. Though Haruko wasn't thrilled about sharing Yn with Shoto, holding Yn's hand helped ease her frustration. As they reached the doorway, Shoto was just about to leave the classroom. Yn called out to him, her voice full of excitement, expressing how glad she was to see him again. She smiled brightly, her hope reflected in her warm gaze. Shoto glanced at her briefly, his eyes cold, before looking away and brushing past her without a word. Yn's excitement faded, her expression shifting as she tried to mask her disappointment. Determined, she pulled Haruko along and rushed after Shoto. She suggested playing in their secret spot, hoping to maintain her enthusiasm and convince him it would be fun. Shoto came to an abrupt stop, catching Yn off guard, causing Haruko to bump into her back with a small gasp. Confused, Haruko looked up to see what was happening. Shoto turned around, and the intensity in his eyes sent a chill down Yn's spine. His icy glare made her flinch as he stepped closer, his voice steady but laced with bitterness. He declared that he was not her friend, had never been her friend, and would never be her friend. He told her to stop acting as if they were close, calling it annoying. YN's face lost color as his words struck her like daggers, each one more painful than the last. He expressed his dislike for her and his desire to be left alone. Her expression crumbled, tears welling in her eyes as she felt her heart break with each word. Unable to hold back, tears streamed down her cheeks, surprising Shoto, who hadn't expected her to break down so easily. Haruko stood frozen, watching YN's face fall under the weight of Shoto's harsh words. YN tried to stop the tears, but it was overwhelming. Her shoulders shook as her sobs grew louder. Unable to bear the humiliation, she turned and ran, wiping her eyes with the sleeve of her winter uniform, her sobs echoing behind her. Haruko called after her, but YN was already gone, disappearing down the hallway in tears. Haruko's expression darkened with anger as she turned to Shoto, shoving him hard, causing him to stumble backward and fall. She shouted at him, her voice shaking with rage, accusing him of being a JRK for making YN cry when she had only tried to be nice. Shoto blinked in shock, still processing what had just happened, but Haruko continued, calling him selfish for hurting YN. Her fists clenched tightly, small sparks flying off her as her anger intensified, her quirk reacting to her emotions. Shoto remained silent, guilt washing over him as he instinctively touched the scar on his face. Haruko's outburst seemed to hit him harder than anything he had expected. He lowered his gaze, clutching at his scar, feeling the weight of his actions pressing down on him. Seeing his remorseful expression, Haruko huffed in frustration before turning on her heel and running after YN, leaving Shoto sitting on the ground, guilt etched deeply on his face. YN and Haruko sat together in a cramped toilet cubicle, Haruko holding YN tightly as she sobbed into her shoulder. The faint sound of sniffles echoed in the small space, and slowly, YN's tears began to subside. Haruko, always prepared, pulled out a tissue and gently wiped YN's tear-streaked face. Haruko attempted to lighten the mood, joking about not needing boys when they had each other. YN looked up at her, her red eyes puffy, but a small smile broke through as she agreed that as long as Haruko was her friend, she didn't need anyone else. Haruko blushed slightly, trying to play it cool, but then her expression turned serious as she confessed something. YN, curious, encouraged her to continue. Haruko hesitated, looking down at her shoes as she fidgeted with her hands, clearly working up the courage to speak. She asked YN to promise not to hate her, and YN reassured her that she could never hate her. Relieved, Haruko revealed that she had been bringing extra snacks and pudding cups for YN because she thought she would like them. YN stared at her for a moment before bursting out laughing, catching Haruko off guard. Haruko's face turned bright red as she protested, but YN explained that it was funny because she had known all along. Haruko, embarrassed, covered her face as YN continued to laugh. Still smiling, YN reached out and hugged her, expressing gratitude for her friendship. Haruko hugged her back slowly, her expression softening as she acknowledged that she was there for YN. Later, YN sat on the swings, gently kicking her legs back and forth while talking to Izuku, who stood nearby, fidgeting with the hem of his shirt. He had been acting a bit different lately, more quiet and fidgety since their last meeting, but YN brushed it off, deciding not to think too deeply about it. Eventually, they moved to the sandpit, sitting cross-legged as they discussed their worries, mostly about Shoto. Izuku, usually quiet and reserved, had started to open up around YN, listening intently. However, when YN mentioned Shoto being a boy, she noticed a strange look cross Izuku's face, his brows furrowing slightly. The look passed quickly and he forced a strained smile, his freckled cheeks slightly pink as he focused on what YN was saying. YN expressed her confusion about Shoto's change in behavior, lamenting that they used to be so close but now felt distant. Maybe it was the scar on his face that had changed him somehow. A familiar pang of guilt settled in your chest as you sighed, feeling the weight of concern. You expressed your worries, not wanting him to be alone, and wondered what you should do. Izuku hesitated for a moment, then offered a gentle pat on your back, his smile soft yet revealing a hint of something deeper in his eyes. He suggested that while the other person might have been going through a tough time, it didn't excuse his behavior towards you. He advised that if he were in your position, he wouldn't maintain a friendship with someone so rude. You nodded slowly, absorbing his words. You recalled that Haruko had said something similar, but you still felt conflicted. You couldn't shake the thought that perhaps he hadn't meant to hurt you, even if it seemed silly to think that way. For a moment, you stared at your hands, lost in thoughts about Shoto and your friendship. Then, shaking your head, you decided to push those worries aside and suggested having some fun instead. Izuku's face brightened at your words, and together you jumped to your feet, eager to leave the heavy conversation behind. The rest of the afternoon was spent playing in the park, your worries forgotten for the time being. You raced on the swings, laughter filling the air as you kicked your legs with all your might, trying to see who could go higher. Izuku's shy grin widened with every passing moment, his confidence building as you playfully teased him about being slow. Soon, you both dashed over to the jungle gym, scrambling up the ladder and pretending the ground was lava, giggling as you leaped from bar to bar. When you finally tired yourselves out, you settled in the grass, the late afternoon sun casting a warm glow over the park. Izuku picked a few daisies and handed them to you with a bashful smile. You laughed and fashioned a little crown from the flowers, placing it on his head, which made him blush. Despite his embarrassment, it was clear he enjoyed the moment. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the park, you lay side by side in the grass, pointing out shapes in the clouds. It felt peaceful, and for a moment, everything seemed right. There were no worries about Shoto, just you and Izuku, enjoying the simple pleasure of being together. Izuku glanced at you quietly, suggesting that this was much better than dwelling on the past. You smiled and nodded in agreement. You glanced over at Izuku, who hopped off the swing with a small smile. You announced your intention to get some water from the vending machine and asked if he wanted anything. He shook his head, still gripping the chains of the swing, and told you to hurry back because he still wanted to go down the slide. You laughed softly and promised to return quickly. With that, you turned and ran toward the vending machine, your footsteps kicking up small clouds of dust as you left the playground behind. The vending machine stood beside an old convenience store, tucked away in a narrow, dimly lit alleyway. You had visited a few times before, but the space always felt unsettling. You pushed aside the eerie atmosphere, focusing on the cool drink waiting for you. As you approached the vending machine, the flickering streetlight overhead cast long shadows against the brick walls. The alley was quiet, save for the hum of the machine and the faint sound of distant cars. You took a deep breath, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping inside you. The alley felt isolated, as if it were a place people deliberately avoided. You reached up to press the button for strawberry milk, but it was just out of your reach. Frustration bubbled up as you stretched on your tiptoes, arms straining. Just when you were about to give up, a rough hand appeared, pressing the button for you. The carton clattered down into the dispenser, but the sudden presence behind you made your skin crawl. You froze, your breath catching in your throat. Slowly, you bent down to pick up the carton, clutching it tightly as you turned to face whoever was behind you. A tall figure loomed before you, his face shadowed beneath a hood. His posture was stiff and unwelcoming, and as you glanced up, you saw his eyes peering down at you with a sharp, unsettling gaze. His skin looked weathered, hands scarred, and veins visible as he clenched his fists. He attempted a smile, but it only added to his menacing presence. You stammered a thank you, your voice trembling with unease. Instead of leaving, the man leaned down, snatching the carton from your hand with an eerie calmness. He straightened up, towering over you, and squeezed the carton tightly until it popped, milk spilling between his fingers. Your heart raced as you tried to step back, your mind screaming at you to run or call out for Izuku. But before you could react, the man's hand was on you, cold and rough as it covered your mouth. He whispered a chilling command, his face inches from yours, suggesting that if you were obedient, he might consider letting you go. Tears filled your eyes as your body trembled uncontrollably. His grip was too strong, and his presence felt overwhelming. You nodded weakly, fear gripping you tighter than his hand. He smiled again, his grin widening into something twisted, as if he relished your terror. He hissed your name, dripping with venom, and revealed that they had been looking for you. He mockingly asked if you wanted to go home, pushing a strand of hair behind your ear. As his words echoed in your ears, a dull pain spread behind your eyes. The world around you began to blur, the alley twisting and shifting in your vision. Everything felt unreal, like a bad dream. You shook your head, trying to resist the dizziness, but it was too late. His grip tightened, and your limbs felt heavy, your knees buckling as your vision darkened. The last thing you heard before everything went black was the man's low murmur, noting your unexpected resistance. Could this be the byproduct of his voice faded, and the last thing Izuku saw was a gloved hand reaching out toward him as the world slipped into darkness. Izuku sat on the swings, his legs kicking idly back and forth as he glanced around the playground. He tried to distract himself, watching the other kids laughing and playing with their friends. A small group ran around the slide, their giggles filling the air. But with each passing minute, his impatience grew. YN had been gone longer than expected, and a sense of unease began gnawing at his gut. After a few more minutes of waiting, he couldn't sit still anymore. Swinging to a stop, Izuku stood up and dusted off his shorts. He called out for YN, his voice echoing across the playground. He tried to shake the growing anxiety as he headed toward the vending machine, following the path she had taken earlier. He called out again, searching for any sign of her. As he approached the alleyway, his footsteps faltered. The vending machine stood in the same dim light, but something felt off. His eyes caught sight of a crushed strawberry milk carton on the ground, the liquid spilled and staining the pavement. Izuku froze, his breath hitching in his throat. He muttered to himself that YN would never waste strawberry milk. She loved it too much. Why would it be crushed? His heart raced, the realization creeping in like a cold wind. He looked around frantically, hoping to see some sign of her, something that would explain what happened. Instead, his gaze landed on something else, a small keychain on the ground. An EV keychain. His heart plummeted. She would never leave this behind. She loved this keychain. His fists clenched at his sides as dread pooled in his stomach. She wouldn't drop it so carelessly. Something was wrong. Something was really wrong. Panic set in. His mind raced with thoughts, piecing together the clues. YN was in danger. He tried to hold on to hope, thinking maybe she just went to get tissues to clean it up, but the truth became undeniable. His fists clenched tighter, and a tear slipped down his cheek. Regret and guilt crashed over him like a wave. Why did he let her go alone? If only he had a quirk, he could have protected her. Maybe Kaken was right, he felt useless. But then, something inside him snapped. This wasn't the time for that. YN needed him. Wiping his tears away with the back of his hand, Izuku's expression hardened with determination. He took off running as fast as his legs could carry him, desperate to find help. His chest burned, and his mind was a whirlwind of panic, fear, and guilt, but he refused to give up. He whispered to himself that he was coming for YN, that he would find her. It was a promise as he raced toward the nearest adult. He wouldn't let this happen. Not to her. Not to his best friend. YN sat huddled in the corner of a dark, damp room, her knees pulled tightly to her chest as she clutched her hands together, trying to steady her trembling fingers. The room was cold, bitterly so. The chill seeped through the cracked walls, biting at her skin, leaving her shivering uncontrollably. The only light came from the faint moonlight filtering through a small, grimy hole in the wall, casting long, eerie shadows across the floor. The place felt suffocating, with musty air clinging to the dampness that stained the peeling wallpaper. It was a room that reeked of abandonment. Her stomach growled, loud in the stillness, a painful reminder of how long it had been since she had eaten. She hugged herself tighter, desperate to feel any kind of warmth or comfort. Her small frame shivered again, and with a quiet sigh, she slowly stood up. Her legs felt weak beneath her as she moved, wobbling slightly as she tripped over the uneven floorboards. Wincing, she waddled towards the door, her tiny fingers fumbling to slide it open. YN peeked outside, her heart pounding in her chest. The hallway was barely illuminated, only lit by the flickering colors from the TV in the next room. The light was off, but the TV cast enough of a glow to reveal a figure slouched on a worn-out couch. Empty bottles of alcohol and crushed beer cans were strewn across the small table beside the figure, casting shadows that danced across the dirty floor. YN held her breath, her heart racing as she watched the figure, praying they wouldn't notice her. Just stay asleep, please. She began creeping down the hallway, each step slow and deliberate. Her feet made barely a sound, but every creak of the old floorboards felt deafening to her. She kept glancing back, her eyes wide with fear, constantly checking to see if the person on the couch had stirred. Her pulse quickened, her body tense with anxiety. She was terrified of being caught. She couldn't be caught. Finally, she made it to the small, worn-down kitchen. It was just as bleak as the rest of the house, cupboards hanging on their hinges, counters stained with grime, and a persistent smell of mildew that clung to everything. She quietly opened the nearest cupboard, her heart sinking as she saw how bare it was. There was almost nothing left except for a single, crumpled package of crackers shoved into the back corner. Her eyes lit up at the sight of them, her stomach growling in anticipation. Finally, she reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the package, but just as she was about to grab it, a cold hand landed heavily on her shoulder. A voice snarled from behind her, accusing her of trying to steal. YN froze, her heart dropping into her stomach. Fear gripped her, her throat tightening as she was yanked backward by her wrist. The crackers fell from her hand, tumbling to the floor. She looked up, her wide, tear-filled eyes meeting the angry gaze of the person towering over her. Her body trembled violently as she stammered, apologizing for her actions, pleading that she was just hungry. Her words were shaky, filled with desperation, but they were met with a cold, unforgiving glare. The voice demanded to know how many times it would have to listen to her apologies, the anger sharp and biting. With a forceful shove, YN was thrown back into the dark room she had tried to escape. She hit the ground hard, her knees slamming into the floorboards. Pain shot through her legs as her skin scraped against the splintered wood, bruising instantly. She whimpered softly, biting her lip to keep herself from crying out. Her hands stung as splinters dug into her palms, but she stayed silent. She knew better than to cry. Tears only made everything worse. The person muttered something under their breath, their voice filled with disdain as they turned away. They mentioned a time frame, hinting at a release from her presence. The door slammed shut, plunging the room into darkness once again. YN lay there, her small body trembling, tears silently streaming down her face as she curled up on the cold floor. Just until Monday. She repeated to herself, the words echoing in her mind. YN gasped as she jolted awake, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear. Her breath was ragged, and her wide eyes darted around the room, still haunted by the nightmare she had just escaped. She blinked, struggling to process her surroundings. It was not dark. Her eyes dropped to her hands. They were clean, unmarked, no splinters, no blood, no bruises. She looked up, her heart still racing, a mixture of confusion and relief flooding her senses, until the memories began to rush back, overwhelming her like a tidal wave. A painful throb pulsed in her head as she clutched it, the onslaught of emotions making her dizzy. Her vision wavered, and as she tried to focus, she finally noticed the strange, sterile space around her. The room was unnervingly white. The walls were padded, soft to the touch, offering no edges or corners. It was empty except for the cold floor beneath her, with nothing to anchor her, no windows, no furniture, just the unsettling quiet and a horrible, hollow feeling of isolation. The only break in the monotony of the padded walls was a large, fixed two-way mirror on the far side of the room, reflecting her fragile state back at her. She knew someone was behind it, watching. Desperation clenched at her heart. She whispered hoarsely, calling out for Aizawa, her father, wondering where he was. She just wanted to go home. Gripping the fabric of her dress tightly, her knuckles turned white as her eyes scanned the room for any clue, any way out. But there was nothing. The padded walls seemed to close in on her, pressing down on her fragile state of mind. The cold, sterile environment offered no comfort, only a creeping sense of dread gnawed at her insides. She pulled her knees up to her chest and sat in the farthest corner of the room, trying to make herself as small as possible, hoping to disappear. Time felt endless in that small space, each second dragging out painfully. Exhaustion weighed down on her, and her eyelids began to droop. Just as she was about to let the darkness of sleep claim her once again, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the room. Her head snapped up, eyes widening as she watched cautiously. Standing in the doorway was a tall, older man with a sharp presence. His face was lined with wrinkles, and his slowly graying hair was slicked back neatly. He wore dark, traditional robes that swayed slightly with his movements. His eyes held a calculating, cold gleam as they locked onto hers, sending a chill down her spine. He stood there, calm and composed, but there was something unnerving about the way he looked at her. His gaze seemed to pierce right through her, dissecting her every move, every breath. He smiled, though it seemed out of place for a man of his stature. His smile, however, appeared oddly soft. He greeted her smoothly, mentioning that it had been a while since they last met. The sound of his voice made her skin crawl, her heart pounding in her chest. Her mind screamed for her to run, to escape, but her body refused to move, frozen in terror. He reassured her, suggesting there was no need to be afraid, claiming that he would never hurt family. His steps were slow and methodical as he began to approach her. Each step echoed through the padded room, sending a wave of dread crawling up her spine. Instinctively, she shrank back, pressing herself into the soft wall behind her, desperate for distance as her eyes locked onto his. His cold, calculating gaze seemed to warm as he looked down on her. That couldn't be right, could it? The figure before you loomed large, casting a shadow over your small, trembling form. He looked down at you, his sharp eyes gleaming with curiosity, and a bitter smile crept across his face. He murmured to himself, acknowledging your lost memories. It made sense, he thought. You would have jumped for joy to see him again. His voice sent another shiver through your body, and without thinking, you flinched as he commanded you to stand. Instinctively, your body obeyed, rising to your feet as if controlled by invisible strings. Confusion raced through your mind as you wondered why you had responded so quickly. It felt as if your body knew how to react before you did. Then he turned, muttering something to himself before softening his tone. He instructed you to stand up, calling you his daughter. His unsettling approval washed over you as he turned his back. He stated that his name was not important, only that he was your father, or at least would be. His words struck you like a punch to the gut. Your eyes widened, and a sharp pain erupted in your head. You winced, clutching your temples as the throbbing intensified, each heartbeat sending waves of agony through your skull. Desperate to push his words from your mind, you shook your head, denying his claim. You cried out that Aizawa was your dad. The pain became unbearable, your thoughts swirling chaotically. The throbbing in your head was relentless, and your knees buckled slightly as you struggled to remain standing. The man's expression barely shifted, but a flicker of disdain crossed his features as he listened to your desperate denial. He scoffed, turning toward the door with cold indifference, asserting that he was your father, not whoever that man might be, and that you would learn to accept it. As he reached the door, he paused to glance back at you one last time, mentioning that Kai had been waiting for your return and missed you dearly. Before you could process his words, the door slammed shut, leaving you alone in the sterile, suffocating silence of the padded room. Your vision grew foggy as exhaustion and pain overwhelmed you, your mind spinning with confusion and fear. Aizawa, Yamada, Nemuri, and Nizu stood solemnly around Officer Sato's cluttered desk, their faces grim and illuminated by the soft glow of the desk lamp. Tension hung thick in the air, the weight of your disappearance pressing heavily on their minds. The case files about your abduction lay scattered across the desk, offering no leads, just cold facts and dead ends. Aizawa's eye bags were darker and deeper than usual, a sign of too many sleepless nights spent agonizing over what could have happened to his daughter. His shoulders slumped under the burden of worry, though he tried to remain composed. Yamada was not faring much better. His eyes were puffy and bloodshot, his usually energetic demeanor dulled by exhaustion. Nemuri looked hollow, her usual vibrancy replaced by a somber stillness, her own eye bags nearly matching Aizawa's. Even Nizu, normally a picture of calm intellect, was jittery, his fur disheveled and his small paws wrapped tightly around yet another cup of coffee. Officer Sato sat behind his desk, his face pale and worn, dark stubble shadowing his jaw. He hadn't left his desk in days, tirelessly combing through every lead and piece of evidence, but there was nothing to give them hope. Aizawa broke the heavy silence, his voice a low rasp, expressing frustration over the lack of evidence. Officer Sato met Aizawa's weary gaze with shame, wishing there was something to report. He explained that whoever took you had vanished without a trace. Nemuri's brow furrowed with urgency as she questioned the absence of cameras in the alleyway. Sato shook his head, confirming that he had checked and found nothing suspicious. Yamada, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly spoke with a mix of fear and determination, insisting they couldn't just stand around and do nothing. He believed your past could be connected to your disappearance and emphasized the urgency of finding you. Everyone nodded in agreement, the weight of his words hitting hard. Aizawa cleared his throat, his voice ragged as he acknowledged the urgency of the case. Nizu, despite his jittery state, took a deep breath and offered to call in favors with some heroes, promising that you would be brought home safe and sound. The room fell silent for a moment, but Nizu's determination sparked a new flame in each of them. They were resolute. They would not give up until they brought you home, no matter what it took. Izuku sat on the swing, his small frame weighed down by immense sorrow. His usually bright expression had dulled, and his eyes were empty as he stared blankly at the ground. The swing moved gently with the wind, but he remained motionless, lost in the heaviness of what had happened. A few meters away, Inko stood with tear-filled eyes, her chest aching at the sight of her son. She clutched her heart and let out a pained sigh, her voice trembling with emotion. Mitsuki, standing beside her, rubbed her back gently, offering comfort while sharing the same heavy gaze at Izuku. Both mothers were bound by sorrow, knowing how deeply your disappearance had impacted the children. Inko's voice wavered as she finally spoke. He had been like this since YN's absence. Inko struggled to finish her thought, the weight of her words hanging heavily in the air. The silence was filled with all the things she couldn't bring herself to say. Mitsuki nodded quietly, rubbing Inko's back, offering what little comfort she could. Inko's voice trembled as she continued, revealing that he had been refusing to eat and sleeping in the storage closet. The pain in her heart was evident as she spoke about how he believed All Might would be ashamed of him. She hadn't seen him this distraught since the appointment with the quirk doctor. Mitsuki held Inko tighter, allowing her to release her grief. She could feel the depth of Inko's sorrow, the helplessness, and the guilt that consumed her. Inko whispered that she had hoped some fresh air would help, but watching him in such pain was even more difficult. He had called himself useless and even discarded his hero analysis notebook. Mitsuki's eyes widened in disbelief at the thought of him throwing it away. That notebook was always with him. Inko nodded, wiping her tears as she explained that she had retrieved it from the bin, unable to let it go. She planned to return it to him once YN came back. The mention of YN's return caused her voice to falter, and the sobs returned. Mitsuki shifted her gaze to Bakugo, who was by the sandpit, kicking the sand in frustration. She sighed heavily, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on her. She admitted to Inko that she had also been struggling with Katsuki, who had been acting out and picking fights with other kids. His behavior was different this time. Inko followed Mitsuki's gaze, her heart aching for Bakugo as he vented his frustration. She sighed, filled with a mother's worry, acknowledging that it was a lot for the kids to bear. She knew Katsuki was hurting in his own way, and Izuku seemed lost in his thoughts on the swing. Inko couldn't fathom how YN must be feeling wherever she was, and the silence between the two mothers was thick with shared grief. As they spoke, Izuku remained in his spot, his gaze fixed on the ground. The world around him felt distant, and the weight of guilt and helplessness made even moving seem impossible. The swing creaked softly in the wind, but he remained still, lost in his sorrow. Suddenly, he heard heavy footsteps approaching. Without turning, he knew who it was. Bakugo stormed in front of him, frustration evident in his eyes. He grabbed Izuku by the shirt and shook him, demanding he pay attention. Izuku's dull gaze met Bakugo's fiery one, lacking its usual spark. Bakugo urged him to get a grip, insisting that just because something terrible had happened didn't mean he could act more useless than usual. Izuku quietly asked to be left alone, but Bakugo's expression darkened further. He challenged Izuku, questioning if YN would want him to be so pitiful. It wasn't his fault, Bakugo insisted. Izuku's eyes widened as something clicked within him. He struggled to voice his thoughts, asking Bakugo to repeat himself. Bakugo released him, and Izuku fell to the ground, his hands landing on the pebbles. Bakugo softened for a moment before his bravado returned, reiterating that it wasn't Izuku's fault and that he needed to stop wallowing in self-pity. Instead, he should focus on saving YN. Tears filled Izuku's eyes as he absorbed Bakugo's words. He felt the truth in them, harsh yet motivating. YN needed him to act, not to dwell on his feelings of inadequacy. He whispered that Bakugo was right, his voice trembling as the tears fell. Bakugo huffed, crossing his arms and looking down at Izuku, his tone less harsh but still firm. He glanced back at Izuku one last time before walking away, leaving Izuku to contemplate his words. Sitting on the ground, Izuku felt a spark of hope igniting within him for the first time in days. Haruko sat alone at her desk, gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. The confident demeanor she usually wore was replaced by a cold expression as she fought against the sadness threatening to overwhelm her. In her hand was her cherished EV keychain, its familiar feel grounding her amidst the chaos. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, tears welled up, and her world felt incomplete without YN. The rest of the class buzzed with energy, students chatting and laughing as if everything was normal. They were unaware of YN's disappearance, their lives continuing in their usual rhythm. But for Haruko, time had stopped. The absence of her best friend left a heavy burden on her heart. Amid the lively chaos, a quiet presence approached her. Shoto stood silently, his expression as stoic as ever. He softly asked where YN was, his voice steady but filled with curiosity. Haruko remained silent, unable to respond. She bit her lip hard, willing herself to keep the tears at bay, gripping the keychain even tighter. But the cracks were beginning to show. Shoto took a step forward, now standing directly in front of her desk. His mismatched eyes fixed on her, piercing through her fragile facade. He asked again where YN was, his tone firmer this time. She hadn't been in for a while, and as her best friend, Haruko should know, right? That was all it took. Haruko broke down, sobbing into her hands. Her body shook as the tears finally spilled over, and the class, once filled with noise and laughter, fell silent. Everyone froze, staring in disbelief. Haruko, known for her fiery, strong-headed personality, was crumbling in front of them, something none of them had ever imagined seeing. She wiped her tears furiously with her sleeve, slamming her fists down on the desk in frustration. She shouted that she didn't know where YN was and demanded to be left alone, expressing her desperation for her best friend. With that, she bolted from the room, her sobs echoing in the silent classroom. The other students exchanged confused and awkward glances, unsure of what to say or do. One girl, breaking the uneasy silence, muttered about what had just happened. Slowly, the class regained its usual liveliness, the buzz of conversations resuming, though now tinged with curiosity. But Shoto remained frozen in place, standing in front of Haruko's desk, his mind whirling. In his hand, he clutched a small container of cookies, ones that looked just like the ones YN had baked for him once. Along with the cookies was a small letter he had planned to give her. He looked down at them, then over at YN's empty desk. The absence was more palpable than ever. With a quiet sigh, Shoto walked back to his own desk, slipping the letter and cookies back into his bag. He thought to himself that it was just another day. He didn't know what had just happened with Haruko, but the strange sadness he felt lingered as he stared at YN's empty seat, his mind troubled and confused. Shoto walked into his house, clutching the straps of his bag as his shoes clicked against the polished floor. The Todoroki household was large, its design sleek and cold, much like the man who ruled over it. The floors gleamed with a clinical shine, and the walls were a cool, stark white. Pictures were few and far between, leaving an almost hollow atmosphere throughout the home. It was a place meant for discipline, not warmth. Shoto, used to the cold environment, hardly noticed the chill anymore. As he crouched down by the entrance to remove his shoes, the smell of dinner wafted in from the kitchen, faintly comforting in the otherwise silent house. Fuyumi poked her head out from the kitchen door, her kind eyes lighting up as she spotted her brother. She welcomed him home, stepping out into the hallway. Fuyumi had a warm presence about her, a stark contrast to the cold home they lived in. She was dressed casually, her long white hair falling over her shoulders, her pale blue eyes filled with gentle kindness. She wiped her hands on her apron and smiled at him. Shoto, distracted and troubled by everything that had happened at school, didn't immediately respond. He was still thinking about why and not showing up for class that day. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. He stared down at his shoes as he pulled them off, not quite ready to meet Fuyumi's cheerful gaze. Noticing the shift in his mood, Fuyumi placed her hands on her hips and stood in front of him, still smiling but with a hint of concern. She asked if he had given YN the apology cookies and the letter. Shoto's gaze lifted to meet hers, his usually stoic expression betraying a flicker of disappointment. He opened his palms, staring at the empty space where the cookies and letter had been tucked away in his bag. He admitted softly that she wasn't in that day. Fuyumi's expression softened as she ruffled Shoto's hair affectionately, encouraging him to look up at her. She reassured him that it was okay and that he could give them to her when she returned to class. She would appreciate it. Shoto nodded silently, but the unease lingered. Fuyumi took his school bag from him, giving him a reassuring smile before he turned to walk toward his room. As he passed through the hallway, he noticed his father standing nearby, speaking on the phone. Endeavor's usual stern expression was even more serious than normal, his fiery beard slightly more grown out. It was rare to see his father distracted, but something about the conversation had taken precedence over everything else. Shoto paused in the hallway, curiosity piqued as he listened in, his father's gruff voice carrying through the quiet house. Endeavor noticed him out of the corner of his eye but didn't acknowledge him until he had ended the call, the atmosphere tense. He told Shoto there would be no training that day, his voice firm but lacking its usual edge. Shoto blinked in surprise. His father never allowed him to skip training. Whatever Endeavor had been discussing must have been serious, and Shoto wanted to know why. He asked directly. Endeavor huffed, his eyes narrowing slightly as he crossed his arms. He explained that President Nizu was on the phone, mentioning that a student from Shoto's class had been taken a few days ago. Nizu was asking for his help. Endeavor continued that it was not a bad deal. If he did this favor, Nizu promised to get Shoto into UA on recommendation. He mentioned he would be out that night. Shoto's heart sank as his father's words hit him like a ton of bricks. He could barely process what was being said. The thought of YN being taken echoed in his mind, each time hitting him harder than the last. He felt sick. His chest tightened painfully, and it felt like something sharp was piercing his heart over and over. She was gone, and he hadn't even had the chance to apologize. Before he knew it, his body was moving on its own. He ran to his room, his breath quickening with each step. As soon as he reached the door, he slammed it shut behind him, sliding down against it until he was sitting on the floor. His knees pulled up to his chest as he tried to control his breathing, but the panic wouldn't stop. First it was his mother, now YN. The thought crashed through his mind like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. He clutched his scar with one trembling hand, the painful reminder of all the things he had lost and the things he feared he would never get back. His breathing began to slow, but the ache in his chest remained. Though Shoto harbored deep resentment toward his father, he knew Endeavor was strong and capable. He had to believe in his abilities as a hero. He had to. He thought desperately about bringing her back, staring at the ceiling as if the answer would come from the stars. But even as he tried to have faith, a part of him felt hollow. He couldn't go through this again. Not after losing his mother. Not after feeling powerless all his life. He thought urgently that she had to come back. The room Yu and Chisaki entered was cold and sterile, lit by harsh fluorescent lights that cast stark shadows on the concrete floor. The walls were a dull gray, the texture rough and uninviting. Metal tables and medical equipment lined one side, while the opposite wall had various monitors and instruments, their purposes unclear but undeniably ominous. The air felt thick with a chemical scent, sharp and medicinal, like a place where things went wrong. You stumbled in, heart racing with every fearful step. Your eyes darted around the room, taking in the cold, clinical environment. There was something eerily familiar about the space, but you couldn't place it. The familiarity only added to the growing unease that made your stomach churn. A sudden, sharp pain shot through your head, making you freeze in place. Your hands flew up to your temples, fingers digging into your scalp as you tried to calm the throbbing ache. The room began to blur, the lights too bright, the air too thick. But Chisaki didn't care. He stepped forward, his expression as cold and detached as ever. Without a word, he grabbed the back of your shirt and yanked you forward with little effort. You fell hard onto the cold floor, your palms scraping against the rough concrete as your body hit the ground. The shock made your breath hitch, and you could feel the sting of tears welling up in your eyes. Your body trembled, both from the pain and the overwhelming fear flooding your senses. You asked him why he was doing this to you, your voice shaking with confusion and desperation. All you could do was look up at Chisaki, hoping for some kind of answer, some kind of explanation that would make sense of the terror you felt deep inside. But Chisaki's expression remained unreadable, his cold eyes locking onto yours without an ounce of empathy. He spoke, his gaze devoid of any emotion. He dismissed you, stating that you were not special, as he had had several subjects before you. His words cut deep, and you could feel the weight of his indifference pressing down on you. He continued, saying that all his other subjects knew how to follow orders, a skill you seemed to have forgotten. Before you could react, Chisaki's hand shot forward, his nails digging into your cheeks with cruel precision. A sharp pain shot through your face as his fingers tightened, the pressure unbearable. His nails left angry red marks on your skin as tears welled up in your eyes, the sting of his grip making it impossible to hold back your sobs. He insisted that you would be quiet and compliant, claiming that the experimentation was for the betterment of society. He said you should feel honored to be playing a leading role in removing what he called the disgusting mutations known as quirks and restoring humanity to its original form. His words echoed in your mind, the cruelty behind them sending a shiver down your spine. You felt your heart race, fear and despair crashing over you like waves. The tears in your eyes blurred your vision as you held your breath, helpless and terrified, unsure of what would happen next. You let out a scream as your insides twisted and contorted in ways that felt impossible. It felt like fire was burning through your veins, your body racked with unrelenting pain that left you gasping for air. Instinctively, you dug your nails into your thigh, feeling the skin break beneath your grip. But the sharp sting of your nails was nothing compared to the torment coursing through your entire body. Your muscles tensed violently, every nerve in your body screaming in protest. Your vision swam, blurred with the intensity of the pain, and you coughed, the taste of copper filling your mouth as you struggled to breathe. Your throat burned from the screams, but you couldn't stop. Your body wasn't your own anymore, shaking uncontrollably as you endured the relentless agony. Through the haze of suffering, your gaze fell on Chisaki, standing before you, his expression blank, utterly unaffected by your distress. His hand was outstretched, subtly controlling the deconstruction of your insides as if it were a routine task. He watched you writhe, his eyes cold and detached. Your cries of pain didn't faze him. To him, you were just another experiment. He stood there calmly, as if your suffering was nothing more than background noise to his calculations. Minutes felt like hours, but eventually, the unbearable torture began to subside. The pressure in your chest lessened, and you could feel your insides slowly, painfully, knitting themselves back together. Your lungs burned as you took a shaky breath, your muscles weak and trembling from the ordeal. The pain still lingered, but it was duller now, more like a heavy weight pressing against you rather than the fiery agony from moments before. You exhaled, your body finally collapsing, spent from the ordeal. Every inch of you ached, your skin slick with sweat, but at least you could breathe again. You lay there, completely drained, your limbs limp and useless as you tried to regain some sense of control over your body. Chisaki remained unbothered, taking out his notepad and jotting down observations, his expression thoughtful but dispassionate. His gaze flickered over you briefly as he muttered to himself, wondering how effective it would be if he were to force you to use your quirk. Your mind, clouded with exhaustion and pain, latched onto that word quirk. The thought echoed in your mind as consciousness began to slip away. You didn't understand. What was he talking about? You were quirkless. Your eyes fluttered shut as your mind drifted further into unconsciousness. Then, suddenly, your head slipped completely, and with a dull thud, it collided with the hard floor. The sharp impact sent a brief jolt through your already fragile body, but the pain barely registered. It was nothing compared to the torment you had just endured. The cold concrete pressed against her skin, but she barely felt it as her mind drifted into the comforting oblivion of unconsciousness. The world around her faded away, consumed by darkness, her last thought dissolving into the void. Finally, everything went silent. Several heroes gathered in the small, dimly lit meeting room of the police station, all waiting for a lead in YN's disappearance. The air was thick with tension. At the center of the room, Officer Sato stood by a projector, files scattered across the table in front of him. Sato cleared his throat, addressing the room. He informed them that the house in front of the park had security cameras installed just last week, capturing footage around the time YN was taken. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle before continuing. They had managed to deduce the identity of the kidnapper, or at least the group they worked for. Aizawa leaned forward, his expression serious, resting his head on his palm. He asked what group that was. Just then, the door creaked open, and Police Chief Officer Kenji entered, commanding immediate attention. Kenji was a tall man with a broad, muscular frame. His deep-set brown eyes were sharp and analytical, reflecting years of stress and experience. His police uniform was immaculate, with his badge gleaming on his chest. He announced that the Yakuza was involved. The room fell silent. Even Endeavor, who had been standing in the corner with his arms crossed, leaned forward in surprise, his eyes widening in confusion. Endeavor questioned what the Yakuza would want with someone like YN. Officer Kenji moved to the front of the room, taking over the presentation. He explained that they believed YN's past was deeply intertwined with the Yakuza, complicating the situation. They wouldn't have taken her unless she held some significance to them. Namuri crossed her arms, frowning, and suggested that most Yakuza families had public addresses, wondering why they couldn't just storm in and arrest them to get YN back. Before Kenji could respond, Officer Sato shook his head, stepping in. He explained that the Yakuza thrived because the Hero Commission and the police force left them alone. It was a delicate balance. They controlled the entire red light district, and disrupting that balance could lead to an all-out war in the underworld. Present Mike, visibly frustrated, balled his hands into fists, questioning if they were just going to let the Yakuza keep YN. Officer Kenji raised a hand to calm the growing tension, stating that they were not saying that. However, charging in headfirst wouldn't help either. They needed to be smart about their approach. The room grew quiet again as the reality of the situation sank in. YN's kidnapping wasn't just a random act of violence, it was tied to something bigger and more dangerous. The heroes understood that rushing into the lion's den could jeopardize YN's life. Aizawa glanced at the others, his expression unreadable, but concern lingered in his eyes. He asked what the plan was. Officer Kenji took a deep breath, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. They needed to gather more intel on the specific faction of the Yakuza involved, find out their base of operations, their leadership, and any potential weak points. This wasn't just a rescue mission, it was an infiltration. The heroes listened intently as the officers began to map out a plan, their minds racing with possibilities and risks. The stakes were high, and time was running out. YN's life depended on every move they made from that moment on. YN jolted awake, her mind still tangled in the remnants of a dark dream. She sat up, gasping for breath, her heart pounding as if she had just escaped something dreadful. Pressing her hand to her chest, she tried to calm her racing pulse while taking in her surroundings. The room was traditional Japanese in style, with tatami mats covering the floor and sliding shoji doors casting a soft glow from outside. A low wooden table sat at the center, and a small vase of flowers rested on a lacquered cabinet in the corner. The room felt eerily familiar, stirring a sense of unease deep inside her. Pushing the thin covers off, YN swung her legs over the side of the bed and stepped onto the cool tatami mat. She walked slowly around the room, her eyes tracing over various trinkets and items on display. Delicate porcelain figurines, a small bonsai tree, and framed calligraphy lined a shelf by the wall. She reached out to touch them, her fingers brushing against the cool ceramic of the figurines and the sharp lines of the calligraphy paper. One item in particular caught her attention, an old wooden chest of drawers tucked away in the corner. The wood was worn and the handles were tarnished with age, but it felt important. YN knelt down and tugged at one of the drawers, which slid open with a faint creak. Inside, she found a folded note. It was hastily written, the handwriting sloppy and uneven, as if the writer had been in a hurry. Carefully unfolding it, she examined the contents. The spelling was hard to decipher, but it appeared to be a timetable for the guards inside the compound. Her eyes widened as the significance of the note hit her. This was a timetable for the guards. But why was it here? And who had written it? She scanned the room once more, her mind racing. Whose room was this? It felt too familiar. Wandering further around the space, her gaze landed on a small framed photograph placed on the wooden cabinet near the bed. Her heart skipped a beat as she moved closer, her hand shaking slightly as she reached for it. The photo showed a younger version of herself, perhaps around 3 or 4 years old, standing beside a man in a dark suit, who had his hand on her shoulder. His face was out of focus, yet there was something chillingly familiar about the way he loomed over her in the picture. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through YN's head, and she clutched her temples as memories surged forward, crashing over her like a violent wave. Flashes of her past, long buried, broke free in unfamiliar man's stern face, the cold, clinical feel of a lab, the heavy weight of expectations. As the memories flooded in, YN felt a sharp, stabbing pain deep in her skull, as if someone had taken a hammer and chisel to her mind, forcing cracks to form in the tightly sealed vault of her past. It began as a dull ache behind her eyes, but within seconds, it exploded into something far more agonizing, causing her to stagger backward and clutch at her temples, as if trying to physically stop the flood from breaking through. Her chest tightened, and a wave of nausea rolled through her stomach. It felt like being submerged in icy water, her breath hitching as her lungs screamed for air. The memories weren't gentle in their return. They crashed into her like a storm, one after the other, with no time to process them. Faces, places, sounds, and sensations assaulted her all at once, swirling in a chaotic maelstrom. Each one was disjointed, jagged, and incomplete, yet unmistakably real. They piled on top of each other, overlapping and intertwining, forming a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts that she couldn't grasp or make sense of. Her heart raced, the erratic thumping in her chest matching the intensity of her spinning thoughts. A scream clawed at the back of her throat, but no sound escaped as she tried to process the overload of information. She felt lightheaded, as if the ground had been ripped out from beneath her, leaving her adrift in a sea of fragmented pieces. Confusion enveloped her. She couldn't understand where these images were coming from. The sense of being in two places at once was overwhelming. She could still feel the room around her, but now it felt distant, hazy, as if she were watching herself from afar, detached from reality. Simultaneously, she was reliving fragments of her past, feeling the touch of cold metal from that lab, hearing the faint hum of machinery, and seeing faces that made her skin crawl. Her body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down her back. Her muscles seized as though she were trapped between fight and flight, but she couldn't move. Her mouth was dry, and her vision blurred as the rush of memories continued to hit her, each one unlocking something buried deep within her. The images blurred into one another, like film reels spinning too fast to focus on, until it was all too much. But one memory pierced through the chaos with clarity. YN's small hands clamped tightly over her ears, desperate to block out the furious shouting and the high-pitched sound of glass shattering against the walls. Her body shook as she pressed herself into the corner, knees drawn to her chest, heart pounding so loud she could barely think. She bit her lip, holding back a sob, her eyes squeezed shut as she tried to imagine herself far away anywhere but here. Her trembling intensified with every raised voice, with every crash and bang that echoed through the room. Suddenly, something strange began to stir inside her. It was foreign, yet not unwelcome. A warmth began to flood her small body, pushing through her veins, sinking into her muscles, and filling her lungs with a deep sense of calm. She hadn't felt calm in years. The fear, though still present, was muted. It was as though her body was suddenly cushioned from the horrors around her, surrounded by an invisible layer of protection. She blinked her eyes open slowly, cautiously, and found herself in the same room, but it wasn't the same anymore. The cold and gray room, with bare walls and broken furniture, now shimmered with soft pink hues. The harsh lighting was gone, replaced by a gentle, warm glow that filled the space. Flowers bloomed in the corners, and the walls, once scratched and cracked, were smooth and clean. It was beautiful, and for a brief moment, YN forgot where she was. She smiled slightly, reaching out to touch the soft, glowing flowers, her heart filled with an unfamiliar warmth. But just as quickly as it appeared, her moment of peace was shattered. A voice screamed, snapping her back into reality, questioning the sudden change in her surroundings. The room reverted in an instant, the pink softness ripped away as the cold, gray walls and broken glass returned. YN's heart sank, and her body went rigid with fear as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the hall, coming closer, too close. Panic gripped her chest, and she scrambled to find a place to hide, but it was too late. The door to her room swung open with a loud bang, and YN's breath caught in her throat. A large figure stood in the doorway, towering over her, their shadow falling across the small, terrified girl. They barked questions at her, demanding answers, their fury palpable. YN shook her head violently, trembling as she pressed herself against the wall. She hadn't done anything, she didn't know how to explain it. Tears welled up in her eyes as she tried to plead silently, her lips quivering, but no words came out. The figure scoffed, stepping forward and grabbing her roughly by the hair. YN let out a small cry of discomfort as they yanked her off the floor, forcing her to her feet. The world spun around her as her scalp burned from the pressure. They hissed at her, demanding the truth. Confused, scared, and in pain, YN nodded quickly, desperate to make the torment stop, even though she didn't know what she was agreeing to. The figure's grip loosened, but only slightly, as a twisted grin spread across their face. They chuckled darkly before dragging her out of the room and into the living area, where another woman sat on a torn, faded couch, a cigarette dangling from her lips. The woman muttered about YN ruining her mood, and YN's lungs burned as the acrid smoke filled the air, making it hard to breathe. The figure holding her sneered, mentioning that she had developed her quirk. The woman on the couch froze, her eyes narrowing as she took another long drag from her cigarette, now fixed on YN with sudden interest. YN's heart raced as she watched the two of them, her wide eyes reflecting a mix of fear and uncertainty. The warmth and peace she had felt earlier vanished, replaced by a chilling apprehension about what lay ahead. She sensed that whatever was coming would not be pleasant. YN sat on the floor, gasping for air, her body trembling as she fought to calm herself. Her hands felt clammy, and her chest rose and fell with uneven, shallow breaths. Pressing her palm to her forehead, she felt the sweat that had formed there. A throbbing pain pulsed in her head, and her vision blurred with the remnants of a haunting memory. Her hands shook uncontrollably, fingers curling into fists and then relaxing, her heart racing as the vivid scene replayed in her mind, each word, each touch, leaving her with a horrible sense of powerlessness. Yet, deep within her, something had shifted. The terror, while still present, began to give way to a stronger emotion, a spark of resolve. She had to leave. Clenching her jaw, she forced her breath to slow, her erratic gasps becoming more controlled. Her fists tightened at her sides, nails digging into her palms, the sensation grounding her as she gathered herself. She couldn't remain in this place that brought back every haunting memory and fear. She was no longer that helpless little girl. She was still small, but she was far from powerless. Years spent trying to forget this part of her life had led her to this moment, and she knew one thing for certain: this was not her home. Her resolve solidified like steel in her chest. This place, with its nightmares and memories, no longer belonged to her. Her real life awaited elsewhere. As her breathing steadied, she unclenched her hands and examined them, a strange yet familiar sensation spreading through her fingertips. Her quirk. The warmth she had felt all those years ago began to trickle back into her body, and this time, she embraced it, seeking control. Slowly, she raised her palms, watching as they began to tingle. The air around her felt charged, like static before a storm, and the room seemed to respond to her emotions. With great effort, she focused on the room, narrowing her gaze. She felt the furniture shift, the walls bending slightly, as if the space was yielding to her will. It was challenging. Her body was unaccustomed to this kind of power. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she concentrated, willing her quirk to take hold. Small trinkets around the room began to lift off the shelves, and for a moment, she felt a sense of control. But it wasn't perfect. The room spun unexpectedly, and she struggled to steady it, her arms trembling with the effort. Her breath came in sharp bursts, her chest tightening from the exertion. It took every ounce of focus and strength she had, and the moment the room returned to its original state, YN collapsed back onto the floor, gasping for breath, her entire body trembling with fatigue. Exhaustion washed over her, her limbs ached, and she felt as if she might faint at any moment, but her heart raced with something more than fear now. Determination. Wiping her forehead with the back of her hand, she continued to breathe heavily, but a small, determined smile formed on her lips. She was gaining control over her quirk, even if it was slow and difficult. She had to improve. This place was not her home. Only with Aizawa did her days feel bright. Only with Nemuri, Yamada, and Nizu did she feel part of a large, loving family. And only with Midoriya, Haruko, and though she hated to admit it, Bakugo, did she feel like a normal kid. She had a life beyond this nightmare, a real family. They were the ones who had taken her in, who made her feel like she belonged. This place was wrong. It no longer fit her. Clenching her hands once more, this time with renewed strength, she resolved to leave. She would find her real family again. Fumi's voice echoed down the hall, frustration clear as she called out to Deku and Kohei, who were late for their shift once again. The two strolled over to their station with an unbothered slouch, seemingly indifferent to the time. T yawned, scratching his head lazily while Kohei smirked. Fumi's irritation was palpable as she scolded them for being late. Deku, unfazed, shrugged it off, claiming they were only a couple of minutes behind. Fumi's eyebrow twitched in annoyance as she corrected him, stating they were an hour late. Deku, with a playful grin, dismissed her concern, while Kohei laughed and teased Deku about his physique. Tsubasa, the ever-deadpan observer, chimed in with a sarcastic remark about Taki's lack of muscle. Deku retaliated with a huff, and as they walked away, Fumi couldn't resist getting in the last word, calling them out for their antics. You stood in your room, pressing your ear against the door, trying to make sense of the bizarre conversation happening outside. Confusion washed over you as you listened to the muffled shouting and banter between the guards. The absurdity of it all made your head spin, almost distracting you from the seriousness of your situation. You leaned back, staring blankly at the door, unsure whether to laugh or cry at their ridiculousness. Shaking your head, you refocused. You had no time to be confused by their banter. You had more pressing matters to attend to, like finding a way out of this place. You brainstormed escape ideas, searching the room for anything that could help. You opened the window, glancing down but quickly deciding that jumping from that height was a last resort. You pulled open drawers and unscrewed vents, ultimately concluding that the door was your best option. Sitting on the cold floor, you gripped two thin metal sticks tightly in your hands, struggling with the lock for what felt like an eternity. Your fingers ached, knuckles scraped from twisting and turning the makeshift tools with no progress. Each click or faint movement in the lock filled you with a glimmer of hope, only to be dashed moments later when the door remained firmly shut. Sweat dripped down your forehead, mixing with the dust on the floor as you lay sprawled out, trying different angles and positions to get the door to budge. Minutes turned into a half-hour, and your frustration only grew. You gritted your teeth, feeling more desperate with each passing second. Tears welled up in your eyes as the stress of the situation began to weigh heavily on you. You slammed the sticks down, pulling at your hair, furious at your helplessness. With a shaky breath, you forced yourself to try one more time, wiping away the tears that threatened to fall. When the lock didn't give way again, a sob escaped your throat. Your hands trembled as you gripped the door handle in defeat, slamming it down in frustration. But then the door creaked. You froze, blinking in disbelief as the door slowly, ever so slowly, swung open on its own. Your heart pounded in your chest, and for a moment, you just stared at the gap, your mind struggling to process what had just happened. The realization hit you hard. The door had been open the whole time. Then, without warning, you laughed. It wasn't a joyful laugh, but a broken, disbelieving one, tinged with frustration and absurdity. You clutched your face with your hands, your body shaking as you fell to the ground. Tears of disbelief streamed down your cheeks, mingling with your laughter. You couldn't decide whether to laugh harder or cry, so you did both, overwhelmed by the ridiculousness of the situation. All that time, all that effort, and the door had been open from the start. What a joke! You stepped cautiously into the dimly lit hallway, your heart pounding in your chest. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered occasionally, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. The floor was cold and hard beneath your feet, each step echoing in the stillness of the corridor. The air felt thick with tension, and every instinct told you to remain alert. You scanned your surroundings, eyes darting from one end of the hallway to the other. The walls were painted a dull gray, adorned with sporadic posters and security notices that seemed to hang limply, as if they, too, were weary of this place. The atmosphere was heavy, almost oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in. You could feel the weight of uncertainty pressing down on you. Suddenly, the muffled sounds of familiar voices drifted toward you, pulling you forward. Ʀᴏ and Kouhei were arguing again. Your heart raced at the realization if they were here, they must be guarding the exit. You strained to hear their conversation, inching closer as their words became clearer. Ʀᴏ boasted about his abilities, his bravado unmistakable. You suppressed a laugh, but your nerves kept you on edge. As their voices grew louder, you heard their footsteps shifting, drawing closer. Panic gripped you, and you quickly scanned for an open door, desperately jiggling handles until you found one that gave way. With a rush of adrenaline, you slipped inside and closed the door behind you, heart racing. The room was small, a cramped closet barely big enough to hold a few coats and storage boxes. The scent of dust filled the air, mixing with the faint, musty odor of forgotten belongings. Clothes hung limply from a rack, and you instinctively pushed them aside to make more space for yourself. Your breathing slowed as you pressed your back against the door, the wood cool against your skin. The shadows of footsteps glided beneath the crack at the bottom of the door, and you held your breath, every nerve in your body on high alert. Kouhei's voice rose, his annoyance palpable, while Ʀᴏ retorted teasingly but defiantly. As they continued to bicker, you couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. You had never felt so close to freedom, yet here you were, hiding from two guards who seemed more interested in their squabble than their duty. The shadows beneath the door began to shift, and you leaned forward slightly, peering through the crack. The muffled sounds of their argument grew louder, their bodies moving in and out of view, shadows dancing with animated gestures. Ʀᴏ challenged Kouhei, laughter breaking through the seriousness of their spat. Just then, you heard a loud thud as one of them stumbled, followed by a burst of raucous laughter. The shadows beneath the door shifted violently as their playful brawl escalated, fists flying as they grappled with each other. You could almost hear the impact as Ʀᴏ delivered a light punch to Kouhei's shoulder, who retaliated with a swift shove that sent Ʀᴏ stumbling back. Their playful banter continued, and you stifled a nervous laugh, incredulous at how absurd they sounded. You couldn't believe these were the guards keeping you prisoner. Their bickering made them seem less like captors and more like bickering siblings. Suddenly, there was a loud clatter. Your body froze, your heart skipping a beat. It sounded like something had been knocked over. Curiosity prickled at you, and you quickly lowered yourself to the floor, peeking through the thin gap at the base of the door. Your eyes widened. A ring of keys lay on the floor, just out of your reach. For a long moment, you simply stared at them, your mind racing. Was this a trap? Had they dropped them on purpose? You quickly dismissed the thought their conversation was still going, far too distracted for this to be intentional. You felt genuinely lucky. Acting quickly but quietly, you grabbed the 2 metal sticks you'd found earlier while scavenging the room. Carefully, you slid one of them under the door, using it like a hook to drag the keys closer. But it wasn't as easy as you hoped. The keys slipped out of your makeshift tool's grip several times, scraping the floor with each failed attempt. Each clink of metal against the floor made you wince, fearing the guards would hear. Your fingers tremble as you try again and again to snag the keys, your frustration growing. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, you manage to pull the keyring close enough to grab with your fingers. You nearly gasp in relief, clutching them tightly in your hand. Your pulse races as you stare at the ring of keys, your mind spinning with possibilities. Could this be it? Could you finally get out? You try to remain calm, but your anxiety grows. You can't afford to be caught standing here with the guard's keys in your hand. Ǩoḥei walks by, his footsteps heavy, and remarks that Taki needs to get something looked at. Taki groans in response, his voice fading as they move away. You remain still, waiting for the sound of their voices to completely disappear down the hallway. The coast is clear for now, but you know they will return soon. After several agonizing minutes, you decide the coast is clear. You slowly pull the handle down, the door creaking open ever so slightly. With a mixture of excitement and anxiety, you peek through the crack, scanning the empty hallway. You have no idea how long this window of opportunity will last, but you aren't going to waste it. Slowly, you push the door open and step out into the dimly lit corridor. You move cautiously, hugging the wall as you make your way toward the direction you think leads to the exit. Every sound seems magnified in the silence of the hallway, the creak of the floor beneath your feet, the distant hum of electricity from overhead lights. Your heart pounds, adrenaline keeping you alert to any small change. As you creep along, you come upon the security station just as Taki and Ǩoḥei's voices pick up again. Taki shouts from inside, blaming Ǩoḥei for spilling a drink. A loud sputtering noise follows, and Ǩoḥei bursts into laughter, remarking that accidents happen. You peek around the corner and see them standing in front of the monitors, which are now flickering and sparking. Your eyes widen. The security system is malfunctioning, likely due to their mishap with the spilled drink. Taki groans, visibly annoyed as he tries to fix the monitors, exclaiming that Ǩoḥei fried the whole system. Ǩoḥei laughs again, doubling over as the screens flicker one final time and go black. You can hardly believe your luck. The cameras are down. Your path is almost entirely free of surveillance now, all thanks to their clumsy antics. Without wasting a second, you slip past the security room, moving as quickly and quietly as you can without drawing attention. Your mind races with what to do next. The exit has to be nearby, but just as you reach the end of the hallway, you spot another problem. The exit door is locked. You curse under your breath, fumbling with the stolen keys. You try each one after another, but none of them seem to work. Your hands shake from the stress, and the sounds of Taki and Ǩoḥei's continued bickering aren't helping. Panic starts to settle in. Time is running out. You have to think of something else. Then, you remember the kitchen you passed it earlier. You quickly backtrack, hoping for another slide of luck. The kitchen is empty, but it looks like someone has been cooking recently. A pot of boiling water sits on the stove, unattended. Your eyes light up with an idea. It's risky, but it might just buy you enough time. You grab a towel, quickly wrapping it around your hand as you yank the pot off the stove. With a sharp twist of your wrist, you throw the boiling water across the floor, sending steam rising in every direction. The fire alarm blares immediately, its shrill sound piercing through the building. Taki and Ǩoḥei come running in, eyes wide in shock. Taki shouts in disbelief at what you've done, slipping on the wet floor as he rushes in. He lands face first into a pile of pans, sending a loud clang echoing through the kitchen. Ǩoḥei doubles over in laughter, unable to control himself, while Taki groans, trying to push himself up, only to slip again. You can hardly believe what you're witnessing. These two are supposed to be guarding the place, and yet they can't even stay on their feet. It's almost too easy. Taking full advantage of their absurd incompetence, you slip back out of the kitchen and dash toward the exit door. The sound of the fire alarm masks your footsteps as you work quickly to unlock the door with the remaining keys. Finally, one key slides into place, and the door clicks open. Freedom. Your heart pounds in your chest as you push the door open, stepping out into the cool night air. You can hardly believe it, you've made it. But there's no time to celebrate. You need to get far away before anyone realizes you're gone. Your breath hitches as you start running, leaving behind the building, the guards, and the place that has been your prison for far too long. You are free. For now. Outside the imposing Shai Hasaikai compound, a small army of heroes gathers, ready to take action. The heavy machinery cop cars, clad in dark colors and adorned with advanced technology, stand like sentinels, their engines rumbling with barely contained power. The atmosphere is thick with tension as the heroes prepare for what lies ahead. Surrounding the entire compound is a massive 6-foot concrete wall, looming like a fortress. Thick metal doors fortify each corner, guarded by watchful, skilled assassins, their expressions stern and focused. However, 2 of those guards are currently sprawled on the ground, knocked out cold, providing the heroes with a clear path forward. The air is electric with anticipation as Endeavor stands at the front of the group, his fists clenched and his eyes ablaze with determination, ready to storm inside. Just as he is about to make his move, a soft, innocent voice rings out from behind them, asking what they are doing. The entire group freezes, turning around slowly, their expressions shifting from fierce determination to pure shock. Yamada's sunglasses slip off his face and fall to the ground with a soft clatter, his jaw dropping in disbelief. There stands YN, clutching her skirt with wide, confused eyes, looking at the heroes as if they are the most ridiculous group she has ever seen. Endeavor is the first to recover, a mix of surprise and frustration washing over his face as he questions why YN is outside when she is supposed to be inside the compound. YN, undeterred, crosses her arms defiantly. YN sat quietly on the edge of the hospital bed, her legs dangling off the side as the nurse finished wrapping the bandage around her right arm. The sterile scent of antiseptic lingered in the air, mixing with the faint, rhythmic beeping of medical machines from nearby rooms. The hospital room was small but clean, with white walls, a standard bed, and a small window letting in a sliver of evening sunlight. Aizawa stood across the room, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold in his usual calm manner. He glanced toward the door occasionally, likely waiting for Yamada to return from his search for a vending machine. The nurse, a kind woman with short brown hair tucked neatly under a cap, finished the bandaging with a smile. She secured the end with a small sticker featuring a cute, pastel Pikachu winking. She praised YN for her bravery, assuring her that she would heal quickly. Afterward, she turned to Aizawa, requesting a moment to speak with him outside. Aizawa nodded and exited the room with her, leaving YN to sit on the bed, absent-mindedly kicking her legs as she waited. Moments later, a frantic voice echoed through the hallway, calling out for YN. Her eyes snapped toward the door, confusion bubbling inside her as she quickly hopped off the bed. Just as she was about to move toward the hallway, Haruko burst through the door, panting heavily as if she had run the entire way. Her usual confident demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Instead, her face was flushed, and her eyes were puffy and swollen from crying. As soon as she laid eyes on YN, she rushed forward, clutching her tightly. Tears soaked YN's shoulder as Haruko shook with heavy breaths, expressing her relief and concern. YN felt her own eyes brimming with tears as she wrapped her arms around Haruko, squeezing her tightly. In the midst of their emotional reunion, a stern voice interrupted the moment. Haruko's mother entered the room, her long, straight black hair framing her sharp features. Dressed in a neat, business-casual outfit, she had an air of authority, though concern was evident in her eyes as she glanced at YN and her daughter embracing. The woman hurried over, kneeling in front of YN, who looked up at her while still wiping tears from her eyes. Nervous under her gaze, YN felt the tension dissolve as her mother's face crumpled, and she too began to cry. The flood of emotions hit YN again, and more tears escaped as everyone in the room shared in the moment. Haruko's mother stammered through her sobs, expressing her gratitude for YN's friendship with her daughter. She explained how Haruko had always struggled to make friends and how excited she was when she finally found one. The mother's emotions poured out as she shared how devastated Haruko had been during the ordeal. As she pulled both YN and Haruko into a warm embrace, the hug felt overwhelming in the best way. YN could feel Haruko's trembling ease as she wiped her tears, and the warmth of the hug spread through her like a comforting blanket. Just as the emotional moment peaked, a voice cut through the room, breaking the solemn atmosphere. The unexpected interruption brought a mix of relief and laughter, reminding everyone that even in the most serious moments, there was always room for a little lightheartedness. "Get a room, extras." Your head shot up to see Bakugo standing in the doorway, arms crossed and scowling as if the entire scene were an inconvenience to him. His crimson eyes rolled dramatically as he leaned against the doorframe, clearly irritated. The tension in the room popped like a bubble, and despite everything, you couldn't help but let out a soft, watery laugh. Haruko wiped the last of her tears, glaring daggers at Bakugo, while her mother looked bewildered but still smiled gently. Haruko's glare sharpened as she stepped closer to Bakugo, hands firmly planted on her hips. She confronted him, her voice filled with fury, demanding to know who he thought he was to tell her what to do. "You're the extra. Get out of here." Bakugo scoffed, unfazed by her defiance. He strolled further into the room with that confident, unbothered attitude he was infamous for, hands stuffed in his pockets as he stared her down. "Mind your own business and scram," he replied. Haruko's hands balled into fists as she stepped up to him, practically nose to nose now. Yeah, as if, "Go away." Just when it seemed things might escalate, Haruko's mom, still wiping away the last of her tears, stepped in with a soft, almost awkward smile. She glanced between the two like a mother trying to break up a playground squabble. "Well, it seems we're all a bit cranky. Why don't I go find us some snacks from the vending machine? That might calm everyone down a bit." She looked at you and Haruko with a warm smile, her voice softening as she added that she would be right back. With that, she wiped the last of her tears and gracefully slipped out of the room, leaving the tension between Bakugo and Haruko hanging in the air like a ticking time bomb. You winced at what might happen next, unsure whether to jump in or wait it out. As soon as she was gone, Bakugo cracked his knuckles, glaring down at Haruko. "You've got some nerve for someone who's been crying like a baby." Haruko stood firm, completely unfazed by Bakugo's intensity. She crossed her arms, her glare sharp. "And you've got some nerve walking into a hospital room where you're not wanted. Leave." Bakugo shot her an equally fierce glare. "Trust me, I want to, but my old hag won't let me leave." His voice was laced with irritation, but Haruko wasn't backing down. "Who even are you?" she asked, squinting her eyes in suspicion. With a cocky smirk, Bakugo clenched his fists and puffed out his chest. "Bakugo Katsuki, the future #1 hero. So you better remember my name." Haruko scoffed dismissively, rolling her eyes. "As if someone as lame as you would ever be famous." Bakugo's expression darkened. "What did you say, Diamond Extra?" His voice practically shook with rage. "I don't care if you're a girl, I'll take you on." Haruko smirked, unfazed by his threat. She placed her hands on her hips and stood even taller. "Yeah, you better. I'd expect nothing less." Bakugo clenched his fists tighter, stepping toward her. "All right then, pug face. Get ready to get your butt handed to you." Haruko stepped forward, ready to meet his challenge head-on. "Sure I will, hedgehog." You watched the tension rise, unsure if you should step in and break it up before things got messy. Just as they were about to throw down, Mitsuki Bakugo stormed into the room, grabbing the back of Bakugo's shirt and lifting him up effortlessly with one hand. Bakugo squirmed in her grip, kicking and thrashing around like a wild animal. His face turned beet red with embarrassment as Haruko burst into laughter, pointing at him mockingly. "What are you laughing at, pug?" Bakugo shouted, his arms flailing in Mitsuki's iron grip. "I'll get you for this." Mitsuki slapped him across the back of the head, her voice loud enough to echo through the room. "Like hell you will," she screamed, shaking him slightly in the air. "Put me down, old hag." Bakugo yelled, still wriggling around in her grasp. "No way. You're going to behave yourself, Katsuki. Mitsuki barked, her grip never loosening as she glared at her son. Haruko doubled over, laughing uncontrollably at the sight of Bakugo being manhandled by his own mother. "Oh, this is priceless," she gasped between laughs, wiping a tear from her eye. You stood there, watching the whole scene play out, trying your best to stifle a laugh yourself. Bakugo's pride might be taking a beating, but it was definitely entertaining to watch. Bakugo was finally released from his mother's grip, grumbling under his breath as he rubbed the back of his head. Mitsuki wasted no time, rushing over to you and enveloping you in a warm hug. Her arms were firm but gentle, the type of hug that made you feel safe. After a moment, she pulled back, her hands still resting on your shoulders as she scanned your face with a worried expression. She gently cupped your cheeks, inspecting you for any hidden scratches or bruises. "Let me see, sweetheart," she muttered, her sharp eyes missing nothing as they quickly darted to the bandages on your arms and legs. Her lips pressed into a tight line, and you could see the sadness flickering in her gaze despite her efforts to hide it. For a moment, she just stared at you, and then she released a soft sigh, gently letting go and standing back. She quickly masked her emotions, putting on a brave face as she grabbed Bakugo's arm and practically shoved him forward. "Katsuki got you a gift," Mitsuki announced, her voice a little too cheerful, trying to shift the mood. Your eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Bakugo? A gift?" You glanced at him, but Bakugo was already looking away, his usual scowl firmly in place, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. He didn't deny it, though, and his mom gave him another firm nudge forward. Bakugo groaned under his breath, then shoved something into your hands without meeting your eyes. You looked down, your eyes widening in shock. It was a brand new Switch. You blinked in disbelief, looking back and forth between the shiny console in your hands and Bakugo, who was glaring at the wall as if the gift had absolutely nothing to do with him. Man, he must be seriously rich, you thought, momentarily distracted by how nonchalant he was about the whole thing. Snapping out of your thoughts, you quickly broke into a smile, clutching the Switch close to your chest. "Thank you, Bakugo. Seriously, this is amazing," you exclaimed, your voice filled with gratitude. Bakugo rolled his eyes, crossing his arms. Yeah, whatever, extra," he muttered. "I know I'm the best." Katsuki made it clear that he wasn't doing this out of concern, trying to maintain his tough guy image. He glanced at you briefly before looking away, his demeanor unchanged. Mitsuki, however, quickly smacked him on the back of the head, scolding him for his lack of tact. You couldn't help but chuckle at the interaction, which made Mitsuki turn her attention back to you with a warm smile. She pulled you in for a tight hug, her voice soft as she said her goodbyes, reminding you to take care and to reach out if you ever needed anything. With that, she grabbed Bakugo by the collar, dragging him out of the room while he grumbled under his breath. But just for a moment, you caught a glimpse of a small, begrudging smile on his lips before they disappeared through the door. A few minutes later, Haruko and her mother prepared to leave as well. Before they left, Haruko's mom made sure to leave a massive haul of snacks, drinks, and vending machine goodies on your bed. Chips, candy bars, instant ramen cups, and sodas cluttered the sheets. You chuckled as Haruko eyed the snacks greedily, casually slipping a few into her pockets while you helped her grab more for later. Haruko's mom hugged you one last time before leading her daughter out the door. Haruko waved back dramatically, still munching on a candy bar as they left, calling out that she would see you at school. Now alone, the room felt much quieter. You had just begun to settle into the bed when you heard another knock at the door. Curiosity piqued, you called out for the visitor to come in, your heart picking up slightly with anticipation. As the door creaked open, a woman with soft white hair streaked with red peeked inside. She made eye contact with you, her expression gentle and warm, instantly putting you at ease. She took a small step into the room and spoke in a quiet, soothing voice, introducing herself as Fuyumi Todoroki, Shoto's older sister. You nodded in acknowledgement, offering a small greeting in return. Fuyumi looked visibly relieved, her shoulders relaxing as she introduced herself. However, your eyes widened in recognition when you spotted Shoto standing just behind her, his signature dual-colored hair giving him away immediately. The moment you locked eyes with him, you turned away, folding your arms across your chest and leaning back on the hospital bed. Fuyumi continued, her smile still present as she expressed her desire for you to forgive Shoto. She explained how he used to come home excited and full of energy, sharing stories about his new friends, but now he just sat in his room or trained with their father. Behind her, Shoto seemed mortified, his face turning bright red as his sister laid out his feelings. He tried to nudge her shoulders to get her to stand, but Fuyumi remained firmly bowed, determined to express her sincerity. You, taken aback by the scene, fidgeted nervously. Rushing over to Fuyumi, you waved your hands in panic, insisting that she didn't need to apologize like this. Your gaze drifted to Shoto, who stood awkwardly to the side, guilt evident on his face as he avoided eye contact. Fuyumi looked up at you, her tone firm as she acknowledged your words and turned to her brother, commanding him to apologize. Shoto blinked in surprise at her insistence. Reluctantly, he took a step forward and mirrored his sister's bow, creating a comical scene as they both bowed deeply. You couldn't help but stare in disbelief, wondering if this was the Todoroki family's special bowing technique. They seemed determined to make you uncomfortable, and you waved your hands frantically, insisting that they didn't need to bow. But they remained in their bowed positions as if glued there. Realizing there was no other way to end this, you sighed in defeat and declared that you forgave Shoto, pleading with them to stop bowing. At last, they straightened up, Shoto's expression still a bit sheepish while Fuyumi smiled softly, clearly relieved. You were left wondering what you had just witnessed, questioning the dynamics of this family. Fuyumi gently pushed Shoto forward, whispering a command for him to hug you. Shoto nodded, stepping toward you with an awkward expression. As he neared, he hesitated, then spread his arms wide, like an airplane about to take off. Both you and Fuyumi froze in surprise. Fuyumi quickly hissed for him to hug you properly. Without lowering his arms, Shoto advanced further, still holding them out. He finally wrapped his arms around you, his movements slow and deliberate. While it wasn't the most comfortable embrace, you couldn't help but feel a little endeared by the effort. You awkwardly patted his back, feeling as if you were part of some unusual performance art. When he finally pulled away, Shoto appeared quite pleased with himself, as if he had just mastered an ancient technique. You let out a nervous laugh, nodding in approval, though the tension in the air was undeniable. Fuyumi, trying to lighten the mood, grabbed her bag and pulled out a stunning bouquet of flowers. Your eyes widened as she handed it to you. It was an elegant arrangement filled with soft pastel roses, white lilies, and sprigs of lavender, with delicate baby's breath scattered among the blooms. The bouquet was wrapped in a simple but beautiful ivory ribbon, the scent sweet and soothing. You couldn't help but admire its loveliness, holding it delicately in your hands as you thanked Fuyumi profusely. She waved off your gratitude with a kind smile, bending down to give you a gentle hug of her own. It felt warm and genuine, a stark contrast to Shoto's earlier, more mechanical attempt. With their goodbyes said, Fuyumi and Shoto began to leave. Just before exiting, Shoto glanced back at you, a small but noticeable smile on his face, a quiet, subtle expression that spoke volumes. You returned his smile as they disappeared out the door, the room feeling lighter now that they had left. You found yourself thinking that perhaps you could forgive Shoto. Just as you were settling back into your bed, the door swung open, and in walked present Mike with Aizawa trailing behind, both looking victorious after their epic snack hunt. Yamada proudly held a small plastic bag in his hand, ready to announce his triumph, but then, his glasses nearly slid off his face as his jaw dropped. His eyes landed on the massive mountain of vending machine snacks already piled up next to your hospital bed. It wasn't just a few candies, it was a kingdom of snacks. Every kind of treat imaginable was stacked high: chocolates, chips, gummies, drinks. It looked as if the vending machine aisle of a convenience store had exploded right there on your bed. Yamada's gaze flickered back and forth between the massive haul and the tiny, pitiful bag he held in his hands. For a moment, he stood there, frozen in place, before looking back at Aizawa, tears of despair welling up in his eyes. The small bag in his grasp was laughable compared to the snack mountain. Aizawa, as unfazed as ever, just rolled his eyes at the overdramatic display. He plopped down beside you on the bed, not even bothering to acknowledge the pile of snacks. He casually stretched his arms out, as if he wasn't sitting next to a candy kingdom. Mid-crunch on a candy bar, you turned to him with a shrug, explaining that Haruko's mom had brought them. Aizawa nodded in understanding, as if this sort of thing happened every day. Meanwhile, Yamada dramatically collapsed onto the floor beside the bed, his spirit crushed. He had been outdone by a stranger, but in his heart he vowed never to let this happen again. Midoriya sat at the dining table, his eyes scanning the room filled with All Might-themed birthday decorations. His mom had gone all out. All Might streamers hung from the ceiling, balloons in red, blue, and gold floated in the corners of the room, and a large cardboard cutout of All Might himself stood proudly by the door, giving his signature thumbs up. The table was adorned with All Might plates, napkins, and cups, and a small action figure of the hero held a banner that read, "Happy Birthday, Izuku." His birthday cake, of course, was shaped like All Might, complete with a bright yellow smile and a dramatic pose. But none of it mattered to Midoriya. His gaze lingered on the cake, his heart heavy and disinterested. The vibrant decorations, which normally would have filled him with excitement, only served as a reminder of his failure. How could he celebrate with All Might as the theme when he couldn't even save the one person who meant the most to him? Heroes were supposed to protect the ones they love. That was the foundation of everything he believed in. Yet, he couldn't protect you, his only friend, his girlfriend. He felt like a fraud, a terrible boyfriend, unworthy of the hero name. He missed you more than words could express. Inko watched her son closely, her heart aching for him. She had spent hours decorating the house to cheer him up, hoping to see the familiar spark of joy in his eyes. But instead, he just looked defeated. With a soft smile, she moved behind him and began to switch off the lights, the warm glow of the candles becoming the room's only source of light. She carefully lit the candles on the cake, her hand running gently through his green curls. She encouraged him to make a wish, her voice soothing as she stood beside him. Midoriya looked at the flickering candles, their small flames dancing in the dim light. He nodded reluctantly, his heart torn. He only had one true wish: to meet All Might. Oh wait, there were two. To meet All Might and to see you again. He couldn't bear another day without you. With a deep breath, he leaned forward and blew out the candles, his eyes closing as he made his wish, his mind filled with thoughts of you. Inko watched him closely, her smile softening as she saw the hopeful look on his face. As he kept his eyes closed, she smirked knowingly. Just then the doorbell rang, cutting through the quiet room. Midoriya's eyes snapped open, his heart racing. Could it be? His mind whirled, filled with hope and disbelief. He stared at the door, not blinking, his pulse quickening as he wondered if his birthday wish had come true. He couldn't afford to miss this moment, not for a second. As Inko slowly walked toward the door, Izuku sat frozen at the table, his mind racing. Who could that be? He wondered, confusion clouding his thoughts. No one ever came to his birthday parties before. It was always just him and his mom, quiet, NTMT, and devoid of guests. Was it one of the neighbors? He frowned, doubting that anyone from around the neighborhood would drop by uninvited. Another possibility flashed through Izuku's mind: Kaken? Could it be him? They had grown up together, after all, and even though their relationship had always been rocky, Katsuki had softened a little toward him recently. Maybe this was Kaken's way of making up for things? But as soon as the thought entered his mind, Izuku quickly shook his head. No way. Bakugo wouldn't show up to his birthday. It wasn't his style, not even a little. Kaken barely tolerated him most of the time, let alone cared enough to come to a party. He could already imagine the explosion of insults if Bakugo had somehow learned about the birthday celebration. Izuku quickly dismissed the thought. No, it couldn't be Kaken. The doorbell echoed again, and Midoriya stood frozen, unable to move, too afraid to even breathe. Was this the moment he had been waiting for? Could it be his wish come true? Inko finally stood by the door, her hands resting on the knob as she opened it slowly. Sunlight poured into the dim room, momentarily blinding Midoriya. He squinted, his heart pounding as he tried to make out the figure standing at the threshold. All he could see was a vague silhouette, the bright light obscuring the details. He muttered under his breath, wondering if it was All Might. His heart swelled with hope, but as he blinked a few more times, adjusting to the light, his expectations crashed. Standing there was not the towering figure of All Might but a scruffy, disheveled man with long, unkempt hair and tired eyes. Aizawa stood at the door, looking as if he didn't even want to be there, his gaze lazily scanning the surroundings. Midoriya froze, his faith in birthday wishes shattering right then and there. Who was this man? His mind scrambled to connect the dots, and then it hit him. Isn't that Yn's dad? He blinked in disbelief. What was he doing here? Before he could fully process what was happening, a small figure popped out from behind Aizawa. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he recognized your voice. His vision blurred with tears as he stumbled, nearly falling out of his chair in his haste to reach you. He scrambled back to his feet and ran to you, enveloping you in a tight, desperate hug. His arms wrapped around you as if afraid you might disappear again. His sobs came out uncontrollably, his face buried in your shoulder. Yn was really there, and Midoriya felt overwhelmed with relief and emotion, his tears soaking into your shirt as he held you even tighter, never wanting to let go. He clung to you tightly, as if letting go might mean you'd disappear again. His heart raced with joy, all the anxiety he had carried in your absence melting away. His plan, the one he had envisioned for their future together, could finally continue. He wiped his tears with the back of his hand, giving you a messy but genuine smile. You smiled back, holding the edges of your skirt in excitement. You were dressed in a light pastel sundress with small floral patterns. The dress fluttered slightly around your knees, and a delicate ribbon was tied at your waist. Izuku couldn't help but marvel at how amazing you looked now that you were back next to him. As the birthday progressed, Izuku pulled you to the cake, wanting to share the first slice with you. Inko snapped photos excitedly, her smile wide as she captured every precious moment. Aizawa stood off to the side with Yamada, who was practically squealing over the sheer cuteness of the pair. Well, mostly your cuteness, as he made sure to point out. Once the cake was cut, Izuku and you sat together, happily munching on your slices. The cake was soft and sweet, the buttercream light and fluffy, melting on their tongues with each bite. Meanwhile, Aizawa, Yamada, and Inko chatted in the living room, sipping drinks and occasionally glancing at the two of you with fond smiles. As you continued to eat, you looked up and noticed a small smudge of buttercream on Izuku's cheek. You giggled softly, getting his attention. You playfully told him to hold still, and before he could react, you leaned in, your thumb brushing gently against his cheek as you wiped the cream away. Izuku's eyes went wide, his entire face turning beet red. He felt like his heart had just exploded in his chest. A girl touched his face. His mind raced, and his body froze as you pulled back and casually liked the buttercream off your thumb. That small gesture, innocent and sweet, was enough to send Izuku into a flustered panic. His face burned, the blush creeping all the way to his ears, and he started stammering incoherently, waving his hands in front of him as if that might cool him down. He was so embarrassed that he could barely look at you, his eyes darting everywhere but your face. You giggled at his reaction, amused by how much a little buttercream could fluster him. Meanwhile, Izuku was sure he was about to melt right then and there. He turned his gaze to you, admiring your laughing face, but quickly snapped himself out of his thoughts, somehow turning even more red. Izuku shoved another massive piece of cake into his mouth, cheeks puffed out like a squirrel, trying hard to distract himself from the embarrassment of his earlier thoughts. He kept sneaking glances at you, but of course, you noticed. You turned to him with wide, curious eyes, leaning in as you poked his forehead. You asked what he was thinking so hard about, your face scrunched up in concentration. The sudden poke made him blush even harder, and he quickly looked away, insisting it was nothing as he tried to hide behind his cake. But you weren't letting it go. You tilted your head, eyes sparkling with interest, and kept shaking him gently by the sleeve of his shirt, urging him to tell you. He put his fork down, staring into his cake, trying to calm his nerves and avoid spilling his inner thoughts. He thought about his wish and how he couldn't tell you, or it wouldn't come true. You perked up at his words, asking what he wished for with excitement. You slammed your hands down onto the table as you leaned closer to hear his wish. Izuku flinched, his face turning even redder as he shook his head frantically, insisting he couldn't tell you. His voice was a little higher than usual, clearly flustered. You crossed your arms, pouting at him in disbelief, claiming it was silly to think that way. Izuku insisted it was true, nodding with so much conviction that his curls bounced. His mom had told him. You paused, seeming to consider that. Finally, you gave a big nod, trusting Inko without question, and leaned back a little, accepting his reasoning. With a bright grin, she added that when her wish came true, he had to tell her. Izuku smiled softly, nodding as he looked down at his plate, promising that he would. His mind wandered back to his wish, hoping more than anything that he would get to spend more time with YN. He didn't know why, but being with her always made him feel so happy, as if nothing else mattered. She was the only one who stood up for him and became his friend even when she knew he was quirkless. That was why he needed her. It was a simple wish, but to him, it meant the world. YN and Midoriya rushed around, helping Inko finish setting up the room. Eventually, it was ready for the ultimate movie night. Yu and Izuku were stretched out on the floor, heads almost touching, staring up at the TV. The only light came from the screen, casting a soft glow over everything. Inko moved around, handing out giant bowls of popcorn to everyone, ensuring nobody went without snacks. Inko asked YN whether she preferred sweet and salty or buttered popcorn. YN quickly replied that she wanted sweet and salty, practically bouncing at the thought of snacks. As Inko passed the rest of the bowls to Yamada and Aizawa, who were slouched on the couch, Izuku fidgeted next to YN, trying not to seem too awkward. They lay so close that their arms almost brushed against each other, and every time YN caught him looking, he would whip his head back toward the screen, cheeks flushed. YN found it cute how flustered he got over the smallest things. Izuku had jumped up earlier to turn off the lights, leaving the room nearly pitch black except for the flickering light of the TV. Trailers began rolling, but nobody was paying attention yet, too busy munching on popcorn or, in Izuku's case, trying not to lose his composure lying next to YN. Inko tossed the remote to Yamada, asking what they wanted to watch. Yamada snatched it, declaring that they should watch Harry Potter. Aizawa groaned, expressing his discontent with the choice, saying they had watched it too many times. However, Yamada ignored him and hit play anyway, the Harry Potter theme music filling the room. Inko giggled at their playful bickering, and soon everyone's attention was pulled to the screen as the movie started. As the movie played, YN felt drowsy, her eyelids growing heavy. The voices of Yamada and Aizawa sounded distant as she struggled to catch bits of their conversation. Aizawa remarked that the movie was so boring that the kids had fallen asleep, while Yamada defended that they were just tired. Somehow, YN and Izuku had ended up sleeping practically intertwined, arms and legs tangled as if neither of them had any personal space. YN's head rested on Izuku's shoulder, and one of his arms draped over her waist. Aizawa frowned, expressing his concern about how close Izuku was to YN. Yamada laughed, trying to lighten the mood, but Aizawa remained serious. Inko approached, her expression softening as she knelt down to gently untangle the two of them. She carefully lifted Izuku's arm from YN's waist and freed YN's legs from his, shifting her slightly until they were finally separated. Once untangled, Inko scooped Izuku up in her arms, his head resting against her shoulder. Aizawa moved over and gently picked YN up, cradling her against his chest with a firm yet cautious grip, as if he were holding something incredibly fragile. Inko turned to Aizawa and Yamada, expressing her gratitude for the day. She mentioned it was the first time in a while she had seen Izuku act like his old self. Aizawa's gaze softened at her words, and Yamada grinned widely, assuring her it was no trouble at all. After exchanging goodbyes, they stepped outside into the crisp, cold night air. Aizawa opened his jacket slightly and tucked YN inside, securing her snugly against his chest. The warmth of his body enveloped her, the fabric of his jacket wrapping around her like a blanket. He held her firmly in place, protecting her from the chill of the evening. Yamada stretched his arms above his head, letting out a sigh as his breath formed a mist in the cold air. Aizawa glanced up at the sky, his grip on YN steady as he walked into the night with her tucked neatly in his arms. Mitsuki rushed around the house, scrubbing and spraying down every surface in sight. Every few minutes, she bolted back into the kitchen to check on the snacks and plates of food she was preparing. The whole house smelled amazing, but Katsuki could only focus on how annoying it all was. Mitsuki yelled from the bottom of the stairs, hands firmly planted on her hips, warning Katsuki to be ready or she would come up and dress him herself. Up in his room, Katsuki sat on his bed, scowling. His mood soured from being woken up early for some event he didn't even know about. He fiddled with the buttons on his shirt, struggling to get them through the holes. After a long time, he finally managed to button it up, but his irritation grew when his mom barged into his room without knocking. Mitsuki scanned the room like a hawk, commenting on the mess and ordering him to clean it up since they had important guests coming. Katsuki looked around, thinking his room didn't seem that messy. A few toys scattered here and there and a couple of clothes on the floor didn't seem worth stressing over. He huffed, crossing his arms in defiance. Mitsuki insisted that Katsuki clean his room for the arrival of a friend, emphasizing its importance. Katsuki, however, was not interested and grumbled about the situation, dismissing the visitor as just another distraction. Despite his reluctance, he begrudgingly began to tidy up, shoving toys under his bed and kicking clothes into the closet, doing the bare minimum. As he descended the stairs, he noticed his mother bustling around the house, cleaning and organizing in a frenzy. The chaos was palpable, but then a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen, capturing his attention. The rich, spicy scent of curry filled the air, making his stomach growl in anticipation. Katsuki's favorite dish was being prepared, and he couldn't resist the temptation. He spotted a stool, dragged it over, and climbed up to reach the ladle in the pot, eager to sample the dish. Just as he was about to scoop some out, his hand was swiftly swatted away. Katsuki turned, irritation boiling over as he rubbed his hand, questioning his mother's actions. Mitsuki, arms crossed and disapproving, reminded him that the food was meant for their guests, not just for him. Katsuki was incredulous, feeling slighted that others would be fed before him. He hopped off the stool, exasperated, and wondered aloud if royalty was coming over. Mitsuki shot him a warning look, ensuring he stayed away from the stove. Frustrated, Katsuki stomped off, his annoyance growing. The doorbell rang, prompting Mitsuki to spring into action, straightening her clothes with excitement before opening the door. Katsuki rolled his eyes at her enthusiasm but felt a spark of curiosity about the visitor. He approached the door, trying to peek around his mother, who was blocking his view. Standing on his tiptoes, he strained to see. Finally, he caught sight of the figure at the door, and his body tensed. He clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes at the newcomer. There was something about this person that stirred a mix of irritation and intrigue within him. He couldn't help but feel that this visitor had a lot of nerve to disrupt his day, and he was determined to show them what he was capable of. YN returned Mitsuki's hug, feeling warmth spread through her chest. She greeted her with a soft but happy voice, calling her Auntie Bakugo. Mitsuki's heart melted, and she held YN even closer, a soft ah escaping her lips. Leaning down, she whispered into YN's ear, ensuring her son couldn't overhear. She expressed her gladness at YN's return and hinted that Katsuki had been worried about her absence. YN glanced at Katsuki, who stood with his arms crossed and a familiar scowl on his face, glaring at them with sharp, unamused eyes. Despite her doubts about Mitsuki's words, she smiled and nodded as if she believed them fully. Mitsuki then turned her gaze to Katsuki with intense determination, instructing him to show YN to his room while she finished preparing dinner. Katsuki's scowl deepened as he protested, but the fire in his mother's eyes silenced him. He huffed and crossed his arms, reluctantly telling YN to hurry up before stomping up the stairs. YN clutched her small bag tightly and hurried after him, her eyes wandering curiously as they climbed to the second floor. The hallway was adorned with trinkets and photos, some featuring younger versions of Katsuki, looking more innocent and carefree. She couldn't help but smile at the sight. Noticing her gaze, Katsuki raised an eyebrow and sarcastically asked if she was done stalking his family. YN quickly defended herself, her cheeks flushing red. Katsuki smirked, clearly enjoying her flustered reaction. She retorted, pointing out that he would know what stalking looked like, given his temper. Katsuki bristled, his face reddening as he straightened defensively. He demanded to know what she had called him, and YN stepped closer, teasingly repeating her words. Katsuki's eyes blazed with irritation as he stomped closer, fists clenched tightly at his sides, threatening to beat her up and send her back to her pond. YN, undeterred, countered that she would return him to the bird's nest he fell from, suggesting that the fall had affected his mind. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she flicked his forehead, prompting him to blink in surprise. As the tension escalated, YN noticed small crackles of explosions building from Katsuki's hands, his glare sharp. Just then, soft footsteps approached from behind, and a calm voice intervened, urging them to avoid fighting. The voice reminded Katsuki that he couldn't use his quirk indoors, referencing an incident from last Christmas. The crackling sounds gradually subsided, and YN turned to see the source of the voice. A soft face quickly caught YN's attention. He had kind eyes and a relaxed posture, with his graying hair slightly messy but neat enough to show he cared about his appearance. He wore a warm, awkward smile, a stark contrast to his son's fiery and explosive demeanor. YN turned fully toward him and bowed, greeting him with respect. Masaru waved his hands nervously, telling YN that there was no need to bow and that he could simply call him whatever he called his wife, rubbing the back of his neck with an embarrassed blush. The difference between Masaru and Katsuki was glaring. While Bakugo was loud, brash, and quick to anger, his father was gentle, humble, and always trying to ease tension. It was clear where Katsuki got his looks, but his personality was a different story. YN smiled and nodded, addressing him as Uncle Masu. Masaru beamed at this, clearly pleased, and began guiding them toward Bakugo's room. He softly reminded them not to get into any more arguments and to try to get along, assuring them he would come get them when lunch was ready. With a reassuring smile, he headed back downstairs, leaving YN and Bakugo alone once again. YN turned to look at Bakugo's annoyed expression and sighed, knowing this would be a long day. Bakugo walked into his room, shoving his hands in his pockets before plopping down by his desk and powering up his computer with a grunt. YN followed behind, curious, leaning over slightly to peer at the screen from his side. Bakugo huffed, his voice surprisingly calm despite his usual brashness, revealing he was playing a game. YN rolled his eyes, already used to his grumpy attitude, and asked what game he was playing. Just then, the screen flashed red, and Bakugo grumbled that he was playing Minecraft, insisting YN leave him alone. However, YN's eyes lit up at the mention of the game, and he quickly pulled out his Switch, excitedly asking if he could join. Bakugo huffed again but didn't stop him, telling him to do what he wanted. Grinning at the invitation, YN immediately started loading up Minecraft, ready to dive into the game with him. As soon as YN logged in, Bakugo's avatar was already running around, aggressively punching trees for wood. His username hovered above him, something loud and aggressive, just like him. YN couldn't help but smirk a little, asking where he was. Bakugo grumbled that he was near a forest, crafting tools at lightning speed, urging YN to hurry up. YN rolled his eyes but spotted Bakugo near the edge of the forest. Running over, YN joined him, immediately punching a tree. YN asked about their plan, suggesting they build a house or go mining. Bakugo snorted, dismissing the idea of a dirt hut and insisting they go straight to the nether. YN gasped dramatically, still gathering wood, arguing that they needed supplies first. Bakugo shot back to just follow his lead, though a hint of amusement was in his voice. As they gathered resources, YN couldn't help but sneak glances at Bakugo's screen. Even in Minecraft, Bakugo was intense, focused, and surprisingly competitive. It was fun playing with him like this, even if YN didn't know what they had gotten into. Suddenly, YN shouted at Bakugo to stop blowing up their house, worried he almost harmed their virtual parrot. Bakugo cackled, eyes gleaming with mischief as he detonated another explosion, sending pieces of YN's carefully crafted home flying everywhere. YN quickly grabbed the parrot and rushed outside, heart racing as the destruction unfolded. YN huffed, demanding Bakugo to stop being destructive. Bakugo turned around, looking offended, insisting he wasn't the problem and calling Y&A big baby for adopting every animal they came across. YN shot back, accusing Bakugo of committing virtual arson with his reckless behavior. The argument escalated, both throwing half-serious and half-joking jabs at each other. Bakugo hopped off his chair, rolling up his sleeves, while YN stood there. Ground, fists tightening at their sides. Just as things were about to heat up, there was a knock at the door. Masaru slowly opened it, his soft voice breaking the tension as he announced that lunch was ready. He stopped mid-sentence, eyes narrowing at the sight before him, YN and Bakugo facing off, fists clenched. His slight frown deepened, disappointment lacing his gentle voice as he asked if they were fighting again. YN felt a pang of guilt, glancing at Bakugo, who was trying to hide his own feelings behind a scowl. Neither wanted to let Masaru down, especially when he looked at them like that. An idea popped into YN's head, and a smirk crept onto their face as they turned back to Masaru, claiming that Bakugo was just about to give them a hug. Bakugo's eyes widened in horror and disgust, but his words died in his throat as he saw the proud look on his father's face. Masaru beamed, expressing pride in his son's maturity. Bakugo froze, his usual defiance thrown off, glaring at YN with faintly red cheeks, muttering that they would pay for this. Reluctantly, Bakugo took a step forward, his face shifting from disgust to pure anger. Masaru watched the scene unfold, entertained by the playful tension between them. YN locked eyes with Bakugo, a mocking smirk spreading across their face as they opened their arms wide, teasing him. But before YN could say another word, Bakugo suddenly pushed them aside, his face flushed bright red, and dashed down the stairs with surprising speed, heading straight for the kitchen. Masaru's smile faded, his eyebrows lifting in surprise as he quickly moved to help you up from the floor. Concern filled his voice as he expressed his apologies, unsure of what had caused Bakugo's sudden outburst. You brushed off his worry with a bright smile, still buzzing from the excitement of teasing Bakugo, and reassured him that it was fine, attributing Bakugo's behavior to shyness. Hopping to your feet, you suggested that it was time to head downstairs for a meal, your anticipation for Mitsuki's cooking shifting your focus entirely. Masaru nodded in agreement, extending his hand to you as you both made your way downstairs, eager to indulge in the feast that awaited. You entered a culinary paradise. Mitsuki had truly outdone herself, preparing an array of main courses and side dishes that delighted your taste buds with every bite. The flavors were so rich and satisfying that you couldn't help but feel a tear of joy as you savored each dish. You thought to yourself that this was far superior to Aizawa's cooking, though you meant no offense. The table was filled with an impressive spread: spicy curry, grilled fish, tempura, rice, vegetables, and countless other dishes that you couldn't even name. You glanced over at Bakugo, who was devouring his food with an intensity that suggested it was his last meal. For once, he was focused solely on his plate, not scowling or barking at anyone. It was clear he was enjoying his mother's cooking just as much as you were. Mitsuki beamed with pride as she watched you and Bakugo eat, clearly pleased that her hard work was appreciated. You looked at her, mouth full, and managed to express your delight, which made her laugh and wave off your compliment as if it were no big deal. Bakugo, still focused on his meal, grumbled about why his mother didn't cook like this for him more often, prompting Mitsuki to playfully snatch a piece of tempura from his plate. Their playful banter continued, each jab more creative than the last, while you and Masaru exchanged amused glances, accustomed to the lively dynamic of the Bakugo household. As the meal progressed, the energy in the room began to wane, everyone's stomachs full to the brim. Bakugo leaned back in his chair, still glaring at his mother but too stuffed to continue the argument. Mitsuki stretched with satisfaction, clearly proud of her culinary accomplishments. You felt completely content, nearly in a food coma, but every bite had been worth it. Masaru let out a satisfied sigh, patting his stomach in agreement. It had been an incredible meal, one that made the effort to walk seem trivial. Mitsuki stood up to clear the plates, and Masaru offered to help her, taking the dishes from her hands with a warm smile. Bakugo, however, reacted dramatically, expressing his disdain for the affectionate display between his parents. Mitsuki, unfazed, playfully grabbed Bakugo by the shirt and announced it was time for bed. he protested, clearly reluctant to go, but was unable to escape her grip. Turning to you, she placed her hand on her hip and informed you that it was also time for you to head to bed. You nodded, hopping off your stool and following her, stifling a laugh as you watched Bakugo squirm in her grasp. It was hard to take him seriously when he was being playfully handled by his mother. Upon reaching Katsuki's room, you stepped inside just as Mitsuki pulled out a futon from the closet and laid it down on the floor. She cheerfully suggested that Katsuki give you his bed, which he vehemently opposed, insisting that it was his bed and refusing to share. You quickly supported Katsuki's stance, expressing that you didn't mind the futon, which surprised him. Mitsuki smiled at you, ruffling your hair affectionately, and assured you that if Katsuki caused any trouble or snored, you could call for her. Katsuki, embarrassed, protested that he did not snore and blamed it on his mother's genetics. Ignoring his complaints, Mitsuki leaned down to kiss your forehead and teased Katsuki about a goodnight kiss, to which he responded with mock outrage, threatening to blow up the house. With a chuckle, Mitsuki bid him good night and stood by the door, announcing one last farewell before closing it behind her, leaving you and Katsuki alone. The room fell silent for a moment before Katsuki let out a huff, the tension easing as he turned to you with a playful warning about snoring. As you teased Bakugo about snoring, he swiftly ignored the nickname, his face twitching in annoyance. The two of you lay in silence for a few minutes, staring up at the ceiling before Bakugo suddenly broke the quiet. He asked if you were still dating that shitty Deku, his voice low as he glanced at you from the corner of his eye. Your face immediately flushed, caught off guard by his question. You stuttered, trying to process it. You mentioned that Midoriya was your friend, which made him your boyfriend, not necessarily a boyfriend in the romantic sense. Bakugo sat up, confusion etched on his face, and questioned why you were acting shy. He insisted that having Midoriya as your boyfriend clearly meant you were dating. You stared at him, a grin tugging at your lips as you confidently explained the nature of friendships. Bakugo looked at you in disbelief, his eyes narrowing before he let out a frustrated huff and lay back down, muttering that you were foolish. You sat up, glaring at him, insisting that he was the one being unreasonable. When he turned away, you grumbled and flopped back down, pulling the blanket up to your chin. After a moment of silence, you heard him mumble a barely audible, "Good night." Your eyes widened in surprise, and a smile crept onto your face as you hugged the blanket closer. You whispered, "Good night," back, feeling a peaceful warmth in your chest as you slowly drifted off to sleep. You spotted your friends up ahead and called out to them, sprinting to catch up, breathless as you placed your hands on your knees. Haruko turned around, her face lighting up with a big smile. She playfully pouted, commenting on the honorifics you used, suggesting you were closer than that. Meanwhile, Todoroki maintained his usual calm expression, though a slight furrow appeared on his brow. You sheepishly explained that you were trying out honorifics as taught by Sensei Tanaka in class. Todoroki corrected you, pointing out that it was actually Friday. Haruko dismissed his comment and insisted you didn't need to use honorifics with her, but should probably use them with Todoroki, teasing him about his preference for formality. You glanced at Todoroki, who seemed unfazed, though you noticed a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. You laughed at Haruko's familiar personality, assuring Todoroki that you wouldn't use honorifics if he didn't want you to. His face brightened, and he nodded firmly in response. Haruko, unable to handle the sudden shift in mood, playfully grabbed your hands and pulled you along, urging you to hurry as her mom was waiting. As you approached the traffic stop, Haruko dramatically turned, hands on her hips, as if leading a mission. She recited the traffic safety rules, and you joined in with excitement while Todoroki kept his tone steady and calm. Just as Haruko was about to continue, someone interrupted, casually announcing that the light was green. Haruko froze, her fists clenched as she turned to glare at the person who had interrupted her important duty. The three of you looked up at a tall boy standing by the traffic lights. His messy blonde hair caught the sunlight, and large scarlet wings stretched out behind him, occasionally twitching. He stood with a laid-back posture, hands in his pockets, sharp golden eyes focused on you with a teasing smirk. Haruko huffed, rolling her eyes and crossing her arms as she snapped at him. The boy stepped closer, mockingly patting her on the head, clearly enjoying her frustration. He pointed out that cars stop when the green man symbol lights up, questioning why she bothered with the rhyme and waiting. Haruko's cheeks flushed, and she stomped her foot in frustration, insisting she already knew that. The boy smoothly cut her off, explaining that he couldn't use his quirk in public until he got his hero license. Sensing Haruko's rising temper, you gently placed a hand on her shoulder, soothing her. The boy nodded confidently, pointing to himself and declaring that he was an up-and-coming hero. Haruko scoffed, muttering under her breath, and then turned to him, asking for his name. You tried to stifle your laughter, but a cough escaped as Haruko wheezed, clearly pleased with her own joke. The boy, however, didn't share the amusement. With a hand on his hip, he pointed a finger at them and asserted that he was a hawk, one of the most intelligent species of birds, and introduced himself as hawks. Shoto, as stoic as ever, tilted his head slightly and remarked on the creativity of Hawk's parents. Haruko almost burst out laughing but managed to contain it, reminded that it was Shoto who had made the joke. She commented on the unusual name, suggesting that it indicated a lack of love from his parents. For a moment, Hawks froze, the smile slipping from his face. His usual confidence seemed to waver, and you noticed the slight change, ready to step in. But before you could say anything, he quickly plastered on a forced grin and remarked on their sharp tongues. He then announced that he had to take flight. Haruko nodded, waving him off, eager for him to leave. She quipped about not wanting him to leave a mess as he flew away. Shoto and you both gasped, surprised at their friend's casual use of a swear word, but Hawks seemed to regain his positivity, laughing genuinely this time. He remarked that you three certainly were something and that you had made his day, offering 3 red feathers that would be worth a lot of money once he made it pro. The feathers were deep crimson with a glossy sheen that caught the light, appearing almost metallic. They were soft yet firm, and when you ran your fingers down the spine, you could feel the subtle texture of the barbs. Despite their vibrant color, they felt delicate, as if they could flutter away at any moment. You admired the feather for a moment, tracing its intricate details, but your awe was short-lived as you looked up to see Hawks sprinting off. His running was peculiar, zigzagging as if dodging invisible obstacles. His arms flailed slightly, and his wings twitched as if they wanted to spread out but were held back. Every few steps, he veered sharply, making it look as though he was trying to evade something. Haruko, Shoto, and you all watched with bewildered expressions. Haruko broke the silence, commenting on his unusual running style. Shoto added that being a bird, he was probably used to flying everywhere. You chimed in, expressing disappointment that he had gotten your hopes up about flying away. Haruko let out a noise of disgust, dropping the feather as if it were contaminated. Shoto mirrored her actions, letting the feather slip from his grasp. Haruko raised an eyebrow, questioning if Shoto's dad was a hero. They continued their conversation, their voices fading as your attention shifted back to the feather in your hand. You turned it over slowly, tracing its gentle curve. Despite everything, a small smile tugged at your lips. He was weird, but he didn't seem hostile. If anything, he was kind of funny. You carefully slid the feather into your pocket, feeling its soft edges brush against your fingers. Dusting off your skirt, you turned to your 2 friends with a smile, suggesting they head to Haruko's mom, who had probably been waiting for ages. Haruko's mom stood tall, hands firmly planted on her hips, giving the 3 kids a serious look. She instructed them to stick together and not run off, emphasizing the dangers outside. Her tone was soft but firm, leaving no room for argument. Shoto and you nodded obediently, glancing around in anticipation. Haruko, however, gazed at the massive theme park entrance ahead, half listening. When her mom called her name sharply, Haruko responded with a dramatic sigh, drawing out the word. Her mom softened, satisfied with their agreement, and flashed them a warm smile, leading the way toward the park's towering gates, festooned with colorful lights and decorations that glimmered in the sunlight. Haruko's mom quickly broke off from the group to grab everyone's day passes. Haruko tightened her grip on your hand, shooting a sharp side glance at Shoto, who was completely oblivious, his eyes wide with wonder as he took in the towering rides and vibrant colors of the theme park. Haruko expressed her frustration that Shoto was joining them, as she had thought it was supposed to be just the two of you. You hushed her, leaning in slightly to whisper that you hadn't expected him to actually join, thinking his dad would say no. Haruko considered this, surprised he was allowed here, and wondered why his dad changed his mind. Watching Shoto gaze up at the dizzying heights of the roller coasters, you noticed a spark of excitement in his eyes that made him seem kinder. Your gaze lingered on Shoto for a moment longer, and the faint spark of excitement in his usually guarded expression tugged at something in your chest. Guilt crept in, uninvited, and you quickly shook your head to scatter the thought. Today was supposed to be fun for everyone. Determined, you forced a small smile and glanced over at Haruko, who was practically vibrating with excitement. Haruko's mom announced that they were all set, holding up a fan of shiny tickets before handing them to the ticket officer. The machine beeped with each scan, and Haruko buzzed ahead, bouncing on her heels. She called for everyone to come on and tugged at your sleeve before darting forward again. As you stepped through the gates, your jaw dropped in awe. The theme park was a vibrant spectacle of colors and excitement. Brightly painted roller coasters twisted and turned against the backdrop of a crystal-clear blue sky, their tracks disappearing into clouds before plunging down at exhilarating speeds. Carnival music filled the air, blending with the chatter of families and the occasional scream from thrill-seekers. Vendors lined the pathways, their stands overflowing with balloons, oversized plushies, and a tempting variety of fried foods on sticks. The aroma of buttery popcorn and sugary funnel cakes hung heavily in the air, making your stomach growl despite the breakfast you had eaten. Haruko pointed excitedly at a towering roller coaster with loops that seemed to defy physics, bouncing on her toes with sparkling eyes. You smiled at her energy but couldn't help glancing back at Shoto. He was quietly taking it all in, his mismatched eyes scanning the vibrant chaos around him. Despite his calm demeanor, there was something in the way his lips almost curved upward that made you feel lighter. You teased Haruko, nudging her gently, acknowledging her eagerness to pick out which ride to try first. Obviously, she declared with a grin, insisting that the teacups had to be the first ride because it was tradition. You feigned horror at the thought of the teacups, calling them overpriced nausea machines, but Haruko laughed, already skipping toward the ride. Behind you, Haruko's mom followed at a calmer pace, studying the park map with the focus of someone planning a strategy. She pointed toward a cluster of brightly colored rides, announcing where to start. Taking a deep breath, you reminded yourself that it was fun for everyone, and followed Haruko into the fray. After stumbling off the teacups, you clutched your stomach as the world spun in lazy, nauseating circles. You groaned, planting your feet and closing your eyes for a moment. Stretching your arms above your head, you took a shaky breath, hoping it would help steady the spinning. Haruko's excited voice pulled you back to reality as she tugged on her mom's arm, her words spilling out in a blur of enthusiasm about how amazing the ride was and how they had to do it again later. You couldn't help but laugh at her excitement, despite the lingering queasiness. A warm presence appeared behind you, and you turned slightly to see Shoto standing there, his mismatched eyes fixed on you with quiet concern. He asked if you were okay, his voice calm but laced with a hint of amusement. You mustered a smile, giving him a shaky thumbs up, insisting you were never better. Shoto let out a small, almost imperceptible sound at your attempt to act tough, causing your cheeks to heat up. Embarrassed, you looked away, trying to hide your blush. You mumbled for him not to laugh at you, though there was no real bite to your words. Shoto shrugged lightly, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, insisting he hadn't said anything. Suddenly, Haruko appeared between you, breaking the moment as she grabbed both your arm and Shoto's, declaring that you were wasting daylight and dragging you both toward the next ride. The rest of the day passed in a blur of laughter and adrenaline. Haruko led the charge, insisting on trying every ride that looked remotely terrifying, while her mom followed along with a patient but amused smile. You screamed on the roller coasters, gripping the safety bars for dear life while Haruko threw her hands in the air, fearless. Shoto, calm as ever, sat beside you on most rides, his expression barely changing except for the occasional flicker of surprise or quiet amusement at your reactions. After a particularly intense drop tower, you stumbled off, feeling like your legs were made of jelly. You grabbed onto Shoto's arm for balance without thinking, and he stood solidly, not seeming to mind. He downplayed the ride, though the slight widening of his eyes betrayed him. You playfully shot back, teasing him about being too good for emotions. Haruko darted ahead, her voice ringing out as she pointed to nearby snack stands, declaring that you all needed food. A few minutes later, the four of you sat on a shaded bench, enjoying sugary treats as the sun began to dip lower in the sky. Haruko buzzed with energy, recounting every ride in excruciating detail, while her mom nodded along, clearly entertained. You caught Shoto watching the colorful carousel nearby, his face thoughtful. You nudged him gently, asking if he was okay. He glanced at you, his expression softening slightly, and admitted that it had been fun. Haruko's mom offered Shoto a small pack of cookies, holding them out with a kind smile. He accepted the snacks with both hands, thanking her softly. Haruko's mom practically melted at his manners, teasing Haruko to be more like him. Haruko protested mid-bite of her churro, puffing up her cheeks in exaggerated indignation and speaking through her mouth full, insisting she had manners. Her mom scolded her for talking with her mouth full, but Haruko took an even bigger bite of her churro, clearly just to annoy her. The two bickered back and forth in a way that felt so familiar it made you laugh, shaking your head at the ridiculous display. But as you turned your gaze to Shoto, the laughter caught in your throat. A single tear rolled down his cheek, gleaming faintly in the park's soft lights. The air around your group stilled instantly. Haruko froze mid-bite, her eyes darting between her mom and you, clearly expecting someone else to handle the situation. Slowly, she slouched back in her seat, awkwardly nibbling on her churro to avoid speaking. Haruko's mom reacted first, her face softening with concern. She grabbed a napkin and leaned toward Shoto, gently wiping away the tear and asking if he was okay, her voice low and careful. Shoto stayed still for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded, though his gaze remained focused ahead, his face still. The silence that followed felt heavy, but it didn't last long. After a few moments, Shoto broke it himself, pausing as if searching for the right words. His eyes softened as he looked toward the glowing lights of the park around him. It was his first time at an amusement park, and he had a lot of fun. Haruko gasped audibly, dropping her churro onto the wrapper in surprise. She couldn't believe it was his first time. Shoto nodded, explaining that his dad didn't let him go out much and preferred he spent his time training. Hearing this made your heart clench, and you looked down at your lap, emotions churning inside you: anger, sadness, guilt. You clenched your hands together, unsure of what to say or do, the weight of his admission settling heavily in your chest. Haruko's mom, however, didn't hesitate. She leaned forward and wrapped Shoto in a warm, motherly embrace, rubbing gentle circles on his back. With compassion in her voice, she assured him that they would do this again and that he was welcome to join them anytime they went out. Shoto stiffened slightly at first, clearly unused to such affection, but then he relaxed, giving a small nod against her shoulder, his expression softening to reveal his gratitude. Haruko, still sitting awkwardly beside you, scratched the back of her head before adding that he was officially invited every time. She said it sheepishly, trying to ease the tension in her usual way. You finally lifted your head and offered Shoto a small, genuine smile, assuring him that he wouldn't have to miss out anymore. He looked at you, his mismatched eyes meeting yours for a moment before he nodded again, quieter this time, simply thanking you, the weight behind his words clear. The heartfelt moment was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, piercing scream. It came out of nowhere, sharp and panic-filled, cutting through the soft atmosphere like a knife. Waves of bodies slammed into each other as they rushed for the exit. Haruko's mom shouted for everyone to stay close, gripping your hands tightly. Haruko clung to her back, her small hands clutching her mom's shirt. Before you could react, she was off, pushing and shoving her way through the crowd, trying to escape the noise and chaos. Her voice was sharp and insistent as she urged everyone to move. Someone yelled about a villain attack, and another voice called out in panic, searching for a lost child. The air was thick with fear, and you pressed your hands to your ears, trying to block it out, but it only grew louder, a mass of shouts and chaos. Your hands slipped from Haruko's mom's grip, and you didn't realize it until you were being pulled away, your feet scrambling against the ground. People pushed and shoved, and you found yourself caught in the current of bodies, unable to stop. Haruko's mom's voice pierced through the noise, but it felt distant as the crowd pulled you further away. You fought against it, scrambling and twisting, trying to find a way back, but it was futile. The crush of bodies was too strong. Somehow, you managed to push through, darting between rides and food stands as the crowd began to thin. The noise dimmed, and you gasped, stumbling into a quieter part of the park. Your legs burned as you tried to calm yourself, still clutching at your skirt, the air shaky and unsteady. Then, a loud bang came from behind you. Your breath hitched and your body froze. Turning around, you saw a massive octopus-like creature, its tentacles writhing as it slithered from the shadows. The lights from nearby rides shimmered off its wet, glistening skin, making its massive form look even more menacing. Your entire body tensed, every part of you screaming to run, but your legs felt heavy, and your chest was too tight. The villain let out a low, guttural sound, its many eyes staring in your direction. Tentacles reached out as it crept closer, and you could hear the creaking sound of metal snapping as it tore through debris. You tried to move, but fear overwhelmed you. You stared, unable to breathe, unable to think, your hands clutching at the dirt as the ground beneath you felt unstable. Panic clawed its way up your throat, and your hands shook harder as you tried to crawl backward, but your body felt weak. The creature was coming closer, its massive, glistening tentacles slithering toward you. Your heart hammered in your chest, your entire body trembling. The villain cackled, a low, chilling sound that sent a spike of fear down your spine. It sneered, calling you a little girl and suggesting that you would make a great hostage. His voice was almost soothing, cruelly calm, and the words sent a shiver through your body as you tried desperately to stay still, not wanting to breathe too loudly. Just as his tentacle was about to close the distance, a loud, powerful voice tore through the air, freezing both of you in place. The voice was unmistakable, deep, commanding, and undeniably heroic. You turned your head, your heart pounding, and there he was in all his glory. His iconic costume shimmered under the lights, a bright symbol of hope and power. His spiked blonde hair glowed against the night sky, and his muscular form was clad in a classic hero uniform, emblazoned with bold stripes that made him look even more imposing. His eyes met yours, piercing and warm, and he gave you a wink, a silent message of reassurance as his attention shifted to the monstrous villain before him. He condemned the villain for using a child as a pawn, his words sharp and cutting. The villain's expression contorted with fury, his massive eyes narrowing as his anger built. Before anyone could react, a massive tentacle shot through the air toward him. He moved without hesitation, muscles rippling as he launched himself forward, dodging the tentacle with practiced ease. His movements were graceful yet powerful, and soon he closed the distance with the villain in a heartbeat. The fight erupted into a blur of motion and power as his strength clashed against the villain, who flailed his many tentacles, each one moving with deadly precision. The hero blocked, weaved, and attacked, his every movement a combination of sheer brute strength and experience. Tentacles swung toward him, but he leaped over them, spinning in the air, his fist glowing with pure, unbridled energy as he brought it down. He declared it was time to end the battle as he pulled his fist back, energy building, muscles tensed, and unleashed his powerful attack. The words tore through the air like thunder as he struck. His fist connected with the villain's massive, slimy body, creating a deafening sound that resonated like thunder mixed with a heavy explosion. The villain let out a guttural roar, his body pushed backward by the sheer force of the blow. Tentacles flailed wildly as the impact sent him flying. He crashed into an empty roller coaster ride with tremendous force. The ground shook as his massive body slammed into the metal structure, the sound of twisting and groaning metal filling the air. His tentacles became tangled in the roller coaster's tracks, making it nearly impossible for him to move. You watched in awe as the hero stood confidently in front of you, his muscular frame strong and imposing. He looked calm and assured despite the chaos around him. The villain lay down, his enormous tentacles writhing as they were caught in the steel of the roller coaster. The hero's gaze was sharp, watching for any movement as the villain struggled. He assured you that everything was clear, turning his gaze back toward you with a wink, telling you not to worry because you were safe now. All Might extended his massive hand toward you, his trademark smile glowing in the dim light of the park. His large palm dwarfed yours as you grabbed it hesitantly, and he gently pulled you to your feet. His other hand reached out, ruffling your hair in a comforting gesture. You dusted yourself off, glancing up at him. His expectant gaze lingered, his smile still shining. For a moment, you blinked, confused by his look. Then it clicked in your mind. You expressed your gratitude, referring to him as Mr. LTX Man. The hero froze for a moment, his large, glowing grin never faltering entirely, but you could see the cracks in his composure as he processed your words. He muttered the name under his breath, blinking rapidly, and his proud stance faltered slightly. Clearing his throat, he leaned down a bit and asked if you wanted a photo or an autograph. Before you could respond, a voice called out your name. Haruko's mom appeared, dashing toward you like a whirlwind. She wrapped her arms around you in a tight, protective hug, panting with exhaustion. She started to express her relief, breaking off into a relieved laugh, then pulled back to adjust your hair. Behind her, Haruko and Shoto came running, their faces etched with concern. Haruko exclaimed in excitement, pointing at the towering hero beside you, and her mom nodded absently while fixing your disheveled appearance. A flash of memory rushed back to you, Izuku, eyes sparkling, always rambling about All Might, sharing stories and praise for the #1 hero. Your eyes widened as the realization hit you. You turned back to the hero, gasping as you fished around in your pockets. Pulling out the blank back of your theme park ticket, you held it up to him, asking if he could sign it. All Might's smile stretched wider as he reached out to take the ticket, but you quickly added that it was for your friend, a huge fan. His hand paused midair, and he let out a hearty laugh, puffing up with pride. He was always happy to meet a fan, he said. You nodded eagerly, adding that you might be a fan now too, thanking him for saving you. That earned you another loud, booming laugh as he brushed off your gratitude with a wave of his hand. He quickly scrawled his name across the back of the ticket, handing it back to you with a wink. Before you could tuck it safely away, Haruko darted forward, holding up as many scraps of paper as her small hands could manage, asking him to sign those as well. All Might enthusiastically responded to her excitement. As he signed one paper after another, you turned to catch Shoto's gaze. His expression was soft and unreadable, but his eyes never wavered from yours. He stepped closer, his movements slow and almost hesitant. Then, without a word, his hand reached up and rested on your head, mirroring All Might's earlier gesture. You blinked up at him, shocked by the unexpected show of affection. His hand lingered for a moment before dropping back to his side. He quietly expressed relief that you were okay. Your lips parted in surprise, but before you could respond, a new scene drew both your attentions. Haruko's mom had abandoned her daughter's side and was now cozied up to All Might, leaning on his arm with a playful smirk. She teased him about not being single, tilting her head as if sizing him up. For the first time, All Might's confident grin faltered slightly, a hint of pink dusting his cheeks as he chuckled nervously. Haruko, looking thoroughly mortified, stomped back toward you and Shoto, her expression one of pure disgust as she declared dramatically that she did not need another dad. You couldn't help but laugh, shaking your head as you nudged her lightly, saying she couldn't blame her mom for taking her shot. The words seemed innocent enough, but they snapped Shoto's attention back to you. His gaze sharpened slightly, and he muttered quietly to himself. He suddenly turned to face both you and Haruko, a fiery determination lighting up his normally calm features. He declared that he would work out, his voice steady and resolute. For a moment, there was stunned silence, then Haruko doubled over, clutching her stomach as she burst out laughing. She wheezed between giggles, asking where that even came from and what it had to do with anything. Shoto remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering and dead serious. It was important, he insisted, as if that alone were sufficient explanation. Their playful bickering continued, with Haruko's incredulous laughter ringing through the air as she teased him without mercy. Shoto, ever stoic, remained steadfast in his newfound resolve, responding with earnest statements that only fueled her amusement. You tuned out their exchange, a soft smile forming on your lips as you turned back toward All Might. He was still there, finishing up Haruko's pile of autographs, but his eyes flicked to yours as soon as he sensed your gaze. When your eyes met, he grinned widely, giving you a big thumbs up, his larger-than-life presence as reassuring as ever. You smiled back at him, a quiet, almost shy expression crossing your face as you glanced down at your hands, gripping the insides of your sleeves for comfort. Your fingers clenched slightly as your mind raced. He saved me, you thought, your heart pounding at the memory of his unwavering confidence and strength. He didn't hesitate. He didn't falter. He just acted. Taking a deep breath, you lifted your head again, your lips pressing into a firm line. Yes, you wanted to be a hero. The thought washed over you like a wave, filling your chest with a mix of nervousness and excitement. You wanted to be like All Might. Nodding slightly to yourself, the determination in your heart grew as you looked back, ready for the future ahead of you. The sun had already begun to set, casting long shadows over the pavement outside the theme park gates. The once lively and crowded entrance was now mostly empty, save for a few families waiting to be picked up. You stood there with Haruko, her mom, and Shoto, the energy from the day still buzzing in the air. Shoto held your hand, his grip warm but a little too firm, while Haruko clung to her mom's leg like a stubborn child refusing to go home. They had been bickering on and off, mostly because Haruko had noticed Shoto holding on to you and took it as some kind of personal offense. Not that you were paying much attention to them. Your mind was elsewhere on All Might. You thought about everything you had seen that day, the way he had saved you without hesitation, the strength he carried in his presence alone, and how his smile made everything feel like it would be okay, no matter how scary the situation was. That was the kind of hero you wanted to be. Your grip tightened around Shoto's hand. Feeling the newfound pressure, he turned to you and, with a sudden motion, patted your back. You lurched forward, gasping for air as your body jerked from the force. You wheezed, turning to glare at him, confused. He blinked at you, his face completely neutral. He explained that he was simply patting your back, a gesture his sister used when he felt down. You stared at him in disbelief, still hunched over, and suggested that he seriously underestimated his own strength. Before he could respond, Haruko wedged herself between the two of you, placing a much softer hand on your back as she gave Shoto a smug smile. She pointed out that there were gentler ways to pat someone's back without causing harm. Shoto just stared at her blankly while you sighed, deciding you would need an ice pack as soon as you got home. Before you could fully recover, the sharp screech of tires made you flinch. The sound was so loud it rattled your skull. Haruko immediately covered her ears, exclaiming in surprise, while a car skidded to a stop right in front of you. The driver's door swung open so fast it seemed like it might fly off its hinges. Before you could process who it was, a blur of movement launched itself straight at you. You were suddenly engulfed in softness, a tight bear hug that left you struggling to breathe, your arms pinned awkwardly to your sides. You managed to tilt your head up, and your brain finally caught up with what was happening. It was Auntie Nemuri, and she was crushing you in an enthusiastic embrace. Before you could catch your breath, she launched into full theatrics, her grip tightening as she dramatically stroked your hair. She expressed her outrage over how some people had dared to touch you. Your face heated up as you realized Haruko and Shoto were watching the scene unfold. You twisted in her hold, eyes darting between them, desperate for an escape. Finally, Nemuri set you down, smoothing out your hair as if her previous actions were completely normal. She asked if you were scared, her eyes glimmering with concern. You squared your shoulders, desperate to salvage your dignity, and insisted that you were fine, even claiming it was kind of cool how All Might had shown up. You fumbled through your words, trying to explain what happened without sounding overly dramatic. Before you could finish, Nemuri's eyes lit up with excitement at the idea of you wanting to be a great hero like her. Without waiting for your protest, she scooped you up and tossed you into the passenger seat of her car, slamming the door shut behind you. She sang a cheerful goodbye to your friends as she hopped into the driver's seat with a grin that sent a shiver down your spine. You barely managed to push yourself up against the window, watching as Haruko and Shoto stared at you, both processing the situation. You offered a weak wave, trying to salvage your dignity, but then the car suddenly jerked forward. You were thrown back into your seat as Nomiuri accelerated, ignoring almost every traffic law in Japan. The city blurred past in a whirlwind of lights as she laughed joyfully, already on her way to Aizawa's place. You clutched your seatbelt, unable to move, as her laughter echoed in the background. At this rate, you weren't sure if you would even make it home. Nomiuri's heels clacked loudly against the apartment building's stairs as she practically dragged you up by the collar of your shirt. You barely had time to catch your breath before she came to a screeching halt in front of Aizawa's door. Without missing a beat, she banged both fists against the wood, demanding Aizawa to open up, knowing he was inside. A moment later, the door swung open to reveal Aizawa, already wearing his jacket, 1 foot halfway into his shoe. Looked at Nomiuri with his usual deadpan expression, then down at you, and let out a sigh of relief. He was clearly about to say something when Nomiuri interrupted, shoving past him and dragging you inside like a prize she had just won. She twirled you around, grinning widely. She urged you to guess what her amazing daughter had said about her that day. Aizawa exhaled heavily, clearly regretting engaging in this conversation. Nomiuri yanked your arm, making you stumble forward, and insisted you tell Aizawa what you said. You blinked, still trying to process what was happening. You hesitated, trying to find the right words. Nomiuri paused for effect, leaning on the bookshelf with one hand over her heart, declaring that you had said she was a great hero and that you wanted to be just like her. Silence followed. Aizawa stared at her, then slowly turned to look at you, his eyebrows raised in mild disbelief, a hint of offense and hurt in his expression. Your face heated up instantly as you tried to protest, but Nomiuri squeezed your shoulders tighter, reminding you to choose your words wisely. You finally managed to respond, your voice barely above a whisper, admitting that you had been thinking about it for a while but had never said anything. Nomiuri squealed, clapping her hands together in excitement, declaring that you were destined for greatness and that her legacy would live on. Aizawa shot her a glare that could silence a room full of villains, warning her to stop insinuating that you were her child. You awkwardly shuffled your feet, feeling caught in the middle of a strange standoff, and asked if this meant you could train. Aizawa turned his attention back to you, his expression softening just a fraction. He reiterated that being a hero was hard work, dangerous, and not something you could back out of once you started. You nodded, your determination outweighing your nerves, and expressed your desire to help people, just like him and Nomiuri. Nomiuri chimed in, insisting that if Aizawa didn't say yes, she would adopt you herself. Aizawa ignored her, his eyes still locked on you. The room fell silent, the weight of his gaze making you fidget. Finally, he let out a long sigh, running a hand through his messy hair, and agreed to let you train, but on his terms, no shortcuts, no slacking off, and if he thought you weren't ready, it would be over. Your eyes widened in excitement and disbelief. Aizawa nodded, though he still looked like he was questioning all his life choices. Nomiuri let out a triumphant cheer, throwing her arms around you in a tight hug, declaring that she would teach you everything she knew. Aizawa groaned, already looking like he regretted everything, warning Nomiuri not to suggest teaching you any distracting techniques. You couldn't help but laugh, the tension in the room finally breaking. It felt like things were falling into place. You had no idea what you were getting yourself into, but with Aizawa and Nomiuri by your side, you felt confident. Aizawa crossed his arms, his usual grumpy demeanor returning. He reminded you not to get too excited, stating that training would start tomorrow, and if you were late, it would be over. You nodded eagerly, promising you wouldn't let him down. Nomiuri threw an arm around your shoulders, grinning widely and welcoming you to the family. Aizawa muttered something under his breath about needing a nap, but you noticed the small, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The morning sun spilled lazily through the curtains, but it felt far too bright. You groaned as you stirred under the covers, one eye barely opening. Your brain was still foggy, wrapped in that cozy half-dream state until the reality hit you. Aizawa, training hero today. Your eyes shot open fully as you gasped, bolting upright as if you had been electrocuted. In your attempt to leap out of bed, you forgot one tiny detail, your bed sheets. They had other plans, tangling around your feet and causing you to hit the ground with a dramatic thud, wrapped up like a sleep-deprived burrito. After a brief and embarrassing struggle with your bedding, you finally broke free, hair a mess and pajamas askew, but victorious. You tore out of your room, socked feet skidding across the floor as you sprinted down the hallway, nearly knocking over a chair on the way. Without pausing to knock, the protagonist grabbed Aizawa's door handle and threw it open. They called out his name as they flung themselves onto the bed. The man in question didn't even flinch. He lay on his side, facing the wall, completely wrapped in his capture weapon as if it were a cursed blanket. His hair was messier than usual, and the steady rise and fall of his breathing was barely noticeable. The protagonist was half convinced he might actually be dead, but then they remembered that this was just typical for him. Still, that didn't stop them. They began shaking him like a human alarm clock gone rogue, insisting that he had told them to wake up early for training. They reminded him of his promise, expressing their frustration at his apparent slumber. Aizawa groaned something unintelligible into his pillow but made no move to actually get up. The protagonist paused mid-shake, narrowing their eyes and claiming they could feel his soul trying to leave his body. He grunted, which they took as permission to continue their antics. They poked his shoulder repeatedly, insisting that he couldn't sleep through their character development. Finally, he slowly rolled over, one eye cracked open, and gave them a dead-eyed stare that could curdle milk. He informed them that it was 6 in the morning, to which they blinked in response, asking, "And?" He clarified that training started at 7. The protagonist paused for a moment, then grinned. They suggested getting up early for coffee before training. Aizawa buried his face back into the pillow and simply replied, "No." Middle school was a time filled with challenges and growth. The halls echoed with laughter and the occasional argument as students navigated friendships and rivalries. Among them was a group of friends who faced the ups and downs of adolescence together. One day, tensions rose when a misunderstanding led to a confrontation. The air was thick with anticipation as they squared off, each side ready to defend their honor. The situation escalated, but instead of resorting to violence, they found a way to express their frustrations through words. The heated exchange revealed deeper feelings and insecurities, ultimately bringing them closer. Together, as the school year progressed, the friends supported one another through various trials, from academic pressures to personal dilemmas. They learned the importance of communication, trust, and loyalty. Each challenge they faced only strengthened their bond, teaching them valuable lessons about friendship and resilience. In the end, they emerged from middle school not just as classmates, but as a tight-knit group ready to face the future together, equipped with the knowledge that they could overcome any obstacle as long as they had each other.